Hello. Today is day one of Duane Davis. Um, I Coretta, if you watch my podcast, Coretta was on there, and she is in Vegas, and she's going to be there for most of this week, not the entire week, but she's been feeding me some information about how it's going. So I wanted to come on early to try and share the things she's been saying. So let's see if I can. Oh, it's not going to go to my computer. Okay, hold on. I'm going to send um, some of the pictures and give y'all some of the updates she's been giving me because she's there to tell us how it's going. She had to get there early because there's like a lottery system, and she was talking about how many. Can y'all hear me? How many people are there? Okay. So she's telling me that she thinks they allotted 20 spaces for public. And some said 24, some said 50, but regardless, she's like number 6. She got there early. So she's number 6, so she's gonna get in there. So when she has the time, when we're on breaks and stuff and she's available, she's going to come on and tell us what she's seeing, observing, what the jury looks like, that kind of vibe. Also, if you are new here, I'm not going to be able to do this live situation for the whole trial because Dirk starts on Thursday. I'll be attending that in person. So I wanted to kind of do it in the beginning. But yeah, shout out to Coretta. She is at the courthouse. Okay. Let me see if I can show y'all some of the pictures that she is sending to give y'all a vibe of what's happening. Yeah, so Coretta is there, so that's who I'm going to be looking. Oh, but I'm not going to be able to do the whole thing, the whole trial, because well, I'm gonna try to set it up and stream it, but I'm going to be at Dirk, so just know that now. Don't curse me out later. So these are some of the shots we're getting from her. So there, can I make myself smaller? So, oops. State of Nevada versus Duane Davis, lottery seating and overflow room. Jennifer population, blue. Let me do the next one. So that's that. I think she also sent me a schedule. Oh, this is just the attire notice. Appropriate attire is required to enter the courtroom. Clothing, hats, buttons, pins, or other items that show names or symbols related to the case are not allowed. Items that show support for or against or anything involved in the case are also not allowed, which is interesting because she sent me a text. You may be asked to remove or cover these items. The court may also choose not to allow you in the courtroom. That's interesting because she sent me a text that said, she's been in line with a guy from Las Vegas by way of Gary, Indiana, and a guy from California by way of Montgomery, and a conspiracy theorist who set the mood wearing a Tupac shirt. They made him turn it inside out, I'm assuming because of this, and playing Tupac music on low. The first two gentlemen have been at previous hearings and at jury selection. It looks like all the public may get a seat in the courtroom, not as many people as I expected. So somebody showed up with a Tupac shirt and they said no. Let me go to the next picture. So this is the trial schedule. So it looks like they don't intend to take no break. 9:30 tomorrow. Wait, 17. Tomorrow is 9. It looks like Wednesday and Thursday are only 1 p.m. to 5, which is actually interesting. How's Thursday gonna work if I'm at Dirk? I ain't gonna be able to start this. Okay, Friday is 9, and then next week Looks like 9, 9. Oh, at least Thursday's noon. Okay, so relatively 9 to 5, but a few kind of hiccups it looks like in there. But that's the schedule. I think she got some pictures of the courthouse. There's the public entrance. There's some folks waiting in line. I want to blast people's faces, so let me get off that. There's inside. It looks like it's the I think she was saying that this is so far, News Nation, CNN, Fox News, History of the 90s have all been selected as media. So they have like limited media, I guess. Whatever. I'm not sure what that is going to look like, but those are the people she's saying got selected so far. I think this is just the courthouse. And she went down there yesterday just to kind of scope it out because she knew she had to get there early today. So shout out to Coretta for being there and filling me in on the tea, so I can share it with y'all. She's also saying, I guess that's it. I thought there was one more photo. What did I just do? Okay, let me find one more. Oh, I think that's just from when she went last night. Yeah. So there we go. She sent me a picture of inside kind of the waiting room, but I don't want to show people's faces. So I won't show that one. She just texted me, I officially got a courtroom slot. She is in the courtroom. So she'll be able to give us some tea a little later on. How is it going? How are the people? Were y'all following this? I'm so curious how people feel about this case because if I'm being honest, I was like, are people going to care about this? Like, it's not, are people going to care because it's been so long? And I feel like we all kind of like feel like we know what happened, you know? It doesn't feel like it has, hold on, let me just show you guys. There she got the Exhibit F notebook. If you, I think I'm all out. Actually, this is my very last one, but she got her Exhibit F notebook. Let me get this off screen. But I was like, are people gonna care? Because I feel like we know what happened. Like, I don't know if I felt like that, the lore that this used to have years ago when like who killed Tupac, who killed Big, it was like a big thing, but now it's like, oh, and then I'm also like, is it gonna be boring? Because it's been so long and people are not here anymore. So are they gonna be able to have witnesses like eyewitnesses? It's gonna be it feels like it's gonna be a bunch of officers and a bunch of, I don't even know. Like, I don't feel like I'm very curious, but I live in Vegas, so I'm interested. Also, the news won't shut up. That's true. It feels like the media, even if like the public is kind of like, it feels like the media is forcing you to like care a lot. I hope this doesn't sound disrespectful because I don't mean it like care like disrespectfully, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It just feels like, I mean, that's listen, my other question was like, why would it take, let me go back to that picture. Why would it take, so technically we're on week 2 already. Why would it take 3 weeks? 3 weeks seems crazy. That feels like such a long time. I thought we could have got this in and out in like 4 days. You know? I don't know. You know how sometimes prosecutors use opportunities to um gain notoriety and publicity off cases. I'm low key like, why 3 weeks feels like a lot. Uh did not care. I feel you. I only pause Lindsay. If you're watching Lindsay, listen, you don't listen. I get it. You can go back to Lindsay because the prosecution rests today in Lindsay Clancy and the defense is up. And I got a lot of questions. I'm so curious who the defense is going to put up in that case. So you can don't you can feel bad. You don't have to feel bad. I don't feel offended if you don't care about this one and go back to Lindsay. What is the exhibit F? So again, this is my last one, but I was exhibit F in the YSL trial. And so I made a notebook that had it because I interviewed Doug Weinstein early on. And so the prosecutors in that case submitted a motion asking for there to be a gag order. And as a part of that motion, they listed a number of like media interviews that the lawyers had done and just things that had kind of been coming out. And I was exhibit F. Well, my interview was one of the reasons they were saying there should be a gag order. And so I made a note. Notebook. Thank you for this, Mel. And yes, we care. Tupac deserves justice. I agree with that. And he wrote the book like OJ. That's also why I'm like, we know it happened. But I hope that didn't come across as disrespectful. He definitely deserves justice. Do we have a possible witness list? I don't know if one was out. There was like rumblings, but I'm like, Sugar's not testifying. I don't know that. I don't anticipate there being a bunch of like splashy, you know. But what do I know? I'm not a lawyer. I could be wrong. I don't think Sugar's really gonna testify. I just don't believe that. But I have been wrong before, honey. I have been wrong before. Oh, let me put the let's put the seal back up. So we have it up. Did I just exit out of it? Okay. Oh, I see you. Okay. I don't think if you let me if you want this notebook, you can have this notebook. You can purchase it. It's my very last one. You can get the last one that I found actually because I think I took them down off the website because I'm pretty sure I thought I was out. So it just has a bunch of quotes from the YSL trial, if you remember that one. I did read that let me see. Literally my position right now. I just came to see if this was a live update on the Clancy case in the midst of catching up on that one. Not that this isn't important to. No, I understand. But I am curious if you covered the case of the Black mother accused of abusing her son, who was found to have laceration on his liver leading to his death. I can't remember the name right now. I'm not familiar with that case. So I definitely didn't cover it because I don't even know. I can't even point you to what that one is. Let's see. You know what? I think did I put in Patreon the script? Because we could. Okay. If you want it right now, I'm going to do it right now. Come on, you studying for the LSAT. I love it. Let me see if I can look up. Did I post the Duane Davis Keefe D interview? Did I post the police interview in Patreon? Because if I did, that's a quick way for me to go to the case, the docket. We're about 9 minutes away. I just don't feel like doing like the general search. But if I have that document, it's like the quickest way. Yes. Come on, Spellman. Spellman, sis. Oops. Let's go to Duane David. Although I need my computer. I'm going to grab my computer just because while we have 8 minutes, we could be looking at that while we wait. So give me a second. Let me grab that. You didn't miss anything. The trial doesn't start until 9:30 PST. It's only 9:23. So you got seconds. And somebody from my Patreon, Coretta, is at the courthouse in the courtroom. She got in. So believe me, we're not missing anything. She would be filling me in if anything was happening that we were missing. Let me find this. Okay. So let's go to see what we can find. That's the latest. District Court. District Criminal. Oh, first of all, this captcha HXE. Is that a O? JJ. I can't see, apparently. Okay. Two, two, three. Well, that's not working. All right. Oh, sorry. I still got this up. I can't. I'm trying to get into the file, but my gosh. Sorry if you can hear this. It's probably annoying. I was just trying to look up the latest document, but it's annoying me. Okay, I'm missing something. Well, I can't I was trying to look up the docket, but for some reason it's giving me problems. So in the meantime, I kind of did this on the latest episode of my podcast, but while we wait, I will. Pull it up 1 second. I think the biggest thing that's going to be hardest to fight against is um, the book. So there's a book that was written, and one of the things that the prosecutors are saying is that even though Duane Davis didn't write the book himself, uh, actually, hold on. Oh no, this says, hold on, let me tell you what this says. Let's just read CNN. The recap I'm going to do will be after openings. But let me just put this up. Okay. Duane Davis, who goes by QPD, obviously wrote a tell all book in 2019 laying out his role in the fatal shooting of hip hop legend Tupac Shakur. That book is going to be used in the trial. The book, Compton Street Legend, opens in Las Vegas on the night of September 7th, 96, with a play by play account of his plan to confront Tupac and Death Row Records CEO Suge Knight in retaliation for an earlier fight. Davis wrote that he got a gun, hopped in a Cadillac with three others, and drove around looking for the pair. They spotted Tupac in a car and then pulled up next to it, he wrote. No words exchanged. The time for talking had passed. This was about to go down. Why would he write that? That version of events now represents the key evidence against Davis as he prepares to stand trial in one of America's most notorious unsolved murders. Prosecutors say Davis was the shot caller of the group that fatally shot Tupac and wounded Knight in 96 and is the only person among them still alive. That's why I'm so confused because so many people are dead. The prosecution's case is largely built on the defendant's own words, including his book, podcast, and documentary interviews and statements to police. The jury will not have a murder weapon, getaway vehicle, or surveillance video of the shooting, but they'll have his statements. That's kind of why I was saying, like, how is this how is this trial really going to go? Obviously, not that they won't have a ton to present, but like it's going to be I feel like it's gonna feel like an old school trial. It's old. It happened 30 years ago. So I feel like that's how this one is going to feel. I feel like it's gonna be a little like slower. In this case, almost all of the evidence the state will seek to introduce will be to establish the credibility of defendant's various accounts of his role in the killing. I'm trying to get to the filing. He's pleaded not guilty to murder with the use of a deadly weapon. Since his arrest, he said his prior statements were false and just an attempt to sell books, and he has blamed his co author for inserting false information. So the co author is definitely going to take the stand, which apparently, well, I don't know if this will come out. I don't know if I should say it because I got the information from someone else, but I heard that the co author has like an actual profession that's like completely separate than like this world. We'll see. I'm sure the co-author will testify. This all creates an unusual dynamic. Legal experts also haven't Googled to see if it's like widely known information. It could be. Prosecutors are set to argue the accused murderer is credible and trustworthy, while defense attorneys will deride their clients as a liar and a fraud, which is really interesting because even in the one of the, I think this is it. So a long time ago, this was in 24. This is after he was first arrested. When he was first arrested, obviously he filed for bond. And so this was the prosecutors opposing him getting bond. Let me check the feed. We're not missing. Oh, wait. We got a feed. Okay. No sound yet, but I just want to make sure we don't miss nothing. Well, I didn't mean yes. Peach is saying that's normal. My old coworker is an electric engineer and has authored 4 sci-fi books. I didn't mean that. Um, that let me see if who is the co-author's name so I can just see if it's out there. Oh, but you know what? The name I think it's their pen name. Okay.
We now have Mr. Davis. He's present in custody with Mr. Sam. Anything we need to address outside the presence of the jury from either party?
Nothing from the state. I just want to make sure I have that issue with regards to the Discovery Commissioner. I just want to make sure. I think it's at 12:30.
We had moved it for that, so we'll plan on stopping in time for you to get to that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and you were able to talk to Commissioner Gans and get that all straightened out?
Not directly, but through my office, yes.
Okay, excellent. Perfect.
Thank you.
And I guess, Your Honor, I think it was mentioned during jury selection, but at this point, I think both parties would be invoking the exclusionary rule.
Okay, so if we have anyone present in the courtroom who's on the witness list, you do need to step out at this time until you're allowed to come back in. Additionally, for everybody who's here as in the audience, obviously we're in court, so I expect that there'll be no outbursts or speaking audibly that the jury can hear. Otherwise, we might have to remove you. Additionally, if you guys could all check and make sure that your cell phones are turned off or are at least on silent so that we don't have any distractions while we get going.
Your Honor, with regards to the exclusionary order, because of the fact that this is being broadcast, are we instructing as well witnesses to not be watching the broadcast prior to their testimony as well?
Great point. Yes.
Okay.
Anything further? All right. Let's bring in the jury.
Here's Coretta. You guys see Coretta?
Stand for the jury.
Okay, you may, did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn, so if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. You may be seated.
All right, thank you, Jessica, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Plall, are you ready to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. That attack was captured on video. Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Duane Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Duane Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Duane Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Duane Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996, on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of death row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts on behalf of Suge Knight. But death row in the mid-1990s, record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies and critically acclaimed roles. He has at times been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Duane Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood, Duane Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And he moves up in the world of gangs by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was his nephew and also a highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name, Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Duane Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Duane Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Duane Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Duane Keefe D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west. Particularly to ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips and escalated it. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Piru associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that Baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a Death Row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the death row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again, this time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the Death Row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened at the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson is on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit the MGM. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Duane Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Sullivan fight, he got them through a scalper. So everybody that came with Duane Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was at that time by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Duane Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Duane Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Duane Davis would later describe himself in the secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal task force. And we'll talk about that interview and the circumstances surrounding that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So what we learn is that Duane Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew. And frankly, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Duane Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for in gang culture. He is going to organize a retaliation that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was the connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a gun.
Okay, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right then? You tell Zip, hey, we're going to go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, like, if y'all want us to come, like, you know what I'm going to do? They was telling us that they're going to get 66 Scoop Club.
Who said that?
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody. You know,
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Does she tell
it
you?
was in the lobby, but I've been in the lobby.
Did you ask her? Do you have one or just tells you, yeah, I got one?
Yeah, that's when they asked me, do we need some help? I said, yeah, okay, cool.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
So later, Duane Davis organizes 2 vehicles to go over to the 662 Club. Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin, and then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac. And you'll hear the Death Row Medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went out to the 626 Club. They didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes. They didn't show up. So it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van. They had to jump in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Duane Davis say is he got out of the van and goes into the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM Grand. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Duane Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And Duane Davis himself, KBD, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Duane Davis explains the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. It's a little bit story right there. Then we came up Harlem at the Las Vegas Boulevard. And shit. Here they come that BMW and Jay Carter. And Ross, Tupac! I was like, there you go. Made a U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. Just on the U-turn. It was in a little lane. We just pulled up on the side and checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac, he gave us another way. Otherwise, they would have gone away. He all had nothing. What you want to do? They would have bitch. And he go.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys are in the car. Have you already handed the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to pull on my side. You know, that's one of them that going to the out for him. You know, he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting a blast if you had to, or you were just?
Yeah, we would have been on my side all the way.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat.
Yeah.
You can hear me.
I gave it to Dre. Dre was like, no. And I ain't like, dude, fuck.
So what you hear Duane Davis say, admit, is that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662, Duane Davis, along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, decide to make a U-turn, confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Duane Davis has the firearm. It's a firearm he got from Eric Von Zip Martin, and then he passes it to the back. Duane Davis says that if they were on his side, if Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. But because they were on the other side, he handed it to DeAndre Smith. DeAndre Smith, according to Duane Davis, did not want to shoot at that time, so Orlando Anderson shot into that car. Duane Davis explains this over and over again.
Literally, on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you. Are you nervous?
I just know he does something to say, you know.
When he looks over at you, and then Tupac's busy getting shot, and then the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
In the
of
back seat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside
He
that
jumped
car?
in. I see the bullet going through. Yeah, I thought he was dead. He was straight or something in the head or something.
A piece of glass went into his neck right here.
And he had the thing in the head.
A little gray.
I thought he was dead.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you guys stop the two girls? Did both stop the car and let them get off?
Yeah. And we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said, why you cool, let off.
Yeah. We made the right and some broad Seabury was homeless. Stupid bitches. We shot their window around and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what should we?
Nothing. He couldn't really duck because he was too big, you know. Yeah.
One other thing Duane Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac Shakur is that there's a car full of women. I think he calls them broads at one point. Car full of women who are there as well. And you're going to hear from one of them. And what she's going to tell you is that she disagrees slightly with Mr. Davis's rendition of facts. They were, in fact, communicating with Suge at Tupac's car, but they weren't talking to Tupac, they were talking to Suge. And what she says is she hears gunshots, she sees the white Cadillac flee, and then what Duane Davis interprets as them chasing her, she'll tell you is them just panicking and trying to get away. But she will say they inadvertently follow Duane Davis and the other people in the white car as they are fleeing. After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrive, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries. And within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the police knew and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder. And the war that follows at Compton is a bloody one. You'll hear that Mob Piru and Southside Crip members start shooting at each other. Within 10 days, 3 people are killed. A number of people are shot, including an 11-year-old girl. And what you'll also learn is that none of those cases were prosecuted. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context of this, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Duane Davis. You're going to hear from 1998 to 2023, Duane Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible. Then in 1999, Davis speaks to the FBI again. And these aren't interviews that are focused on the Tupac Shakur murder. These are interviews regarding drug transactions and drug trafficking. But he does say that Tupac does come up, and Duane Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. Says he wasn't involved, but he was mad about the fact that Orlando Anderson was beaten, and that his plan was to handle it in Compton had Tupac survived. Then in 2008, the interview of clips we've heard today, in a secret interview with the federal task force, Davis admits to his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And we do need to talk a little bit about this 2008 federal task force. Because what this task force is investigating is not the murder of Tupac Shakur. What this task force is investigating is another rapper's murder. A rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, somebody who is known as Biggie Smalls, so the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace got murdered 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed. And there was some allegation that the LAPD might have been involved. So a federal task force was formed to determine what happened to Christopher Wallace. And the interesting thing about the murder of Christopher Wallace is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Duane Davis. Christopher Wallace there was a suspect vehicle that involved a Chevy SS Impala, and Duane Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of that, the task force decides, well, let's look at Duane Davis. And the thing we know about Duane Davis is that he trafficked narcotics. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Duane Davis. And as a result, Duane Davis now has a case, a big trafficking case. And so the federal task force approaches Duane Davis and his attorney, and they say, hey, look, we want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. And what Duane Davis says is, I don't have any information about that thing, but I can tell you about what we did. I can tell you about Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that about his involvement, what you've heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly reported and released later. In 2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities that he actually flies out to New York to try and get Zip Martin to implicate himself in the Tupac Shakur murder. Zip Martin at that time was dying of cancer, was out of the game, and really did not engage with Duane Davis. In 2009, though, Duane Davis gives an interview to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan Long. Now, Duane Davis is more guarded in that interview. It is a different setting than the interview of 2008. It's not a secret proffer agreement. But Duane Davis does admit a number of things. That he was in Las Vegas, that he was mad about Orlando Anderson getting beat, that he was the boss, that he was in the white Cadillac, and that he procured the firearm that ultimately killed Tupac Shakur. Then, in 2011, the landscape changes. Because in 2011, Greg Kading, the guy who was leading the task force in 2008, the guy who organized the secret proffer between Duane Davis and the federal task force, he leaves law enforcement and decides he's going to publish a book about his investigation into Biggie Smalls, the guy who was killed 6 months after Tupac, and Tupac Shakur. And what he puts in the book is that Duane Davis confessed to the murder of Tupac Shakur. The book tells the story about his admission, about himself, but it also tells the story of Duane Davis telling about his nephew's involvement in the murder, about Big Dre's involvement in the murder, about Terrence Brown's involvement in the murder. And this is a problem for Duane Davis, because that meeting was supposed to be secret. And now his cooperation with federal authorities is open to the world. Not only that, Greg Kading is now profiting off Duane Davis's life story. So, in 2017, Duane Davis decides to go public. He's approached by the producers of a show called Death Row Chronicles that appears on BET. And this is just a small portion of what he says is his motivation for appearing.
When I went in TV days, I was often team creative drug dealer. I'm the only one alive that really can tell you the story about the Tupac Shakur. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now is the truth.
Duane Davis says, all I want to do now is tell the truth. And in the 2017 public interview, he's a little evasive, but he admits to being the boss. He admits to being in the white Cadillac. And he admits to be part of the murder of Tupac Shakur. And when he says he's the only person that can tell what happened, he's right. Because by 2017, Terrence Brown is deceased. DeAndre Smith is deceased. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is deceased. Terrence Brown was murdered in an unrelated incident. Orlando Anderson was murdered in an unrelated incident. And DeAndre Smith died from health issues. Remarkably, in 2019, Duane Davis then decides he's going to publish his own book. And with regards to the book, it is certainly a lot of self-aggrandizement. But again, the core remains. He was mad about Orlando Anderson about the beating of Orlando Anderson, his nephew. He was in Las Vegas. He got the gun. He was in the white Cadillac, and he handed the gun to the shooters. And what you'll notice is a constant thing that always goes through these statements is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur for putting hands on his nephew. In the book, he says, them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass. Then, Duane Davis decides that he's going to do public interviews regarding his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
So you ended up getting in the car with Baby Lane and them? Yeah, the car was on, yeah. We ran into them, went to the light on the sunset and Domingo, and dude, we acted like he was in a parade or something, and that BMW hanging out with us, hey, it's Tupac, it's Tupac. And them bitches, shit, they was hollering for him. Yeah, they were that motherfucker. They came up on the side of him. Oh, shit.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna play it again. But why he really upset that them girls were like, Tupac? He's very upset about it. This man has said it in every interview that the girls were screaming Tupac's name, and he is upset about it. Also, these glasses are sending me. Okay, I'm not gonna talk a lot. I'm sorry. I just had to get that out.
Davis's public admissions mirror his private life. He admits to being a leader of Southside Crips. He admits to the significance of the fight over the death row chain at the Lakewood Mall. He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Suge, first going to 662. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zip Martin for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changing directions, making that U-turn to confront Tupac and Suge. He admits to putting the gun he obtained that night in the back seat of the vehicle so the shooters could shoot. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur.
He didn't, my nephew never jumped over fucking Tupac. Come on, man. Tupac was wrong with two motherfucking shoes. I mean, don't you think he was wrong? Honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think he could have, reacted in a better way.
You listen, you don't think that man is wrong?
He could have reacted in a better way, I guess.
I'm talking, Vlad is fucking biggest fan. He admitted that man is wrong, man.
He was wrong, man. But that was only done out of loyalty, man.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. He never jumped, my nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew. A kid, man. My nephew was a fucking kid. He was a grown ass man, you know? You know what I'm saying? He was a fucking kid, dude. That's why he had on the channel. He's a fucking kid, dude. You know what I'm saying? They was wrong. My nephew never jumped over him. They jumped on my nephew. My nephew didn't throw a punch, you know? Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
And this anger is not just demonstrated publicly, but you will hear as recently as 2024, privately, in a conversation with his son, he talks about his feelings about Tupac Shakur. Nearly 30 years after the murder. "28 years later, that is the visceral anger that Duane Davis had for Tupac Shakur. It did it in 2.5 hours. He took care of what he thought was the proper response. And 28 years later, he still is angry about what Tupac did. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur publicly, on camera, participated in a humiliating beating of Duane Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. Duane Davis knew that in his world, that required a response. And over the years, in private interviews and public statements, and even in private calls, Duane Davis has repeatedly told us over and over again about the anger he felt and his own role in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, we're going to ask you to finally hold Duane Davis accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Stamps, do you wish to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Wait a second.
Of course, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
He's gonna get up there and say,
Yeah.
guys, my client is a liar. Don't believe anything he has to say. He just lies. That's gonna be his.
You got it, or do you want IT to assist you?
Good morning. We spent a lot of time, I think, when we were picking a jury to determine who would be the right jurors for a case like this. Obviously, we want people who are going to reserve judgment until the end, but really look at the evidence with a critical eye. Now, what the state has just told you what they believe to be the evidence in this case. But really, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself if what they're saying is really truth or fiction. Fact or fiction? I don't know if some of you recall, but I had asked the question specifically about what you were holding in your hands. And right now, for instance, you're all holding notepads and pens. That would be a fact, right? And in this case, for instance, I had asked before about the idea of, I can just do this, right? Microphone. I'd asked some of you if that microphone was buried and dug up 30 years from now, would it still be a microphone? The answer is yes. And the reason why that's important is because in this case, what they are telling you, they're representing it to be a fact when it really is fiction. And it's up to you to determine what the facts are in this case. Now, I'm going to give you a timeline here for you to understand just a little bit of how this is going to work, because there's so much evidence in this case that we have to sort of compartmentalize some things. And what I've done is really just sort of focused on the 3 detectives that work this file from beginning to now. First detective you will hear about is Detective Becker. He works the file. He's the original detective on the scene. Detective Long takes over the case for about 15 years or so. And then it ends with Detective Mogg, who presents this to the grand jury in 2023. But why this timeline is relevant is because you have to see the span of time for yourself. 30 years. And ask yourself this, what facts do they have after 30 years? Now, Detective Becker does what every homicide detective does when he arrives on scene. He's assigned to the case. He starts his investigation. At that particular time, though, Tupac Shakur was not dead. He was critically injured. He was at UMC. And it isn't until 6 days later that he passes away. But Detective Becker starts his initial investigation because it's pretty serious, and as a result, he just takes over the investigation. What he will testify to is that Flamingo Pole on a Saturday night in the middle of a fight between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon, it was very busy when he arrived. And he arrived at a time where he was able to determine cartridge casings, 40 caliber, that was found at the scene. That's another fact for you. But at some point they're going to learn, he learns that potentially it was a Glock 40 that was the actual firearm that was used in this case. And then when crime scene analysts arrive on scene, they document the evidence. And they document the cars. That will be important, and you'll determine at some point why the cars are documented. And with regard to Detective Becker, what he'll tell you is police officers write reports. Critical. Hugely important. Why? Because at some point in the future, like in this case, 30 years later, Detective Becker will not remember details like he would if he had what? His report in front of him. And that's going to be important for you to consider in this case. Now, what Detective Becker does, though, is because of the outcry, the attention, the media focus on this case, he took his file and he secured it in his office under lock and key. Because he was worried about leaks in Metro, leaking information out to the public, because so many people wanted to know answers to the question as to what happened and who did this to Tupac Shakur. Now, what you're going to find is, when Detective Becker testifies in this case, that a lot of his reports are now missing. They're gone. Which is Metro's responsibility to hold and to pass on to the next detective, and then finally to the next detective. Now, Detective Becker also did not trust Compton PD. Why is that important in this case? Because there's an individual by the name of Reggie Wright Sr. He was a lieutenant working in Compton in charge of the gangs in Compton in terms of investigations. His son is Reggie Wright Jr. He was the head of security for Death Row Records, the same security that was here in Las Vegas on the 9th of September 7th, 1996. Death Row Records was affiliated with Mob Pyru Blood, and Detectives Ladd and Brennan from Compton answered directly to Reggie Wright Sr. Becker did not trust Compton PD. And the one thing that he really didn't trust is that most of their information came from confidential informants that were not reliable. And he'll tell you that. And because of his intuition, Compton PD was shut down in September of 2000 due to internal corruption. They just evaporated that police department, and the sheriff's department for LA County absorbed the responsibilities for the police department in Compton because of the corruption that was there. Now, what facts, right? Just like the pads of paper that you have in your hand and the pens that you have in your hand, what facts can we determine from Detective Becker's efforts? First and foremost, we know that Tupac was shot multiple times. That's a fact. That can be proven. We know that it was with a .40 caliber firearm. That's a fact, due to the cartridge casings. On the corner of Flamingo and Cobalt. That's also a fact, right? We're on board so far? We know the date, September 7th, 1996. That is a fact. At 11:17 p.m., we know that to be a fact as well. And then finally, that he was in a vehicle during rush of night, and that Tupac died 6 days later. Those are facts that will not be refuted by anybody in this courtroom during the time that we spend together. But here's the one thing. There are no facts to point to Keefe. Not one. You're going to hear about this over and over and over again. No facts like the microphone in your hand or the pad of paper that you have that you write on. Detective Long takes over the case in 2002, and he has it from 2002 to 2017. He was, interestingly enough, on the gang unit, and at the time of the shooting, he was in gangs, and he had been one of the first to arrive on scene. He will testify and tell you that every time he did something on this file, he wrote a report. Because that's important. That's what you do as a police officer. And he conducted follow-up interviews, and he made some travel to Compton. He will tell you those things. That's his role in all of this. But here's the thing. Detective Long also encountered some challenges in this case. They had to hide the case file with Metro because people were still accessing the file in Metro, and they weren't authorized to do so. So they changed the case number so that people couldn't find the file. In addition to that, what you're going to learn is LAPD reached out to them, called them up and said, hey, Detective Long, we have the gun. And we've tested it, and it matches back to what you're looking for in terms of the weapon that killed Tupac Shakur. Detective Long goes to LAPD, gets the gun, transports it back, gets it tested, and it comes out as not a match. LAPD tells him after, we gave you a fake gun to test you out. This is the level of, I don't know how to put it, that was going on during this time period between Metro, LAPD, and Compton. This is what's happening during this time period. Leads, according to Detective Long, became very scarce and stale, meaning that it was just taking a long time for him to follow up with people. Witnesses became unavailable. Why do you think that is? Because of time. So as a result, memories started failing because of that time. So Detective Long had these challenges. But here's what Detective Long does. He interviews Keefe in 2009. Sits him down, has an interview with Keefe, just like the state said. And guess what happens? Detective Long doesn't even know that Keefe had actually spoken to a task force the year before. How is that possible? Metro is the agency responsible for the investigation of Tupac Shakur's murder, and they don't even know about this. No one in that room in 2008 told Detective Long or Metro what was going on. And you know who was in the room in 2008? You had FBI in the room. You had the DEA in the room. You had LAPD in the room. You had the United States Attorney for the Central District of California in that room. And Detective Long does not know about any of that. What you will also learn is out of all those people in that room, not one person verifies what TPP tells them. That the FBI, the gold standard of investigation in our country, did not go out and follow up on what was said. Now, one of the things the state showed you was a picture of a car and indicated there was 4 individuals in that car. And he tell you that at some point, 3 of those individuals are dead and Keefe is the only one that's remaining. But at the time that he gives his statement to the task force in 2008, there's another individual that's still alive. They never interviewed that individual to verify if that information was true. Why not? Because the FBI just fell asleep, that the LAPD just didn't care. Keefe was never charged for any of what he said during that time period. And it's because they knew he was full of crap. Otherwise they would have. Why wouldn't they? When Detective Long comes back to Las Vegas, he goes and he talks it over with the Clark County District Attorney's Office. You know what happened then? They didn't charge the case either. In 2009. Ask yourself the reason why that is. It's because they just didn't care about Tupac Shakur or his life? Or is it because they looked into it and realized we can't verify this information, we don't believe this to be true? Why would the Clark County District Attorney's Office not charge it in 2009? Now, what facts do we get out of Detective Long based upon what he did for those 15 years? We don't have any facts. Outside of statements made allegedly by TPD and other people, we don't have anything to verify any of that information. Not one single thing to corroborate the statements made by that man in 2008 or 2009. Not only by Metro, but by the FBI, by LAPD, by the DEA, by the United States Attorney's Office. No one corroborates any of this. So 2017 comes along, and an entity called the Center of Investigative Reporting, they file what's called a FOIA request with Metro. And what that means is FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act. It allows or requires government agencies to give up information if you ask for it. That's the goal. It's to be transparent. And people wanted to know what was going on with the murder files. This is 2017. This is years after any of the statements that were made and anything else. Where's the investigation? What's going on? Well, Metro said, no, we're not going to give it to you. So in 2018, the Senate turns around and files a lawsuit against Metro to force them to give them the file, to show them what work had you been doing over, at that particular point, I don't know, what's that, 20 years? That's when Detective Mogg enters the picture. What you will learn is that Detective Mogg basically says, I'm here just to close out the case. He's not here to solve the mystery of who killed Tupac. So with everything you have in front of you that you're now hearing for the first time in terms of the statements that were made in 2008, 1998, 1990, whatever, Detective Mogg comes along and says, I'm just here to close out the case. That's his role. And what you're going to learn is Detective Mogg received a copy of what's called the Death Row Chronicles in 2018. It's not a deposition. It's not testimony under oath. It's edited and it's done for extreme purposes. He receives a copy of it. You know what happens when he receives that copy of the interviews that the state has basically shown you in this case? No charges filed. Why? So, Keefe writes a book, allegedly. Right? Allegedly, he writes this book called Conference Tree Legend in 2019. You know what happened with the book? Right? Even he confesses to it. What you find is no charges filed. What is going on? District Attorney's Office doesn't want to charge the case. No charges filed when the interview happens. No charges are filed when the book is written. What is going on? 5 years goes by. And nothing is going on with the case. But Detective Mogg says he's closing it out. Detective Mogg turns around and applies for what's called a search warrant. Now, what a search warrant is that in July of 2023, around that time period, a search warrant requires a police officer to get permission from a judge to basically violate the sanctity and privacy of your home. Right? There's got to be legal reasons for it. He's got to go through that process, and he's got to ask permission from a judge in order for him to get that. And what he does in that search warrant application is he assures the judge, hey, what we are looking for is in the home. The thing that's going to help us solve this crime, who killed Tupac, is in the home. And he signs an affidavit, and that's important. I want you to remember this. He signs an affidavit attesting to what he's saying to this judge to be true and correct. What he says is, I think we have evidence in Keefe D's home that will solve the murder of Tupac. So up until this point, they've got all these statements, they can't be corroborated. So now they're saying, we have evidence in this home that we think probably is in the home. And as a result, we're going to find this evidence that's going to help us solve this case. What I'm going to tell you right now is that they don't find it. And in the meantime, Detective Mogg retires. He now becomes Mr. Mogg. And Mr. Mogg goes to the grand jury. And in the grand jury, it's a secret proceeding. We're not there. The defense, isn't sitting like we are here. It's just the prosecutors. There's a panel of people called the grand jurors, and you have people come up and they testify under oath. And there's really no way for the defense to challenge any of it because it's done in secret. We don't really know about it. But in this particular case, Mr. Mogg is sworn to testify truthfully. And you know what Mr. Mogg does? He just reads pages of the book into the record. He doesn't do any more in terms of an investigation than read pages of a book into the record. He never documents in any of his efforts any verification of the book before he reads it into the record. He walks up, gets on the stand and reads the book as if it's the gospel truth. And that's what he does. He treats that book like it's fact. Now, what you're going to find out about Mr. Mogg is that he never wrote a report. So when he took over the case in 2017, all the way up until when he retired in 2023 and was in front of the grand jury, he never wrote a report. Not one time. Not like Detective Becker and not like Detective Long. And not like any other police officer who does their job. This man never writes a report. In fact, what happens is he transitions, right? He's a Metro detective, he retires, and then he gets a job working as an independent contractor for the district attorney's office as an investigator. And as an investigator, he doesn't have any police power. He continues to work as a lead detective on this case. Even though the procedure is you hand your file and your officer's report to the next detective in line. That's how this works. But he keeps the file for himself and he starts billing against the file after he retires as a detective at Metro. Because now he's an independent contractor. That's important to know. Why is that important? Because what the evidence is going to show you is that he backloaded his work. And when he finally writes a report, it's not an officer's report, it's an investigative report that spans from 2018 to current, and we just received it about 5 weeks ago. The importance of capturing everything you do, the accuracy that you would need to be able to be in court on a murder case, not some type of, college paper that you forgot to do and then the last second just put something together and, get it out the door. Mr. Mogg does not do any of that. That's going to be important later for you to consider. Because according to that report that he submitted 5 weeks ago or so, he never verified the book. According to that report, he never investigated any of the alternate theories that were out there, and you're going to hear about those alternate theories. There are people who have developed over time answers to the question, who did this and why? He never looked into any of it. Which I think, at the end of the day, don't you want to see what's out there to help you with your investigation? And according to his report, he did more on the case after he became an investigator than he did before when he was a detective. What I'm going to tell you right now is what you're going to find when you listen to all the evidence, that his work was biased, sloppy, and incomplete. Those are the three things you're going to determine for Mr. Mogg. Now, because of the fact that in terms of the evidence itself, he doesn't have much, the state's going to lean pretty heavily on their witnesses. I'm going to give you a sampling of the type of people you're going to run across in this trial based upon their witness list in this case. First person is this guy named Reggie Wright Jr. He's the security company for Death Row Records. And what he is a felon. Second of all, you're also notified that he's a former Compton police officer. He worked for Compton PD for about 5 years, and apparently he got disabled. At some point, he becomes a felon. You're going to learn about that. And his father, like I said before earlier, Reggie Wright Sr. was the head of the Compton PD gang. What you're also going to learn about Reggie is that, once again, he was supposed to be protecting Suge Knight. Where was he the night of the shooting? In addition to that, he orders his security team to not carry firearms the night of the shooting, before the shooting took place. What you're also going to learn is he wasn't even around when the shooting occurred. So the principal, meaning the person he should have been protecting the most, would have been Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records. This man was nowhere to be found. He was sitting at a club called 662 down the street, waiting for Suge to show up, while he left his people that were working for him unarmed in the vehicles behind Suge Knight. And when push comes to shove, he orders his people to lie to police during their investigation. That's going to be called by that. That guy's going to be called by that. In addition to that, when everything was said and done, Suge Knight went to prison because he was not supposed to be in a fight in Las Vegas. He violates his release. Guess who takes over Capitol Records? Reggie Wright Jr. Now, the state is also going to bring in other people with unreliable positions, including criminal histories, financial motivations, and inconsistent statements. That are the people and the quality of the evidence that you're going to listen to in this case. Just to give you another example, there's going to be an individual by the name of Devonta Dirt Rockley. Who is he? He's been a paid informant for years. You're going to hear that they have paid him to be an informant. He will, of course, say whatever he needs to say to avoid his own criminal actions, but his testimony will be inconsistent. And that's what you have to really rely on. Is what exactly is he going to say, and can you even believe it? In addition to that, you're also going to learn about a disgraced LAPD detective by the name of Greg Kading. The state told you about him. He wrote a book. He benefited off of what was happening with regards to Keithy. Now, Greg Kading, he stole the file. What you're going to learn is he actually stole the file. He took the Tupac and the Biggie case files and walked out the door. This is an LAPD detective that they are using, or one of the people that they're going to be focusing on to establish their case. He writes the book, and then he holds himself out as the person who solves the murder. That's Greg Kading. That's the LAPD detective. Now, what you're also going to learn is Greg Kading, when he was a detective with LAPD, was basically caught manipulating witnesses. And because he was caught manipulating witnesses, it led to cases being overturned as a result. There was a court finding on this issue. A judge determined that. And there we go. That's Greg Kading. That's a witness in this case from that. Now, your challenges, right? I mean, gosh, we're sitting here, there's cameras in the room. I mean, things going on. But it's really time. Like, how do you, as jurors, try to figure out time on this case? There's been so much time. Delays. By who, though? And there's corruption. How do you look at your information that you're receiving with anything more than just like skepticism? Like, you're going to look at this stuff and be like, well, I mean, you have a motive to lie. You have a motive to tell or deceive. And it's because at the end of the day, there's not actual facts. When you get past all the talk and me talking, just look at the actual facts. What facts do you have to support any of what KPD said or any of his interviews or in the book? When you look at this relevant timeline again, and you see the length of time, ask yourself, what facts do they have to even put KPD in a car in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996? What facts? When you look at the video that happened at the MGM, look for them. Try to find them in there. Try to find any of the other individuals. Remember, he said there's 3 individuals in the car with him and Orlando Anderson. Orlando's in the video because he's getting beat up. Find any of those other individuals on the videos of the MGM. Look for evidence that shows that KPD was even in Las Vegas on the night of the fight. Receipts, credit cards, a picture of him standing next to somebody else, maybe watching the fight from another casino. Something. Give me something. In the book, you're going to learn that KPD says that he was at the fight. He was sitting on the second row. He was sitting with all the celebrities, and he's dressed in his finest gear. There's not one iota of proof that he was ever at that fight. But you know who does show an iota of proof that he was at the fight? Suge Knight. Suge Knight was raided, and at some point, there is a ticket stub to that fight, the Tyson versus Selden fight with Suge Knight's possession. Because he went to the fight. And you would think, a fight like this, you want to show everyone that you were at the fight. There's no evidence at all that man was even at the fight. When we take fact versus fiction, really at the end of the day, what you're going to hear from witnesses that will testify to this is that KPD was known to do this. That's the testimony you're going to hear in this case. That's what you're going to hear about that man right there. And so you have to ask yourself the question, if I just say things, is that going to end up being one of those things where I'm going to be headed up for a murder if I just keep repeating that fiction? I keep repeating that? The answer is no. You have to corroborate everything I say in order for it to be true. Otherwise, it's just that, warfare. And at the end of all the time we spend together, what you're going to find is that the state cannot prove to you beyond reasonable doubt the claim that Keefe had anything to do with a first-degree murder with use of deadly weapon. There's no facts to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandwood. State, at this time, are you prepared to proceed with the case in chief, or did you need a brief break?
Just need a break to bring the evidence in, so maybe give the jury a few minutes.
Sure, we can do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take a 15-minute break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Is there anything we need to address outside the presence?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are just going to work on marking those exhibits so it goes a little smoother.
I was going to bring the box in. We've already given our list and marked, and then I just need to grab the exhibits for the witnesses today.
Sounds good. All right. And then we'll give you about an hour, or when we return about an hour and 15 before we have a break.
We're still on the record, so everybody still needs to remain quiet.
I have to stop at 12:15.
No, I'm just saying, we may be done before 12.
Oh, gosh.
Child. Y'all, his defense is literally, I think what Shy said. Listen, our client is a liar, but he's not lying, or he is lying. Their defense is he's a BSer. Now, Blue is saying the police never investigated. I put this case on the same shelf as Karen Reed. I'm going to have an open mind, but my question now, investigators should investigate, and I do believe that we should hold them to that bar. Now, law enforcement, if you're going to say someone committed a crime, you should have to prove it. But also, why did Keefe D go on a press run for years with the same story, basically, about being a part of this? And I believe it's because when he did that first secret interview, right? They referenced the secret interview from 2008. Am I loud as compared to the audio? Sorry if I am. I don't mean to jolt anyone. But I believe I'm early and I'm going to have an open mind. But what happened in that first 2008 interview, right, when the feds were trying to see about the corruption, he was told that he wasn't going to be prosecuted. And then he even posted or said somewhere, I sang because they told me I couldn't be prosecuted. And so it feels like he was under the impression that I'm chilling. And so after he gave that interview with law enforcement and nothing happened, I feel like he was like, oh, I might be really good. I might be really. And then they didn't prosecute him. And then the book came out and he was like, hey, I'm in the clear. They ain't came after me yet. And I already told them what happened. So it's given to me like, it's hard for me to believe that he's lying about his participation in this. Well, that's what I'm exactly. The U.S. Attorney's Office, when he gave this interview in 2008 that he thought would never come out, right? It was because he thought he had immunity. So that to me would give you more credibility. To me, if you believe you're not going to be prosecuted for something, you might be willing to tell the whole thing. You might be willing to give details. That's what it's given. And then what happened is because the book came out, because he did interviews, because he said everything about it is true, that now opens up the original interview because it's all the same. That's how it feels like. If I thought I wouldn't, if my mama was like, tell me the truth, and if you tell me the truth, you're not gonna get in trouble. I do this to my 4-year-old all the time. I'd be like, tell me the truth. If you tell me the truth, you won't get in trouble. And then she'd be like, man, I colored on all the walls. That's what I'm saying. That was Keefe. He was in that interview like, not only did I color on the walls, I got everybody else coloring books too. We was coloring. Like he just was snitching on himself. Was Keefe D getting paid to do these documentary and YouTube videos? Because what was the point? So I read the one that they talked about from, yeah, exactly. It got admitted because he spoke about, he was supposed to shut up. Now what is true is that man talk a lot. He talk a lot. But I do go back to this, Blue, but the state needs the facts to prove a murder. They should be held to prove. But as a regular person, like if I take off my I'm not a lawyer but hat and I'm just like regular people, like forget the I'm not a lawyer but and all that. Boy, you did that. Because why you keep saying you did that? You did it. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Sorry, I was trying to find the part in this. So what I was saying is I have it's always so hard to find it. I hate this. It's because I have read it. The last time I read it was so long ago that I just don't have stuff marked anymore. But basically, right? So this is the 2009 Las Vegas interview that he did. So he did a 2008 one with the feds. He did this Las Vegas one. You see right here, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police surreptitiously recorded interview, right, with Keefe D. And then he just went on to do way more. So this is the 2009 one, and he's talking about the Lakewood Mall, which is what they talked about, and how somebody was there to go to college, but while they were there, there was an issue and a chain. It's so hard to find stuff. Anything you remember, any statements like, F South Side, woo, 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 F the South Side, all that. Yeah. So Marcus was kind of scared. So basically, there's the fight at Lakewood Mall and a chain. Here it is. They said a death row chain. We took the death row chain or something, but we didn't have it. They must have lost it in the mall. Now, it is worth noting that this is in the openings. The prosecutor said that he was a little more subdued in this one, but I mean, the facts are still there. So that's what this death row chain was taken, allegedly, supposedly. And that is like right before the Vegas trip. I don't want to miss the let me go back. I just don't want to miss. Can I go back to this? Hold on. I know she said 15. and we're actually in LA, so the timing will be the same. But what do you mean play? Hey, Coretta's here. Oh, you know what? I need to always give you, let me give you this. In the event, oh, because Coretta was just texting me about the jury makeup too. Coretta, if you, sorry, you were texting me. Okay, so I don't know if you want to do this from your phone, but I'm gonna send you the link if you want to hop on. If not, because it doesn't make sense, then that's okay. I just yeah, they said 5 more minutes, but let me just tell you guys what Coretta was texting me. She was saying that it's a lot of women on the jury. One obvious Black person, a Black man, youngish Black man on the jury. There's one possible Black woman on the jury. There's one white male juror who's in a full suit. Kifi has been quiet. Hard to tell if family is there for either side. There is a well-dressed Black couple sitting behind the prosecutor, and there's a lot of note-taking by the jury. Okay, she's going to see if she can find somewhere quieter. If not, it's okay, because I know how awkward it is to be like in there and all the noise and stuff. But if you can, obviously, cool. But yeah, girl, we saw you. Yeah, come on the ground correspondent. Come on. Not I'm not a lawyer, but expand. We are on the ground reporting. Oh. Okay, hold on.
Hey, ma'am, let me see if you can hear me because it's very echoey.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right, I can hear you too.
Okay. How is it? Tell us, is it packed? It doesn't look too packed, but is it packed, and how is he?
Yeah, so in the courtroom right now, I wouldn't say packed. Like there's a few empty seats. I think they had designated more room for the public than showed up for this first day. So it doesn't feel packed, except, we are sitting right next to each other. So, it's a little squish with everybody having their notebooks and press having their laptops and all that in their laps. But, it feels like there's room that more people could come if they wanted to, especially on the other side of where I'm sitting. I'm sitting behind the defense.
Okay.
So, mhm.
Okay. And then tell us about the jury. You were saying it looks like there is like a youngish Black man, at least.
Yes, that was the only person that I could see that I could clearly say, okay, that's a Black person. He seemed maybe 30s, in his 30s. Kind of felt like, hip hop generation by the way he was dressed, baggy pants, collared shirt, button down shirt, and his hair was in braids or locks. It was hard for me to tell, but they were tied and wrapped. But anyway, he was the only one that was obvious to me that was a Black person. There was another woman who I wasn't sure about, older lady. She may be Hispanic or maybe Afro-Cuban or something, Afro-Latina. I'm not sure. There were a few Asians. I want to say maybe 2 that I could tell. A lot more Hispanic people than Black in terms of people of color. And then everybody else was white. I mean, there's a lot of white women on this jury. I would say is a 4 or 6. Let me look at my notes right quick. Hold on. Let me open my notebook. My notebook that I'm using is my exhibit. My exhibit F here. Let's see what I wrote. Because I was, but from where I'm sitting, sometimes people's heads are behind each other, and so it's hard to see everybody all at once. Okay. I think I wrote that I saw 6 men total, and the rest were women. I think I counted 16, maybe.
Oh, okay. I think that is right. Oh,
yeah. So I think I counted 16 jury members. I counted 6 were men, and then the rest were women is what I counted. But again, I couldn't really see everybody specifically in their face from where I was sitting. So
let me ask one more question because I know you got to go back in.
Yes.
The audio sounds terrible on our end. Is it easier to hear during the openings? Could you hear more clearly what was being said on those clips?
Interesting. Okay. Yes. It's not like they're mic'd up in the courtroom. It's just their regular voices volume that we're hearing. I will say I thought they were talking rather low, but I also am a loud talker. But there wasn't any amplifying that I could hear in the courtroom. I felt like when the judge came in and introduced bringing the jury and she talked at a louder volume than they were. I kind of interpret that as everybody's trying to be reasonable and just like have a conversation with the jury. There was no like real dramatics or antics to me, but I did think that the volume was a little low for me, but
What
I
about
didn't.
audio
Yeah.
clips? What about the clips of like Keefe D that they were playing from like the interview?
Yeah, those were a little hard because depending on how they were recorded, they had a little bit of an echoey situation. Even in the courtroom, it was hard to clearly understand each word being said. And after a couple of times, the prosecutor sort of summarized what you should have heard in the video. But some of them were very clear, but most of them were not that crystal clear. You would need to listen to it again to catch all the words.
Okay. It looks like I can't. It looks like somebody's going back in there. So we don't want you to be late.
Yeah.
So thank you. We'll tap back in later.
All right. Talk to y'all soon.
Yay. This is pretty cool. I'm just saying. Pretty cool that we got somebody on the ground there. Let me make sure we can hear. Just saying. Make sure we're caught up. Shout out to Coretta. Yes, we are in the Gin Pops. We are in the Gin Pops. I'm a little hyped. Okay, so mainly women, more women on the jury than men. We are streaming, live watching day one. I won't be able to be here the whole time because, today I can be here, but I'll just be like setting the stream up. And then obviously Dirk starts on Thursday and Coretta's not able to be there for the entire trial. She's going to do most of this week. And so we kind of wanted to take advantage of her being there and kind of getting her on the ground information live. But Thursday, Dirk starts. So I'll be putting this up so people can watch during the day, but then I'll be at Dirk during the day. And then I'll planning to be kind of
back on record in State versus Davis. Anything we need to address before bringing the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring him in.
Actually looks a lot better than mine. So this is what she looks. Oh, no, it's not that. You don't want what it was. No. This one? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And that's the female that was falling off the stairway, which is why the cops are next to the garage. That's the same person built it. No, it's the female in the corner. And for different people. Oh, okay. Different guy. The handwriting on them. Yeah, well, I guess maybe they get taught how to do that. Yeah, it's like in this class. Yeah, so that's for female architect. All right, who goes off in Southwest is the stolen God's caravan. I see.
Coretta, just while we're Coretta was if you haven't watched the interview I did with her on my podcast, Coretta was an attorney in the military. And so she is well informed and a great person to be able to kind of be a correspondent here for us because she has the legal background. She knows kind of what's going on. She has that knowledge base. So that's the tidbit about her. We love her.
party stipulates to the presence of a jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, State, you may call your first witness.
Gary Dale.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this session shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Gary, Garry. Last name is Dale, Dale.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Giacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in September of 1996, how were you employed?
I was working for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at that time.
And how long did you wind up working for Metro?
25 years total.
September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to a bike team on bicycles on the Strip, Las Vegas Strip area.
Is the uniform similar to the ones they have today where you're wearing the yellow shirts, or were you wearing something different?
Yellow shirts and black pants. I was assigned to a bike team on bicycles on the Strip, Las Vegas Strip area.
Is the uniform similar to the ones they have today where you're wearing the yellow shirts, or were you wearing something different?
Yellow shirts and black pants.
Direct your attention to right around 11 p.m. What part of the Strip were you working?
I was working the little bit further south end, south of Flamingo.
Did you have a partner?
Yes, I did.
What was his name?
Richard Golgart.
While you were working on that area of the Strip, did you cause there to be some sort of car stop of a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the purpose of stopping this vehicle?
I initiated a car stop on a black BMW that had no license plates.
May I approach this?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Proposed Exhibits 1 and 2. Now, there's some obvious markings on here, but these appear to be two aerials of the Las Vegas Valley from generally around the time period of the 2096 area.
Yes, sir.
Accurately reflect kind of the locations that they're describing on there. Flamingo, Harmon.
Yes.
Move to admit 1 and 2, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted. You may publish.
I'm going to start with exhibit number 1. And right next to you, don't click it, but there is a mouse that you can roll around with a pointer. Can you generally tell me where this car stop occurred?
It won't work because you're doing it off of your computer.
I have it plugged in. It works.
There it goes.
So it will work.
Trying to wrap around the boulevard here.
So if I told you that red dot's Harmon and Flamingo, or sorry, Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes, sir. A car stop was right around, I believe it was right around this area.
So just south of Flamingo on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes.
When you approached the vehicle, did you recognize the occupants?
No, I did not.
Why did you stop this vehicle?
It had no license plate on the back.
When you approached the vehicle, did the occupants communicate with you?
Yes.
And did you, at that point, did you learn their identity?
They told me who they were, but just as identifying them, not.
Did you know them?
No, I
When they
didn't.
told you their names?
They told us their names because we asked them their names, but I didn't know them. I had no knowledge of them before that. We ID'd them.
As you sit here today, do you recall who they were?
Yeah, Tupac Shakur and Marion Knight.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you grand jury exhibit number 3. Is that how the two of them appeared to look that evening when you approached them?
Yes.
In particular, Mr. Shakur is wearing or has on a very large gold necklace.
Yes.
Did you talk to him about that necklace?
Yeah, we talked to him for a few minutes out there, and I was just remarked to him, "Wow, man, that's a huge piece of gold," or something like that he had around his neck.
Would you describe your interaction with them as congenial?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask them about the license plate, why their vehicle had no license plate?
Yes, I did.
And what was the response?
They stated that they were filming a video, so they had taken the license plate off because they were filming a video going up and down the strip.
Move to admit 3, Judge.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. No objection, Your Honor.
Admit so admitted, you may publish.
And this large gold medallion is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that interaction with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur end?
We told them that they were going to have to put the plate back on their car, and we warned them and released them.
Did you remain down on the strip, in the strip area after they left that car stop?
Yes, sir.
We'll fast forward about, let's say, 10 minutes later, something unusual happened. What happened?
We were continuing riding on the strip area. We were heading southbound on the boulevard, and we heard some calls come out about a vehicle. Can't remember exactly what was said, but heading up towards Harmon, we saw the vehicle that had been described in the median of the road. It looked like it had run up on the median and was stopped there in the middle of the boulevard.
What do you do when you see that?
We approached the vehicle.
Is he saying median? He said the median. It sounds like the median.
Is it you and Mr. Goldgart? Or Officer
Yes,
Goldgart?
Officer Goldgart and I.
And do you see either of the 2 people that you saw earlier in the vehicle?
Yes.
And who is that?
Marion Knight was outside of the vehicle, walking around, talking, and Tupac Shakur was being removed by EMS people.
As Marion Knight is talking, do you recall anything he's saying?
He was telling us to take care of Tupac Shakur. He had Marion Knight had a chunk of shrapnel or something in his head. He was bleeding, and when I went to talk to him, he was adamant that we needed to go and care for Mr. Shakur.
Did you then go to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then what do you do? What's your responsibility as it relates to Mr. Shakur as the EMT is working on?
I was trying to talk to him to find out what had happened. Excuse me. Gather information to see who had fired at them.
Did you wind up riding anywhere with Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I rode to the hospital,
And
the ambulance with him.
During that time period, between the time you get to Mr. Shakur and the time period he gets taken into the hospital, are you able to have any sort of communication with Mr. Shakur?
He was still talking, and I was trying to convince him to tell me the name of whoever his assailants were.
And did he ever respond?
Yes, he responded, no, we'll take care of it. So, something like that.
No, we'll take
care of it, something like that.
And that's the only thing you were able to gather from Mr. Shakur.
Yeah, I couldn't get him to talk to me any further than that. That was repeated a couple of times.
I'm going to approach with a few photographs. Obviously, when an incident, well, let me back up. When an incident like this happens, there's first responders, but then there is detectives, crime scene analysts, everybody who's called out.
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. You recognize the individual who appears to be inside that vehicle at that time.
Dan Ford.
Do you know what he did for Metro?
At the time, he was a detective. I was not there when that photograph was taken, but at the time, he was a detective. I'm not sure what he was, homicide or general assignment or
Could be a crime scene.
Analyst, CSI.
And then I'm just going to show you a few other pictures of the vehicle itself, showing you State's proposed exhibits 5 through 8. Just flip through those.
I didn't know they had gotten stopped like moments before the shooting. I didn't know that. That's new information to me. Not that I covered followed this very closely, but that's new information. Did y'all know?
Okay. And then how the vehicle appeared to you when you first arrived on scene, obviously without people in it.
Right, on the scene of the, where it stopped in the middle of Harmon Boulevard.
Move to admit 5 through 8.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And then finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state proposed exhibit number 33. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the objects I removed from Tupac Shakur. I impounded those into evidence. There should be a property report for those.
Let's talk about that large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck?
No.
And so you weren't able to recover that from him at the hospital?
No.
Judge, I'm just going to put up a few of these photographs.
Okay. Just letting you know that 4 was not admitted.
Move to admit 4.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you 4. That's Mr. Ford appearing like he's inside that vehicle.
Okay.
5. That's the front of the vehicle. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, she's typing down everything, so you got to answer yes or no.
Apologies.
That's the rear of the vehicle without the license plate still.
Yes.
Number 8 is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And oops.
Mr. DeJacmo,
Right now, I
33
put the
also
wrong
not
one up,
admitted.
Judge.
Okay. Which one?
There you go. 7. That is what the passenger side of that vehicle looked like.
Yes.
Finally, for you, 33. Those are the items you were collected off Mr. Shakur at the hospital.
Yes.
But Mr. Samt has requested, and I've agreed, to also offer Dan Ford's CSA report, as Mr. Ford is not physically capable of coming to court to testify.
So that'll be admitted via stipulation.
Yes.
What exhibit did you want to do?
I guess we should just make it next in order, which I believe is 143.
All right, that'll be admitted via stipulation as 143.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. I think 33 has been looked at. They have not been looked at.
And based upon that agreement,
This is 33. 33 is also not admitted.
move to admit 33.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And based on that agreement that we've reached with Mr. Samt, I believe he has no objection to the rest of Mr. Ford's crime scene photographs at this particular scene, which is state proposed exhibits 9 through 32.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, 9 through 32 will be admitted via stipulation. You may publish.
I'll pass the witnesses.
Okay.
And you are Mr. Gale.
Yes.
I feel like
Welcome
I'm
back
gonna
to the
like this
courtroom.
defense attorney.
Thanks.
So let me ask you this. So how long had you been working for Metro until you retired, basically?
13 years.
I see. And at the time when you were on the bicycle on September 7th, 1996, how long had you been working for Metro at that point?
Yeah, I thought that's what you asked to begin with.
Oh.
I started in '83, so it would have been, right around 13 years.
I see. And obviously, when you are first a police officer, you go through an academy before you become an actual police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you learn skills and techniques and things to help you become a successful police officer.
Yes.
One of those things I would imagine would be writing reports.
Yes.
Now, fair to say, though, in this particular case, what you had seen or what you had done was basically you saw a license plate that wasn't on a vehicle, you stopped them, you asked for their ID, and at some point you just allowed them to continue on their way.
Yes.
So there was no need to write a report about that.
No.
Okay. Did you write a report and with regards to that stop?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know if any other vehicles were behind it?
No, I did not see any other vehicles behind it, so I don't know.
So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you stopped the BMW?
No.
Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996?
It was pretty average night for the Strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped them in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that.
I see.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
I'm sorry, there was always something going on the Strip. So I heard that things were going on that night, but
The fight.
was really aware of them.
Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon that was being held at the MGM?
Yes.
All right. And I would venture to say that that would be something that would have been briefed to all the police officers prior to you going on your shift for that night.
No, we didn't really talk about it.
All right. And then with regards to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the Strip?
Not more than ordinary.
Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly?
So the Strip is always pretty crowded, or was at that time. So, that's why they had us out there on bicycles, was because we could get in between in and out of cars. So I guess when we conducted the car stop, there was enough traffic that we felt comfortable that he was going to have to stop and pull over. They wouldn't be able to just take off on us.
Right.
And that's the best description I have. That's why we rode bikes out there. So, but there was always traffic in that area. So it's always congested over there.
Okay, and that's probably the best way to put it, right? It's still congested for Las Vegas.
Yes.
But it's normal for Las Vegas to
Yes.
be congested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't like, for instance, I don't know if you were around Las Vegas in 2020 when you could just take your bicycle and just ride down Las Vegas Boulevard with like no one around, right? It's not that kind
Right.
of
It's not like that.
All right. And when you say congested, meaning that cars could not go very fast because there's always cars around in that area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had arrived on scene, and then at some point you're actually in the ambulance with Mr. Shakur.
Yes.
Being transported to the hospital.
Yes.
And the hospital you were going to was UMC.
It was UMC.
Okay. Now, when a police officer first arrives on scene, is that police officer considered to be the primary officer until such time as they are relieved of that duty?
Ordinarily, yes.
Were you the primary officer at that particular scene? Were you the first officer on arrival?
I don't really remember. There were so many of us that showed up like at right around the same time. There's just a lot of officers showed up there pretty quickly.
Right. Now, I mean, you have a pretty clear memory of this. Did you review any records or have any meetings with the district attorney's office prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the records.
Okay. And once again, you do that so it'll help you refresh your recollection as to what occurred 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Even though this might be something that's unusual, right? You have a celebrity who's shot on the strip, you still have to refresh your recollection in order for you to remember things.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing that so you make sure that for this jury that you're accurate about what you recall 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were shown a map, and I'm going to show you again here. This is State's Exhibit number 1. See this?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me this map, do you know if this map was the actual map in 1996 of the Las Vegas area?
No.
You're smiling.
It's just a long time ago. It changes so much down there.
Yeah. So we know that this is a map of Las Vegas.
Yes.
But you cannot tell us, for instance, if this is 1996.
No, I cannot tell you
Okay. So, for instance, on the top over here, this doesn't look like the Sphere, does it?
No.
Does it?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then down over here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell?
No.
Okay. Now, and once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for the jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, as it's here, for instance, we have what looks like down here at the bottom. I'm pointing where the MGM label is right here. Do these look like walk bridges over the streets?
I can't really tell.
Let me just scroll here real quick. Does that help you?
Yeah, they do look like walkways.
And fair to say that those walk bridges in 1996, people were still walking on the streets, crossing like pedestrian crosswalks, right?
I'm trying to recall. I couldn't honestly recall.
Yeah.
I remember them taking the crosswalks out and putting those walkways in.
Right.
I remember when they did that, but I don't remember the year they did it.
And once again, I'm not trying to, it's not a catch-in moment.
No, I
I'm not trying
understand.
to-
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't want to say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allow traffic to cross on foot across the strip because of all of the accidents that we had. So they put those walkways in when I was still working.
Right. Okay. Now, and just finally here, with regards to the when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was a shooting that had occurred, and the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle you had stopped was potentially the vehicle that was being involved. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon State's Exhibit number 1, and once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? And I'll just pull out here real quick so you can.
Thank you.
Sure.
I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me. It was called out right around the same time as we were rolling up on that vehicle.
Okay.
There was shots fired call and vehicles involved, and then we rolled up and saw that vehicle in the middle of Harmon.
And when you rode up and you saw the vehicle, can you tell us other vehicles that were behind that vehicle? Were there any other vehicles in an entourage behind the black vehicle?
There were several vehicles stopped all over the strip. It looked cluttered with cars, so I couldn't tell you if they were with them or not.
Sure. Did other police officers aid in terms of securing the scene and making sure that anything of evidentiary value was going to be kept in that area?
Yes.
Because I would imagine it wasn't just you by yourself.
Right.
Your partner, other officers arriving on scene would have started to help as a team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination, Mr. Bujacco?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll walk you through the process. Seeing no hands, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Dale. You are excused.
Thank you.
I always like when judges do questions. I find
State
that
may call their next witness.
interesting.
Yes, Your Honor, State calls Ingrid Stokes.
Do you guys like when judges let the jurors ask questions or not?
Yes.
Also, what is the whole thing about Tupac's entourage? Like, if there was, I don't know why that is going to matter or why he's asking about if Tupac had an entourage with him. What is that? I'm interested to see what the connection is about that part.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Can you be seated? May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ingrid Stokes, INGRIDSTOKES.
Thank you, ma'am. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes.
Good morning.
Back in 1996, did you have a different last name?
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you went by Ingrid Johnson back then? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
Can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a party city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all off work. And so we went to come hang out, have fun.
And were you aware, okay, well, first let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I may be living at my dad's, which is Carson.
Okay. And then and you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers or coaches, I forget what they're called. And we had planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
Women in the bathroom, 4 women in the bathroom did not work. We took too long. We missed the fight completely.
And so where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor or the Rio, but I think it was the Lexor.
Okay. And then did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out is what I call it because the fight was already over. So everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And did you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been enough time to run into a few friends and say hello and hang out and maybe drink or two, maybe.
So what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go. So we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide, where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA and drove.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Supreme.
And did all 4 of you go into the car?
Yes, all 4 of us were in the car.
And what happened once you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot, and then we ran into Suge and Tupac in the car.
And when you say you ran into them, what'd that look like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in a convertible. And my girlfriend, Lauren, at the time, she knew Suge. And she told us, hey, there's Suge. Pull up next to him. I'm going to ask them what they're doing. And so Shalane was the driver. And she slowed up close to me.
And so you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes.
Where were you seated?
I was the passenger in front.
In the front passenger? So Shalane's driving, you're in the front passenger, and the other 2 women are in the back seat?
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still remember that, huh?
Well, yeah. Some things you don't forget. That one.
And so then when you start driving, when you see Suge and your friend starts talking to Suge, what happens?
They were talking and she was like, what's going on? What's happening? We look over initially, we pull up to the car and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing. But we were in our own little world. while she was talking to him, he said, hey, we're all going to the club. Why don't you follow us? Get behind us. You can go with us. And so that was decided we'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow, well, do you remember who's driving and who's in the passenger side?
Suge was driving and Tupac was in the passenger seat.
All right. We believe States Exhibit 3 has been admitted. We're going to publish that. Is this kind of the way they look that night?
That was just like this.
And so you decided to follow Suge and Tupac to the club?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
That's okay. And so do you recall the name of that club?
It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
And then did you? What did you do? Did you guys start driving over to club?
We got behind them and we start driving down the Las Vegas Strip, and it was weird because there was a car behind us and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on, or Flamingo, I think is what it's called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck's going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive and we can meet them up there. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused about the way the cars were moving.
Yeah, I didn't understand in hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was entourage. I just thought, they were going to the club. We didn't think about it.
And then at some point on Flamingo, do you stop at a light?
Yeah, so when we get close to the light, I tell Shalane, pull over, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I've been there before. So we pull from around them, and then we stop at the light. And
before this, that's not yours. So before, when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
So I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like the outside lane. So they were on the 3rd lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past, and I think we were a car or 2 on the 2nd lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car, or maybe 2 in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Then while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver. And after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when it's all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots.
No, no.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out and I scream, what the hell? I said, what the hell? And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down. And so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly. But I know I put the car in drive and I told her, get the hell out of there and drive. And so I may even grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off. And then did you see the color of the vehicle? Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in the lane, that last lane, that was the turning lane. And it was a white 4-door. Can't tell you what kind, but I just know it was like white-ish. And we almost hit it when we were trying to get away. Were you trying to pursue the white car? Hell no. Just want to get away. And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off? Or we turned off. We turned the only way you could turn because it was a red light, which was down that first street past. And then when we turned right, we were just driving fast. There still might have been gunshots. I can't speak for anyone else in the car, but it was a lot going on. There was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the left, I was like, turn left. And we just turned down a random street that had like apartments on it. Now, did you, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right? No, didn't look. But did you go back to where the shooting occurred? Yes, I did. Were you nervous about talking about what happened? I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially because I just was like, we came back because just when we wanted to know what happened because we left. So we didn't know. We didn't look around. We didn't see anything. We just left. And so when we came back, we saw there were a lot of police presence. And I wasn't a big fan of the police at the time. So I was like, I want to stop and talk to them and offer my help. But I also want to make sure if I could help, I would help. So when we went back, we told the officers we had been there when something happened, what happened when we left. And so he made us stop the car and get out the car. The police officer made us sit on the ground on the sidewalk in front of everything. Like cars are still, I think, may have been passing. So it was kind of an odd situation where they were like kind of rude to us. And then they're treating us like we're suspects. We really didn't know what happened though. And so they said, well, we need you guys, eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come downtown or in a van for you guys to come, and had us sit there. I kept asking a lot of questions, but no answers.
Now, I noticed some of your friends aren't going to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get ditches, I'm saying, not the coolest, but yeah, talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anyway in LA. It's not a normal thing. So there was that, especially in the 90s and 80s. There was multiple reasons why, but I didn't see anything. So I was kind of limbo. I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd be beneficial. And then, I don't know, I was going to offer some assistance, what I could, because I may have had more memory back then. I may have heard the number of gunshots. I may have had, more. But the police treat us so bad that I just we start shutting down because we're like, if someone did it, they could come by and sit on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So this was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talk?
Absolutely.
Objection, Honor, for leading.
What's your response, Mr. Paul?
I'm just following up on her question that she's going to lay the foundation to.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase.
Okay. Is it fair or unfair to say that you are concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
All right. No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sands.
Thank you, Honor.
I just need to say, the fact that this was 30 years ago, I believe her. She seems credible and I like her. But the idea that you have to recall what happened just from memory from 30 years ago is just blowing me. It's just, I'm going to have so many problems with conflicting witness statements, if however many they have, because it's so long ago. This is crazy to me.
Hi, Mr. You obviously, I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation. And at some point you go back to LA.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, in terms of articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We used to talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a couple of documentaries. Yes, years, 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
Talk to my girlfriend. More talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened?
Yes, she was driving.
I see.
That's right.
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring.
Mm-hmm, yes.
And I'd assume that the top was probably down.
The top was down.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It probably, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that. I just know it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. We didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad. I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice, cool evening. So I would probably say in the 80s, 70s, 80s.
Right. But obviously, among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes, no.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for
Yes.
us exactly?
Much as I can, yes, absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there as State's Exhibit number 1. And just for the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 1. It's just an overview of Las Vegas. Can you?
Yeah.
Does that help you at all?
No, not really, but I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And when you say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there in front of you. You can use that to sort of move that mouse over to where. No, that doesn't do that.
I can point it, but
Now let me do
Only
this.
when you're on our computer can you do that. This doesn't be our.
you can point it.
All right. So it would it this be? And
Yes,
I'm using my
that's-
Sharpie. That's
yes.
the dot.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay. And this I'm pointing now once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Coble.
Coble, that sounds about right.
Now you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view? And
I can try.
Okay. You want to approach?
Yes, you may.
And what am I drawing exactly again?
If you can draw for us where on that night where Coble was. And just for the record, you're writing Coble. Is it for the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay, so that's Coble. And then can you draw for us where Suge's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
We were behind it.
Okay.
So it would have been, I'm just going to make lanes and like, don't quote me. I could be off by one, of course. So I'll say this was Suge and we were behind. So this was, I'm going to put I for me. And then we moved and went right here. So this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but stopping at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Suge's vehicle.
Yes.
And then there's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change seats, can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car? Or-
Well, not in the car, but
Oh.
where the car was.
It was here when the shots happened.
Okay.
And when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around to get the turn.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I,
The eye, yes.
and then you pulled off onto Cole.
Yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean? This Flamingo? No, I know this is Flamingo, I'm assuming. I'm guessing, like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there. And then here was where we turned off, right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the streets or anything.
No problem. I'm going to show this. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. All right. Your Honor, if I could have this marked as defense exhibit, opposed defense exhibit A,
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
and move for admission.
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted. Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it.
Okay, feel free.
It feels like there's going to be some big payoff with this map. You're setting it up early. I'm
Now, showing you what's been marked and admitted now as defense exhibit A.
well, not with this map. What is this?
All right. And I will just explain this for the jury again. So where you have Coble is actually the street Coble. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the Defense Exhibit A.
Yes.
And then on the corner, it would be one of the corners. There's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight's vehicle.
Yes.
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some point.
Yes.
And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
In front of, not next to. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here is, what lane is that?
That's the a small lane that you can turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
Yeah. And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Coble.
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see.
No,
Yeah.
I was looking down because I was initially changing my seat. So I would thank God I was all face down.
Okay. And when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my vehicle.
Was there any shattered windshield as a result of, anything
No.
happening on the scene?
No.
Okay. And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Suge. Suge was saying, "Hey, come to 662." Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, you said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Suge's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that.
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Shook because she's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So nobody, we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people in your vehicle yell out, Tupac, anything
No.
like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
Okay. Now, during that time period, as you're over here behind Suge's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Suge, he was relaxed, like sitting in the chair, sitting in the passenger seat. And Suge was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window.
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac.
No, there was no fans around. They were just driving in the car, listening to music like we were.
All right. And during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light.
Yes.
Preventing you from moving forward. And I'm once again going back to Defense Exhibit A. There's no green light allowing traffic to move in the direction of Coble.
No.
Okay. So everyone was stopped at that particular point.
Everyone was stopped.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? You do have one? Okay, so what I'll need you to do is write your juror number on the question and then write the question on a full sheet of paper and then hand it to my marshal when you're done.
One thing that we may have to pay attention to for this one is where I'm just reading back through one of the statements PPD gave, and he's talking about the U-turn being made, and he's saying they wanted to make a U-turn to pull up on the passenger side. So I need to be reminded who was driving. Suge was driving. Pac was in the. Well, they didn't show that picture. I love you want to do a drinking game for how many times I can take a picture. So Suge is driving. Pac is on the passenger. So where did she just say they were? If they were talking to Suge, so then they were on the driver's side. I think. Oh, sorry. I was talking low because I was thinking I was loud.
Any questions from anyone else? Okay, perfect. Can I have the party's approach?
I'll talk louder. Basically, I had pulled up the statement, the Las Vegas statement that TPD made. And I'm trying to make this map make sense because clearly it's going to be important, or he's setting it up to make it seem like it's going to be important. So I'm trying to follow early. What do I need to be paying attention to? And I'm just wondering, she said the woman who testified, I'm gonna have to go back and watch. Did she say they were on the passenger side of the vehicle? I'm assuming the driver's side because they were talking to Suge. Suge could have been talking across. Well, the reason I say it is because the shooting, if I'm trying to find it, but I think, yeah, but they made a U-turn.
All right, one question from a juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming from?
No.
No? Any fault? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm gonna say it was just
You're
too,
okay.
it was too chaotic, and you're not, thinking about that, but no.
Okay. State, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. State, any quick witnesses, or are we prepared to take a lunch break at this time?
Lunch break, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here, let's say 1:15, so that everybody has enough time to get everything done over the lunch break. We'll see you guys back at that time. Please rise for the jury.
Also, from the Las Vegas statement, it seems like the entourage thing, TPD said we're going west on Flamingo towards Boulevard, and we see the entourage. The fact that the officer was saying there was no entourage, it just seems like the defense is trying to poke holes. He's trying to show the inconsistency.
For the record, the jury is exiting the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess. We'll see you guys back right around 1:15.
Thank you.
If you need any more time, just let us know.
It should be,
He did indicate that you could go over whenever, and so if you want to go over now, you can get.
Let me see if I can pull the map back, her little drawing, in case.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Everyone must stop.
Okay, so the S is Suge, and then that's them. Turn the video down when you talk, it muffles you out. Okay, that's what I'm always trying to manage. I hate talking when the video is playing because I'm trying to manage. Oh, and we'll see if Coretta taps back in. We can ask her understanding of the map, and does it seem like that they're building to something. But while we're doing that, let me pull up what I'm talking about. So again, this is the Vegas statement, and it says you're going west on Flamingo towards Boulevard, and you see the entourage going eastbound on Flamingo. I'm always bad with directions, but regardless, I think that whole question about like, did you see the entourage when they were asking the police officer, maybe because here KPD is saying yes, there was an entourage, and so for the officer to say no, maybe again inconsistency. Dre has his gun. Yeah. Okay. Now picture yourself. You're going westbound. You see them going eastbound. I'm going to put this up really quick. I probably shouldn't, but back to the map. I don't know. Eastbound, westbound, child. Which one is westbound? Never eat soggy wheat. Okay. So that would be left and right. but they have it positioned north and south. This is when I get confused. This is where my navigational skill set ends. But regardless, let me go back to reading. So you're going westbound and you see them going eastbound. Okay. So she's going up. So again, that means that would mean Keefe D was going the opposite way. Oh, and then they make, okay. Does anybody in the car say anything? Anybody? We was like, there they go. So Keefe D in his car, they say there they go when they see Pac and Suge on the other side. And does anybody say turn around? No, the driver just bust a Yui. T Brown is the one driving. What happens then? Does anybody say anything? No. Orlando just he stuck the gun. He got to popping. Did he point the gun? No. Did he say, I want to do it? Or Lando just said, give it to me. Dre never said a word? No. Okay, so they were going opposite way. They bust a Yui to be on the same side, it seems, as Tupac and Suge. Okay, so now I just want to understand what side were the girls on? You say never eat sour watermelon instead of never eat soggy wheat? Nino is saying the man didn't even know about the fight. I'm assuming you're saying Keefe D didn't even know about the fight. So yeah, so they busted a U-turn and got in the right lane next to them. My question though is, what was she saying? Was she saying, oh, she's saying they were on the side of Suge, who's the driver, and I think Keefe D and his vehicle got up on the side of Pac. I think that's right. Okay. So they're all on the same side, but the girls are on the left, on the driver's side. And then Keefe D's on the right, the passenger. I think that's accurate. Okay. Let me put it back up. Okay, but there's no conversation. Dre Orlando just said, give me the gun. Yeah. Takes the gun from him, gets to popping, gets to shooting. Yeah. So you guys are already on the side of him when he took the gun and started popping. Yes, we were already on the side. He didn't hesitate. He grabbed it and started popping. So you say you didn't know that that he was gonna shoot him. He wasn't a planned shooter. Yeah, no. There was no plan at that time, nothing at all. It was a lucky coincidence that we ran into them. It just happened. Yeah. I don't know how to word this. You're doing a good job. So he does the shooting, you turn, the girls start to follow you. Orlando puts another round off. The girls decide not to follow you. So that's why they were asking, I think, why they're asking, oh, girl. Oh, Coretta's back, guys. Let me take this off. Hey.
All right, we are on a lunch break. I think she said until 1:15. So I thought I would come out and get a chance to talk to you. I turned everything off because I was scared one of my devices might go on, come on, somebody's phone beeped or alarmed or whatever in there. So I haven't been able to watch whatever y'all are talking about. But here's what I was going to tell you. My first interesting thing was that was the one Black male juror who asked the question.
Really?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Everybody was looking. You know, in the military system, the panel members can also ask questions. A lot of times people don't do it. And so when he kind of broke the ice of asking questions, I now expect more people to do it because sometimes once somebody starts, other people will do it. Like, oh, we can do that. Not every system can you do that in, but I thought it was interesting. He was the one that asked the first question. He's definitely paying attention. I can see him the least, but he definitely had his head down like he was writing a lot of the time. Most of the jurors were writing, taking notes. One of the jurors I saw kind of flexing his fingers like his hand was tired, probably like mine, from writing so much with their notepads and everything. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. How, well, our first question, this map, are you following the map?
Not at all. Not at all. And that was interesting, the defense counsel got her to draw something right there, but they needed a marker or something because you can barely see whatever she drew. He tried to go over it, but I couldn't make heads or tails of it. And even though there's a big screen right next to the jurors, it was so light that I couldn't make anything out of that.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
the other maps, you really definitely have to, I find a lot of Americans don't know how to read a map anyway, but also you just got to be able to know that aerial view and be oriented. Even the Metro cops seem to have a little trouble trying to figure out exactly what was what. So
Yeah.
I wasn't, I'm not completely sure about where he's going with some of this. I think part of the point is to make a point about memory and what people can or cannot remember after so many decades.
Yeah.
I thought that was maybe something of what the defense is trying to do. Because I did know when he was asking about, there's nobody, there was to the female witness who was in the car, there was nobody saying Tupac, Tupac, yelling that like, his client supposedly said that, but he's like, nobody was doing that, right? So again, try to establish that he's a fabulous, he tells tales. So I thought that was interesting. Also, there's a lot of collegiality, it seems to be, between the both sides of the table. People are easy talking to each other, making little jokes or whatever. At one point, when the witness couldn't move something with the mouse, the prosecutor was like, well, she can come over here. It can only be done from the prosecutor's computer. So she can come over here and do it on her computer if you want to. And everybody kind of chuckled. Even members of the jury laughed. So it's not a tense atmosphere in the room. It's interesting because one of the guys I was standing in line with when I first was waiting to get into to do the lottery was saying when he had been at an earlier hearing, I want to say he came to a bail hearing or something, he was saying that Keefe was really staring people down in the courtroom. He had really looked him in his eyes. He said he was scary, actually, is what he said about this earlier hearing, previous hearing.
Yeah.
But today, he's not doing any of that. He has turned around and looked behind him. But I think, there's some members of the defense team that are sitting right behind them in front of me. So I think he's looking to them. Or one of them may be a family member. I don't know. But he's a black guy who I think is working with the defense for sure.
Okay.
I also realized, here's one thing I always do is I stay behind when they release you for the recess, because sometimes the attorneys will start talking to each other or people in the room will start talking. So I stay behind. That whole first row behind the prosecutor seems to be family members, friends, somebody associated, because they all got a handler, a lady that walked them all back into where the jury had come from, like through the courtroom to the back room where the jury came from, the back of the courtroom there. So I don't know if they were going to go, get a briefing, talk to somebody. I don't know if that woman was with the press, with the court, with the prosecution. I'm assuming she was with the prosecution team. But anyway, it was like three women. One woman was holding hands with the guy, so I'm assuming that's his wife. And then the most of them were black men. One of them had on a T-shirt, wasn't Tupac, but looked like some musician, and hair and braids. Everybody else was wearing kind of dressed up, collared shirts, slacks. But I think they're, I was mentioning, I sent you a text about two people that stepped out for a smoke break that I thought may be associated with somebody, maybe a victim's family. So anyway, I think there's somebody associated with the family members or something. I don't know, but they got a special little walkout to go back into the back. So
interesting. How did the woman who was in the vehicle? She came across as kind of like we liked her in the chat. And I'm curious if she came across that way there too.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I did think it was interesting. She's been on some documentaries before, but she seemed like she didn't really have. She seemed like just a stable fact witness. Like she wasn't trying to help either side or do anything special. Just tell her story and what she saw. She seemed like the LA, California girl. Reminds me of some of my friends from college. So yeah, she came across well to me. Actually, so far everybody has come across pretty well to me. Like nobody's trying to do too much. They're honest about what they don't remember, and again, from the lawyers to me don't seem to be trying to do too much at the point right now. Nobody seems to be like overacting or anything. They just seem to be just talking.
Okay. Anything else?
Much from the judge, she's not talking much. They're handling things. Everybody's being very professional. They're able to, they're obviously experienced. They know how to get exhibits in and pivot if they mess up or whatever. So, not a lot of objections. So I think everybody's just kind of, handling business.
How is the judge coming across? She seems a little, that's not it. She seems I was gonna say put together, but just she got an order in which she wants things done. That's
I
not
think
to
she
me.
and her team are paying attention. You know, some of the court reporter, maybe her court officer, whoever's back there, one of the administrative people, like try to keep track of all those exhibits and what number, what's come in, what hasn't, trying to be
Okay.
careful.
Yeah.
She's very low key to me though. She's not like a scary judge.
Okay.
Sometimes they can really be like, I'm owning the courtroom. This is my courtroom. Like we got started quickly this morning. It's like, hey, 2 minutes to swear in the jury and we're going to start. And, you know, prosecutor jumped right up. There wasn't
Yeah.
a lot of lead up. So she's been kind of handling things like an administrator. She hasn't been doing a lot of judging, you know,
Yeah.
judgeship. But
Yeah.
yeah, she seems professional. So I like that.
Yeah. One of
I
the things.
will say, let me say
Oh,
this.
tell
The
me.
marshal service that is running things. Usually it's the sheriff's deputies that are, you know, running things in the courtroom, but it's the marshals here. The main marshal, or I don't know if he's her main bailiff who is in charge of her courtroom, is very snippy and spicy, very annoyed first thing as we walked in this morning. Um, maybe he's just feeling like, hey, all this brouhaha going on, but honey, you sit down, move over. Why don't you come on again? Do you hear me talking? I'm talking to y'all. Yes, get in there. I mean, he's very ornery. Older white guy, a lot of white hair. Speaking of hair, the defense counsel, I'm sitting right behind him. I can't hardly see anybody because his hair is taking up my room. I'm having to lean to the side and to the side. So, but I'm catching, I mean, I can hear inflection. I'm looking at the jury mostly. But anyway, the marshal is a little spicy. So, like, you know, I was kind of staying behind just trying to see if I could hear what was going on or not. And he started clearing it out like, okay, time to go. Let's go. Get out, you know. So
Got it.
he didn't have his weed or something this morning. We didn't bring him a cookie or something, but
You got to
those
butter 'em
attitudes,
up.
yeah. But overall, the court staff has all been very professional. The information officer getting us through. I did
Yeah.
not nearly need to get here as early as I did, but I didn't know what it was going to look like. But yeah, you know, everybody's been very, very professional. I actually thought it was going to be cold because it's usually cold in these courtrooms, but it is hot with all these people gathered. And it does look like they filled in the rest of the seats in the courtroom. Maybe there were extra people or family members, whomever. So there's no empty seats now.
Okay. Okay. One question that we were trying to figure out, I was looking at one of the statements KPD gave was about placement of the car. And I'm just curious if you were able to follow her testimony, the woman's testimony. Was the vehicle she was in on the passenger side of the of Tupac and Suge, or were they on the driver's side of their car?
I couldn't answer that with certainty. I guess in my mind, I thought her car was on the passenger side, Tupac and them, but I'm not
Okay.
crystal clear on that.
Okay. Okay. I asked because in the statement, it sounds like Keefe D said in one of his statements that they made the U-turn and they were on the passenger side. So I was trying to figure out if her car was passenger or was it driver. And again, is this just another way that the defense is trying to poke holes and show that, you know, he's a liar? So anyway, okay.
I didn't catch that part.
Okay. Just curious. Okay. I think that's anything else before we let you eat lunch?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna watch the video, try to catch up on what y'all been talking about in here. Let me see what else. I was making a lot of notes here, just keeping up with things.
Yeah.
That was interesting. She testified at the grand jury. That one black female witness from California testified before the grand jury too, and that she had not really talked with the DA, and then before she went in there, except right at the door.
Your audio's kind of going in and out a little bit. Say what you said again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just thinking it was interesting that the witness had testified at the grand jury for this case, and it sounds like it went a long time before they really talked about what they saw. But then, you know, she did the documentaries and she got called to testify in front of the grand jury. Oh, did y'all see the defense counsel had a bunch of tattoos on his hand? I just thought that was interesting.
Saw that.
Yeah. I didn't
Is your mic covered at all? It's low. We can barely hear you.
I'm also trying to talk a little softer because I'm at the end of the hallway here, but I think I just speak up soon.
I think that got closer. Okay. Oh yeah. Let me tell the people. Yes, if you want to send Coretta lunch, if we want to take care of her lunch, you can do so. Let me get your let me put it in the chat in case people want to send
Oh,
you
you're so sweet.
a little lunch.
Just trying to see what else I see. Oh, I did notice a lot of jury members started writing when they were saying that the first witness was there, the officer Dale, and he was saying that Tupac was saying he wouldn't tell who did this, but he said,
Oh,
we'll take care of it. No, we'll take care of it. A lot of people were writing and looking and paying attention for that part.
I like that they're taking notes.
Yeah, definitely taking notes, definitely paying attention. A lot of hands, hands on the chin, people kind of leaning in. Not, so yeah, it seems like they're engaged. So I thought that was interesting. I guess nothing else is poking out to me right now on how I wrote, but I'll look over my stuff at lunch if there's anything else particularly interesting to share. I'm just trying to see what
You're okay with me putting this email for your Zelle, Venmo, Cash App options?
Oh, sure. Yeah. That's my Coretta's Elegant Events email too, so people can email.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, I think that's all I have for now. I'll look through my notes. I'm scrambling, writing fast, but I feel like things are moving along nicely. It's not really dragging, and people seem to be paying attention. It's hard for me to imagine this lasting 4 to 6 weeks. Even the schedule they have on the door, which I will say they switched out even just this morning, so I guess things keep changing. It's got like a 4-week schedule. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's going to last that long.
Yeah.
But they don't have court on Friday of this week, and I've got to get back out of town on Thursday. But I may stay as long as I can on Thursday just to see what's going on. But I just feel like they're going to be moving a little faster than anticipated.
I agree. I felt like they're overestimating. I think we're gonna get this sooner. And once we get to the book, once we get that stuff in there, I think we'll get into the exciting stuff. So
yeah, I will say for the opening statement, I thought the prosecutor was effective in using all those clips and images and things with Keefe D's voice himself, even the ones that were hard to hear. It just helped, bring home the point that he did a lot of talking. I was wondering, is he going to take the stand? Will he feel a need to do that? He has said a lot of things. So to me, he really didn't have to take the stand to sort of tell his story because he's recorded. He's got a lot of stuff recorded. That was very interesting talking about the pissing contest going on between the different law enforcement agencies. That doesn't give you a good feeling about the professionalism of folks doing their work here. And I do always remember, as a former prosecutor and a former defense counsel, that the burden is on the prosecutors to bring this case. And I will say, as I texted to you, it stood out to me a very good point the defense made of, if y'all believe he made it so clear that he did this, why was he not charged much sooner, earlier at these various stages? I thought that's a good point.
Yeah.
So anyway, I thought the openings were good. I do think the prosecutor did an effective job of trying to bring in his earlier statements, and it made me think he's probably not going to testify because I don't think he needs to tell his story. So
yeah, that'll be interesting. And then last thing, you brought that up in the text, and then I'm wondering how the corruption of like the law enforcement, how it landed with you. Did that feel convincing, or does it feel too like conspiracy theorist in your opinion?
Oh, well, I think it's definitely part of, raising reasonable doubt. Think what you might, but Compton even got shut down. So I think there's probably plenty of unprofessional behavior that in my experience, people don't have to be committing crimes or setting people up to be unprofessional and just make a case look bad where you don't feel you can trust it. Because they got other home cooking or whatever else going on. So it landed to me like, that's not good for the prosecutors. Those are the professionals supposed to be bringing a good murder case or death case. If you're going to put somebody and take their freedom and have them go into this process, you better have your stuff together. So that's not how you want your law enforcement to be looking. So it also reminds me with these celebrity cases, everybody wants their hand in the pie. They want a little piece of the pie. Everybody trying to look into the files and all this stuff. It's just interesting, our celebrity culture. But I don't think that's a good point for the prosecutors that law enforcement was cutting up. So
for sure. For sure. All right. We'll let you have lunch. See you in a little bit then.
Sure. All right.
Bye.
Talk to y'all later.
Yay. Yeah. Oh, let me put this back up just even while we're waiting because I don't want my big face on here. Yay, Coretta. Oh, I'm still on the map. I'm curious then. I know Blue was in here a little while ago, right? Talking just about, you know, if I guess my question is if the lack of investigation and corruption that existed in the LAPD is enough to overcome the statements Keefe D has made himself multiple times. I'm just so curious if you will be able to, as a juror, overcome his own statements. It's going to be hard to say he was lying, and I mean, reasonable doubt, while it is preached a ton, I don't feel like jurors actually understand it when they be in there. So, anyway, I'm curious, you guys weigh in what thoughts you have on if I should do a vote, because I always forget to do them. Let me do a vote on if you believe, or if for you, if the lack of investigation. Let me make my little poll. Hold on. Start a poll. Will the lack of investigation and possible police corruption overcome Davis's own statements? Maybe I should ask for you would. Okay. How do I start? How come my poll ain't working? Oh, it's too long. Okay. Jesus. Okay, apparently my answers were too long, so I can't even start my poll. Okay, I think I did it now. Sorry. I think I started it now. Okay. Believe him. Scam Goddess said, don't let your despo meter get so high you snitch on yourself and it's not a retired scam. But glad someone is being held accountable for Pac, even though he never died. Come on, he never died. But his friends definitely smoked his ashes and he'll be back next month. He needs to get the death penalty just like Pac did. Oh, let me go back to this thing that we were reading too. One second. I kind of wanted to go. I can't find it. Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see. I also, though, like she said, I'm convinced that this isn't going to take as long as they're saying. I don't, number one, the questions are rolling pretty quickly. I mean, maybe there'll be, some other witnesses where they'll need to do some longer questions, some longer cross and direct and all of that. But I don't feel like this is going to take as long as they projected, because that's would be silly. We just need the facts of the case are the facts. I think we know he died. We know, I don't, well, I guess in openings, the defense talked a little bit about the gun situation. It seems like he was trying to contest something about the gun. So maybe there'll be, maybe something more lengthy when they have the gun person on the stand, but it just doesn't feel like they're going to need a lot of time for this. 200 witnesses is crazy. Nino is saying, I read a news station article that said possible 200 witnesses. That's so annoying. That's insane. $200. They're doing they doing a lot. I think Diddy's hands are dirty too. We can read what he said too. Did they invite everyone from the Tyson fight to where? What? No, please. But also, this happened years ago. Memories fade. That's what I'm saying. Diddy. When did Diddy change his name to Diddy? If this was in Oh, here we go. This is one of the things I was telling you guys about. So this is actually really interesting, considering their defense is that he's a BSer, because look at this. This is one of the places. So again, this is the Las Vegas, right, interview that KPD did in 2009. So he has his attorney with him, and the attorney is WH. Okay, every time you see WH, this is his attorney speaking. The question is from the investigator, and obviously DD is Duane Davis. So they're talking. I don't even know what they're actually talking about right here, but here's the question. All right, I'm at this point. What I would like to do is ask you about the rumors I've heard over the years about him. Okay, yeah, that's where I want to go. So the attorney says, okay, answer okay. So this is his attorney. Now we need to take a break for a second so I can explain something to him, because not to tell you, but Keefe has a way of boasting. Keefe, I can do this in front of him. Just answer the questions, because what happens throughout this interview is he keeps talking and the attorney literally is like, yo, shut up. All right, hey, you don't need to answer that. Hey, that's not what he asked you. Hey, like he does that throughout. And so this is just one of the examples, again, where his attorney is literally saying he has a way of boasting. So I find that to be interesting, because considering the defense in this case is that he's the BSer, he lies. He says, okay, And then his attorney is saying, don't get into all of that. He says, all right, okay. So then, okay, now go on and ask whatever you want. So then the investigator is saying, Puffy Combs, yeah, does he play a role in this thing? And here's his attorney. Answer the question directly. Tell him what you think. He's trying to make him shut up. Did he play a role in this? Don't hesitate. Just tell him. Yes. And then here is Duane. Here's KPD. Yeah, I think he did. Okay. The rumor I heard was he was directly involved. Going back to less to money. Was he involved money-wise in this? Keefe says we didn't get paid. Okay, you didn't get paid, but you think he paid somebody. Did somebody get paid for this? DD is not Keefe D because that's one of the investigators. So then the answer A is Keefe D. He says, to my knowledge. And so here's his attorney. What do you believe? Answer blank. We didn't get no money in California. This is investigator. I can go back up and get the names. Anyway. Answer, tell him what you think. You think somebody get paid? Keefe D says, yeah, Zip. Question, Zip got paid. Answer, that's what we think. Yeah, that's what the word on the street is. You think Zip set it up and Zip got paid? Yeah. Okay. That's what he's telling you. No shit. Zip, you think Zip got paid? Yeah, that's word on the street. This is what Keefe says. How much money do you think Zip got paid? Answer, I don't know. Question, nothing. You have no idea. And then this is the attorney, but Zip's living pretty good right now. Not the attorney trying to get Zip in. Yeah. So is Puffy. What's his name? Told me, what's his name? D-Mac. D-Mac. Who is D-Mac? What did D-Mac tell you? He said they dropped by that Puffy and them blank. Zip did because he got paid. I don't know what this is saying. Biggie's back out there when he got killed. So they found out he wasn't speaking or nothing. Okay, it gets confusing. Here is the question. Have you ever had personal contact with Puffy since that happened? No, at any time. And here's his attorney. Oh, God. Oh, because he's had interactions with Puffy. Yeah, a lot of times. Oh, you know Puffy. Yeah. Here's the attorney. He knows him. Okay, and he knows you. Answer, yeah. Question, so you had contact with him prior to the event in Las Vegas? Answer, yeah. Okay, so anyway. Here's his attorney. Keefe, explain to him your relationship with Puff and Zip, and did Puffy take an interest in having Suge or anybody killed over here? What an interesting question. I mean, question, okay, let's get right to the point. Yeah, okay, explain that to him. So answer, yeah, he was kind of scared of the guy. We was at a hotel and he like, man, so this is, I would give anything for that dude's head. This is what Keefe D is saying that Diddy said, I would give anything for that dude's head. So question, who are we talking about saying that? He said that in front of our which one said it? Puffy or Zip said it? Puff. Puff said it. So he's saying Puffy said that. I would do anything. What's that boy's head? For that boy's head, referring to who? Suge. This is also interesting. This is interesting because if you remember the Diddy trial, and I think on the documentary, but specifically in Cassie's lawsuit, and at the trial, she talked about a time that Diddy's people saw Suge at the restaurant and they got in the vehicle quick and pulled up at the restaurant. Y'all remember? Y'all remember? Okay, so now in this interview from 2009, Keefe D is saying that at some point, Diddy in some hotel room said he would do anything for Suge's head. Why? Because he was afraid of him? Answer, yeah, real. He was real scared of that guy. Diddy being real scared of Pac is what he's saying. I mean, of Suge is what he's saying. Okay. Here's answer. It was like 45 of us in the room and he said that shit in front of everybody. Answer, in front of everybody. Question, did he offer anything? This is the attorney. Was he implying that he would pay to have it done? Answer, yeah. Question, he implied it or he said it? Answer, he said it. Question, what did he say? Oh shit, I'll give anything for that dude. Question, no, I mean specific $1. This is the attorney. That's how they talk. But what he's saying, he's saying, did he kind of throw out a number? I'll give $1 million. I'll give what? Did he say something like that? Keefe says he was just like he'd give anything. So MFer millions too. That mean big to some little gangsters on the street. Like we tear that woo woo woo. Question, but he never had Puff, as far as you know, never said I'll give a specific dollar amount. Answer, he didn't say no specific dollar amount, but he wanted that man's head though. Okay, this is the question. What about, did Puff have any problems with Tupac? Answer, about that. That record came out, told him he's an F word, I won't say, and all that shit. Question, did he ever say anything specific? Did Puff ever say anything specific about Tupac that you know of? Let me just say, because I've been reading for a while. I am reading. I don't know if y'all are even following. It's so weird sometimes doing these lives. This is why I prefer to do my little recaps going about my day. But I am reading, again, the Las Vegas interview, that one of the many interviews that KPD gave to many people, but this one with Las Vegas Police Department, that is supposed to be brought up, just like all the other interviews are supposed to be brought up. And he has just in this interview detailed what happened the night Pac died. And now the law enforcement officer is asking him about Puff, basically Diddy being involved in it. So that is kind of what's happening. So the attorney says, this is KVD's attorney, put it this way. What he's saying is, you know, you have the issue with Suge and that he wanted Suge dead. But then did Puffy seem to express an interest in Tupac? Was like maybe something happened to Tupac. Did he say punk ass Tupac? Answer, yeah, F that dude. Yeah. And didn't he think we have to have something done? Okay, I'm losing what he's talking about. Here's a question. Did Puffy ever come up? Did anything in the conversation with Puffy ever come up? I'm getting lost. But this is his attorney. His attorney see, if we were at my office, we would be having snacks, anything you want. See, that's what I'm talking about. Why are we talking about snacks? Why are we talking about snacks? Now they're talking about get some water, starving to death. Okay, now we back to the question. Did anything come up about Puffy that night? That night? Yes. About Puffy that night. Did any conversation about Puffy the night of the incident in Las Vegas? So now the investigator is specifically asking the night. I think he's trying to understand Diddy's true connection to this murder. And this is where I start to have questions. Follow me on my questions. We're just kind of chatting. We're yapping. If you like my recaps better, you don't have to tune into this. You can watch that later. Right now, we yapping. The question is, if Diddy was really behind this, right? Go with the conspiracy. Like let's try to follow this line of thinking. If Diddy was behind it, involved in it, if people got paid for it, why then are we even talking about the fight at about the nephew getting jumped? You know what I'm saying? Like, is the motive for the murders because Diddy hated Suge and was trying to pay? Or is the motive for the murder that the nephew got jumped at the hotel, at the MGM? You know what I'm saying? I'm about to crack this Korean wine and break out my art supply. I haven't had Korean wine. Tell me more about it. So yeah, that's one of the questions I always have about this, because I like, where does Diddy specifically play into it, especially if it really was about this fight? And you know, in openings, the prosecutor said, you know, look how angry he gets even all these years later. His anger was because his nephew got jumped. That's what he is like attributing the motive for. So then how do we get to Diddy? Okay. It's one of those two birds with one stone situations. Okay. Blue says, Mel, I have it. Diddy was willing to pay, But before the money exchanged hands, Pac put his hand on Orlando. Ah, that actually makes sense. Oh, you're live. I've been thinking Diddy was involved. Well, I'll keep reading because he's asked this question very directly. I just want to. I said DD was Keefe Davis. Because his name is Duane Davis. That's why I was like, why did I say that? Okay. I just want to see the corroborating evidence that goes along with what Keefe D said. It is interesting. Wouldn't the fight be the perfect alibi for Puffy's true intentions? Diddy never pays people. I don't know why people forget to do his dirty work. His dirty work. Okay, I can follow what you guys are saying. I can see what you're saying. Let me go back to it. So the question again, did anything about Puffy come up the night of the shooting? During, after, anything? That's the question. Answer, I knew we was like, damn, we can get paid now. Question, okay. Answer, yeah. From, and that was met. These are some names they not telling us. Well, we didn't even know the boy was shot. But when you said paid by Puffy, right? Yeah. Paid by Puffy to Orlando and your crew. Yeah. Did he ever give us? So the question is, did he ever give you the money? No, he didn't ever give us no money. Was there efforts made to get paid by Puffy? He says yes. Question. Okay, and tell me about that. When we met Zip a few months afterwards, I remember reading this 2 years ago, actually. Question, Zip being whoever that is, and where, okay. Let me keep going. Where did y'all meet? He says at the hot wing place on La Brea and 3rd. Okay, describe that conversation. Is it just, and so Keefe D is saying it's me and Zip. Okay, they had raided our house and took all of our guns. Like, we really need that money now. You know what I'm saying? Okay, they got raided, so they're looking for some money. These dudes got millions of dollars to go against us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and he never did get back with us. This is the attorney. What did he say when that conversation took place? Did he say, I'm going to check with you? I'm going to check with Puffy? This is because Keefe D don't be answering the questions. Keefe D just be going off track. So his attorney keeps being like, yo, answer the question. So he says, as soon as I get back, I'll make sure send y'all some money. Zip, this is the question. Zip said he was going to make sure who sent you the money? Puff. So Zip is telling Keefe, Puff is going to send us the money. We didn't say much. We didn't say how much. I had a lot of money back then myself. See, this is what I'm talking about. Look, Keefe D says, I had a lot of money back then myself. What does his attorney say? He didn't ask you that question. He didn't ask you that question. Because shut up talking. Why are you offering that? Nobody asked you how much money you had, Keefe D. Listen, you guys, I might be on the defensive side because he be talking. I might be on the defensive side because nobody asked you that. Why are you talking? Shut up. The the officer says, that's okay. Of course it's okay, because you okay with him telling on himself. So then he says, did Zip ever indicate how much he was gonna try to get from Puff? Answer, no, he didn't never indicate. We need some money. And then the attorney, but the point is, like, since you mentioned it, you had your money. Since you mentioned it, you had your money. You meant money for Orlando money for what they did. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here's the question. Now, you think Zip got paid by Puff at some point? So this is, I think, a part of like some of the rumors is that, here we go. Monique is saying it, right? Some of the rumors, Zip actually got paid, but he actually got paid from Puff for this situation, but that money never made it to Keefe D. That's, the rumor. And so the question is, do you think Zip got paid by Puff? Keefe D says, yeah. Question, what makes you think that? After I got out of the feds, I went and met him after maybe like 2 years. The investigator says, "What do you mean by the feds?" And his attorney says he was in the feds visiting for a while. What you mean visited? That why would you say visiting? When did you go in? 98. Okay, when did you come out? 02. And you think during that time period Zip got paid. Wait, I got a question. Didn't 96. I was about to say, don't that overlap? Okay. And you think Zip got paid during that time? Yeah. By Puffy? Yes. Because when you got out, what did you notice? This is from his attorney. When you got out, what happened that made you feel that Zip got paid? That's his attorney asking. And so KPD says big nightclub, 3-story, all kind of cars, everything. And then the attorney in that 4 years, he add up all that shit, right? Yeah. So then the question is, did you ever try to get in contact with him? Yes, but he never called back. You left him messages. This is the question. He never called you back. KPD says, yeah, I called Puff too when I got out. So he was trying to call Zip when he got out. Zip ain't call him back, and he tried to call Puff. And then the attorney is asking, and Puff didn't call you back? KPD says, no, but I seen him after everything went down. I seen him. I seen Puff at the House of Blues. He came to the car, then he acted scared of us. He didn't want to pay. So what'd he say when he came to the car? KPD says he would. Oh, Zip got paid. Keepy got played. KPD says he was just telling us to come meet him at the hotel room, Hilton, and woo, woo, woo. That man said woo, woo, woo so much. So he asked us, did we have some weed and stuff? But that MFer never took his eyes off of us, though, at all. Did you go to the hotel? No, we didn't go up there. The officer says, you're a real gangster, and he's a rapper. And then the attorney says, hold on, let me stop you. And so the attorney asks Keefe D, you really don't consider yourself to be a gangster, do you? Keefe D says, I'm a grandfather. I got 4 grandkids. My son trying to go to the NFL. You should have seen him Saturday night playing like crazy. The attorney says, you're a family man, right? Gang history, but you're not a gangster, are you? Mobster, not like the Italians? He says, we're street dudes. This is what Keefe says. And then the officer says, you live the life. And Keefe D says, yeah, that they rap about. Ooh. Ooh. That would make you a gangster, wouldn't it? Or maybe it just makes you a street dude. The officer says, if I owed you money, I would be afraid too. He says, yeah. I mean, you got a group of people that would jump at your bid, right? His attorney starts to say, that's not necessary. That gets cut off. Because people around you to do things necessarily, whatever or not you tell them, try to impress them, things happen, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here's back to the officer. What time are we at? Okay. Did he, what I'm trying to build here is, did he make any comments or say anything at that time trying to make things right with you? This is in a reference to Diddy, right? Trying to make things right about not paying is what he's getting at for the murder. So did he say, like, you think, that's why I said come to the hotel, or what? Did he indicate anything about Zip? Did he say that there was and so Keefe says he didn't say nothing. He just was in the window, just talking to me, just backed up, and there was girls all over him. He said he watching the car. He wasn't paying no attention. None of them girls was tripping with her like this MFer scared. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. And then it goes back. But you believe Zip got paid. And he says that's the word on the street. Have you ever had a conversation about that? He said, I ain't seen Zip since. Not y'all did this hit and then never seen him since. Since I seen him at the Hot Wings. Okay, I seen him this summer. I wanted to ask that MFer where my money at. But he wasn't able to talk to him. Okay. I'm just seeing if there's anything else. So he's asking him, do you have any questions right now specific to Tupac that could help me? Is there anything that his attorney, I have not asked you? Is there anything I haven't asked you? His attorney says, now see, that's one of them kind of questions that is a hell of a question. Is there anything that you recall looking at the details of what he said that maybe you need to correct or perhaps, elaborate on, or something that you think, is there anything you think is relevant that you need to do that with? He says, no, not at all. You're here for the fight, we were smoking weed. It's party time, blah, blah, blah. And Lane was like, man, I'm effed up. They beat the shit out of me. So he's really like, he just be retelling the story. So he's retelling the story as the nephew got beat up. And then just so happens they see Suge and Tupac on the street. And the opportunity was too great. And his attorney says, for baby Lane. He couldn't pass on it. Let's see if there's anything else. This is when Baby Lane got shot and killed later. Why was Baby Lane shot and killed? The guy owed half a key and went out the back door. It had nothing to do with Tupac, nothing. It was about some other kind of drug deal. Okay. I think that's it. He said, how do you feel about Tupac being dead now? I wish it never happened. Swear my life has been effed up ever since. I haven't been able to really be rich no more. But how do you feel about him being dead, though? I know your life probably changed, but how do you feel about him being dead, not about not being rich? And then his attorney says, see, the point is, what he's asking you is, do you wish it wouldn't? You wish it wouldn't happen. It's a bad situation. It's unexpected. That's what you're really trying to tell him, right? His attorney was trying to help him. He said, I haven't even been able to be rich. It sucks, man. I've been broke ever since. His attorney said, no. What you mean is this is sad. He says, I wish it would have never, ever. I wish I never met Puff Daddy, period. I swear to God. He messed up my life, man. I was rich, up under the radar, all that, man. That's all gone. It's all gone. Oh my gosh. How do you feel about Suge? Suge the same. He loved me. What's up, big homie? Woo, woo, woo. The question, do you believe he knows you were involved? Do you believe, I'm asking for your opinion? And then the attorney says, listen, what he's really, first of all, you're going to ask the questions, were you involved? But does he believe that you were around the people when he was killed? That you were a part of what's going on. So yeah, if him and Suge are cool, does Suge know that he was a part of this? He says, I seen him 3 days after I got out the Lakers game. And he mentioned it to you? No, never. He was like, I'm glad you stay strong, woo, woo, woo. And then my people was telling like an MFer, man. And then he asked me, do I need anything or, anything like that? That's kind of crazy. Oh, wait. But then the officer says, what I'm asking you is, do you believe he knows or he thinks that Southside Crips killed Tupac? Not you specifically, but does he? He says, yeah, because he had a meeting too. Say he got $100,000 for our head, me, Corey, and Kev. All the leaders of the gang, basically. Yeah, he wanted $100,000. What? Why would he say That didn't I just read that he said 3 days later? Woo, woo, woo. I seen him 3 days after I got out the Lakers game. Woo, woo, woo. Stay strong. But now he's saying there was $100,000 hit. Oh wait, so 5,000 on your head? My homeboy's got some cousins that live in his neighborhood that was at the what? 100,000. He don't know. He making okay. You guys, I think Keefy D is the bullshitter. I think I might be in. Because is it 5,000? Okay, 100,000 for me, Corey, and Kev. Okay, 5,000 for the other gang members. We got one of our homeboys' cousin got a one of our homeboys got a cousin from over there, and he was at the meeting when he said that. Okay, so apparently Suge put a hit on them, even though they was cool, big homie, woo woo woo. But then his attorney says, but you never had a conversation with Suge about what happened. He says never, not directly. I seen him about 4 times since that shit happened. We're looking, okay, then so this is a question from the officer. What we're going for is corroboration. We're looking for somebody that you told this story to. It's the same story you just told us. He says no. He's asking him, have you told anybody? You never told nobody? Never, never. The first time I said it was ever. This is the first time ever. The attorney, I'm his lawyer. He never told no one. Meanwhile, he did the investigation. I mean, he did the interview in 2008. So I guess it was the Fed. So technically it was okay for him to say he never told nobody this, but he told everybody after this for sure. The attorney says, not even me. He ain't tell no. Okay. He never told no one. I swear to God, I ain't tell my wife, nobody. The attorney says, not even me. And I've been knowing him forever. You never told your wife is a question. Wife, son, nobody. I told him after I told him. That's how he's lasted this long. He never told nobody. He went from never telling nobody to telling everybody. I've been his lawyer for a long time. I may have suspected something, but he's never told me. And know the faith of trying to resolve it like you want to resolve it. That's why he's here. He want to get it off his chest. I'm going to give y'all what you want, so leave me the fuck alone. Okay, child. I'll just say this. He said anything I talk about is confidential and covered, right? So wait, hold on. Let's see what they're talking about. Oh, okay. Yeah, and he said you cannot be charged. This is why he started talking, because he believed, here's it right here. He believed that he could not be charged. He was confused though, because I think the feds said that, but the feds in the state be different. The Tupac case is different from some other issues, but in your conversation with him is because you weren't involved in shooting Tupac. That's the reason you're here. Yeah, that's correct. I wasn't trying to shoot him. Okay, I think we got about 15 minutes. I'm gonna have to grab some food. Woo, woo, woo. Okay, I don't know what he's talking about. Let's see. The attorney is saying here, but that's not the reason for this meeting. I mean, Keith, it's a real serious case, and obviously there's issues of accountability. But the point is, this is a unique set of facts. If you guys actually, which is true, shooting blank, have a problem with Tupac and he grabbed the gun and shot Tupac and you didn't, y'all wasn't looking for him, it is what it is. That's my opinion. But if y'all was looking for Tupac, that's what your intent was. Then I think there's different issues. He says, no, we wasn't looking for, I think he's just talking about the difference between premeditated murder, it sounds like, and like second degree, like first degree, where you went out with the intention versus second degree, where the, situation kind of presented itself. But what amazed me is that's what I couldn't figure out is like, it seemed like the first thing you thought the guy just got beat up. He's went up, killed him, but I couldn't understand how it wasn't connected that fast. I don't know what's happening. Oh, here's an interesting statement from his attorney. Tupac would be, and I'm speaking for Keith, but is like something minor to him. He wouldn't even be in the same ballpark with him, whoever this other person is. So Keith wouldn't really have a beef with Tupac because this thing would be like, Orlando or whatever y'all problem is, settle it on the street. But if it was more him than Suge, then it would be him, Suge, or somebody, leadership roles. It sounds like he's trying to compare maybe Keefy D's status. Okay, it looks like it ends. Oh, he says, I'll be right back. So that it kind of ends there. Unless they start up again, but I think we're done. Oh yeah, it's just about end. Okay. Anyway, let me put the screen back up. I hope that wasn't too bad of a reading. It's always very awkward trying to read that stuff live versus like doing it with a video. But this is a mess. The problem is he goes into like, we didn't even read fully through what he says, like the lead up, how he's in the hotel, they get the call, or the nephew is there, he gets beat up. He talks about like all of this stuff in detail. So I guess it sounds like, is his attorney trying to say he wasn't even in the car? KVD is clearly a BSer, like that we can agree on. But you can also just embellish. You know what I'm saying? Like, it feels like he was, I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts. Yeah, so it's this one, but in openings, the prosecutor said this is the one that's like the most subdued. The prosecutor said this Vegas one is not even as bad as the other one. So if this is the version that is like protective of him, I'd hate to see the versions that are not, child. Okay, she's saying Keefe was not in the car. The only person who puts him there is him. Because everybody this is not funny. I don't mean to laugh. So it's the book, it's the interview, the Fed interview, this interview, and then podcast interviews are all being used. I really don't mean to laugh, but this is actually really crazy. Sorry, I'm checking mine. Okay. The fact that the only proof is him constantly confessing is funny. It's actually really insane that they're able to build their whole case on you because of you. If you would just shut up, like you apparently did for years. It seems like he actually did shut up for a long time. If the first interview isn't until the feds did theirs in 2008, we're talking 12 years later. So he really held on. He was quiet because he knew to shut up. I really believe when he did that interview and they were like, yo, we're not going to prosecute you, he said, not me being in the clear, not me committing, being a part of a murder and I get off. And I think that changed things for him. His heart, his chest was like, whew, I got to get that off. And then who else wants to know what happened? I can tell you, I was there. Oh, well, if he really did get paid from Vlad for the interview, he said, I just read y'all where he said he been broke ever since. So low key, it's giving. Maybe that's true. He needed the money and the money was there. Actually, I don't know. What's this attorney's name? And it don't seem like it. We aren't listening to what? He said he haven't had money since. He said they raided his place. Nobody, okay, let me tell you what. I don't call him ever. That feels like what name do you say in the mirror 3 times? That's how that name sounds. Oh, this one is Michael Snaft or Samfit. I don't know how I said Snaft. I mixed up all them letters. Vlad don't just get free interviews. Candyman. Thank you. That's how that name feels to me. Candyman or Bloody Mary. Don't say them. Whoever is in the you know what? I could probably go to the beginning. Let me go to the beginning and I could probably tell you. Hold on. What the attorney's name is in here. Hold on. Okay. LA Hidta, LAHIDTA. With me is Detective Darren. That's the Darren Dupree. That's DD. I'm in this interview room giving the statement his last name of Davis, first name Duane, middle of Keith, also known as Keefy D. And this is his attorney, Duane Higgins. So Wayne Higgins. That's why I was like, the one, the WH was Wayne Higgins. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So every time I was saying his attorney, right, it was Wayne Higgins. So the attorney, Wayne Higgins, the DD was Darren Dupree. And then the person asking the questions was LAHIDTA, Hidta. And then, of course, you had KPD, who was giving all the answers. And here we go, right? I have absolutely no interest of arresting you today. You understand that? Yeah. All I want to gather is some information. He's not saying he's going to arrest you, but he's saying he's not here. He's here to make sure everything is clear. And he wants you to be honest with him. There was another time where he was talking about how big he was leadership in the gang. And it was funny because his attorney was like, shut up. He said, you were affiliated with a street gang, Southside Crips. I read this literally 2 years ago. There's first talk about Diddy. I'm not here to arrest you. I'm not here to arrest you. I am not going to arrest you. He's been arrested. Oh, and they're talking about going there. I understand that Kevin was there, Orlando was there. This is them going. Anyway, let's go back to the thing. He talked himself into a murder charge. Keefe should have talked himself into a gang charge and away from this murder. I mean, honestly, that would have been safer. I need to get these. The trial memorandum for Dirk just came in, and I just wanted to read what it said. See if there's anything important I'm missing. Regardless, there's nobody. Again, I agree. If the prosecutors, prosecutors should have to defend, and investigators should investigate. They should do their jobs. But I don't feel bad for him for talking himself into a charge. I'm so sorry. Because you should have just sat there and ate your food. You should have just shut up. Because you got and you're this old. You played yourself and you're this old, and now you're sitting this is silly. And also, why else would you be, I don't know, if you're boasting about being involved in a murder, I feel like you should take the charge. Like he should have pled guilty. Like I just think it's all weird. But whatever. I would have just blamed it. It don't even seem like he has enough evidence about the Diddy part. He didn't have no conversation. He wasn't able to point to a specific conversation where he was trying to make, not paying him right. He only believes Homeboy was paid, Zip, but he doesn't fully know. It's just because Zip had some money. I don't know. It feels it's a little hard to even prove that part. To prove Diddy's involvement. Oh. Somebody tagged me in their picture, in their video. Apparently, they're also there. That's hilarious. His attorney did keep telling him to shut up, and he didn't listen. Okay. When they come back, I have to go. Somebody ordered some merch from me, and I need to go drop it off at the post office. So I'm going to play this, but y'all aren't going to see me for a little bit until I come back. Because I need to drop this off. Keefe should have just left this as hood legend rumor. I low-key agree. I do think it's to the point Coretta was making. If his statement is all they have, and that is enough, then why didn't they bring the charges earlier? Seems like they were trying to get corroboration for what he said, but they actually couldn't get any. And so they just said, we have enough, charge him after all of this time. That's how it feels. They have no corroboration. They only have his words. And there's nobody who can corroborate. So whatever, let's just take the chance. Yeah. They can also pick up packages if you schedule it. I work for them, unfortunately. It'll be your carrier for your home or business, but we get requests. I actually need to do that. I need to be better about having the packages, my stuff being delivered, especially like when I release something and I'm like constantly going, it'd be a lot for me to keep going to this post office. But my PO box is also up there, so sometimes I don't mind going up there. There is no way the police did not know the fight was probably the cause of the shooting. Thank you, niche girl. I'll be trying. Exhausted, but trying. That first, um, the first officer, he sounded like he didn't know anything. He said, "What's something else going on in Vegas?" It's Vegas. It's always something going on. You know what, Vax? You are right. But what we are talking about specifically is the weekend Tupac died. Now, was there something specific happening around that time? That man, hey, who knows? It's Vegas. Is Reggie White on anyone's witness list? Yeah, because Reggie, so what he said was Reggie White was the head of security for death row. So technically Reggie White should have been with Suge and Pac, but instead he was at a club away from them when this happened. And so is there, people who followed this throughout the years, is there conspiracy that Reggie is involved? Is this like an inside situation? Thank you, Nino, because I'll forget. Is Reggie alleged to have been a part of the setup or like this happening? But then that would take us to a whole nother. So now we got Diddy did a hit, Orlando gets beat up, and then Inside Man is a setup. That's a lot going on. Reggie and his so dirty cops as in set up or like help cover it up? There's so many conspiracies. There's so many thinkings. I mean, I do clearly, obviously believe the Diddy Suge thing just because that is reoccurring. That's come up in everything. That man did not like him and wanted his head on a platter. That part, allegedly. That ain't been proved, and I don't want to be sued, allegedly. But, oh, okay, the cover up. Didn't one of the former Death Row record label owners get pardoned by Trump recently with the help of Snoop? I know nothing about that, child. Oh, we back? We back? Oh, y'all want the one? Y'all want the one with the Is that who is that, y'all? Who that is? Oh, this is who it sound. Doesn't this seem like that's who Coretta was describing? She mentioned like back in a ponytail. Oh, that's what she said. It does look like his sister. I think that is his sister. Y'all are right. Okay. Well, that's his sister. I don't want to mispronounce her name. Sakiwa is what I would think, but I could be wrong. You know what makes me sad? Also, when people are killed, or even when people are killed or commit a crime in states that they actually don't live, and then their family members have to go and travel to those states to address whatever has happened. Like, bruh, it's so inconvenient. Like, why y'all didn't like make this happen where you live, bruh? Them people don't live in Vegas. I'm pretty sure she don't live in Vegas. And now she gotta go here for this. Like, bruh. Wow, Google says California. Uh-oh, did it stop? What's happening here? Okay, we're gonna have to go back to the other stream. They say Tupac fired Reggie as security and didn't want to pay. That's why there wasn't any real security that night. So I'm trying to ask, that night, did he fire him that night? Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. They're in Vegas, but that's kind of my point, that like y'all were there for an event. Like y'all were there for an event. And now, because the situation happened in this city, now we all have to travel to the city that you had only gone here for the weekend, you know? Like, that's so annoying. Is my audio? I want to make sure I'm. I keep thinking they are going to turn the sound on. I wonder how. I want to look the judge up. She does look young. See if we could spot Coretta back in there. All of this over a rapper that made it out and they were jealous of. It's been 30 years. Suge and Diddy are in jail, but for this, should have just done a dance battle and called it a day. Dance battle was crazy.
Okay.
Okay, I'm talking normally now. And now I'm trying to mute. And now I'm trying to talk. And now I'm trying to mute.
Any difference?
Kind of like we were hearing from her.
I thought I did. Okay, I'm talking, and now I'm muting. I'm keeping on mute. Can you hear me?
Oh, it was like an echo or something.
I'm pressing the mute button. I'm sure the meeting is working when you hold that a second. Well, everything is fine. That makes it that long. So it's you guys wired the joint. Yeah, right. I don't want.
Okay, we're on record in State versus Davis, C337407. We've gotten through some of our technical issues. Anything else we need to address before bringing in the jury? Okay, let's bring them in.
Stand for jury.
It's fine. To the parties stipulated to move on to the jury.
We do.
Okay, you may all be seated. At this time, the state may call the next witness. All right, Mr. Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have my clerk swear you.
Please raise your right
Yes,
hand.
ma'am.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Brent Becker, BRENTBECKER.
Thank you.
Sir,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
thank you. Sir, you're retired these days, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what'd you do for a living before you retired?
I was a police officer for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what years were you with Metro?
I was there from 1984 to 2011.
And in September of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective with the homicide section.
Do you recall how long you'd been with homicide when you
I got into homicide, I think it was November of 1994.
Did you have a partner in 96?
Yes, it was Mike Franks.
And who was?
Okay, y'all, I'm pretty sure that's not me. That's the stream. He probably got a tab open or something that he needs to take down, but it's not me. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't crazy. It's not me. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On September 7th, or into, I guess, technically into September 8th of 1996, did you get called out for a shooting that happened, ultimately determined to be happened at Flamingo and Cobalt?
Yes, Sergeant Manning called me. It was about 12:30 in the morning and I was asleep, so it would have been September 8th. And so it was around 12:30. So by the time I got up, got dressed, and got there, it was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning on the 8th.
And when you say you got there, what scene did you go to?
Initially, from what I recall, I went to Harmon in the Boulevard because that's where general assignment and everybody was at. to get debriefed on things and get some of the notes. And then from what I recall, I went over to Flamingo and Koval to kind of look at the scene, but they had some witnesses from the car that supposedly was directly behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur back at Harmon and the Boulevard that I needed to interview.
Can we talk a little bit, first of all, Tupac Shakur is still alive on September 8th of 1996, correct?
That's what I was told. He had already been transported. He was not at the scene when I got there.
Is it somewhat unusual for homicide to be involved in a situation where there isn't a deceased victim yet?
That was very unusual, and normally we don't get called out, at least at that time, we didn't get called out unless there was a deceased victim. So it was unusual. I think when we arrived at the scene, we were told that because of the nature of who the victim was, general assignment, he wanted us to come out to it.
Let me ask you, we've heard from a first responder today. Back in those days, what was general assignment? What does that mean?
General assignment was in essence, the night detectives. They worked swing shift and graveyard shift. So they were the night detectives that if something needed a detective to respond, they were the ones that got called out to the scene.
So they would have been at this scene before you, and then they made a determination along with, I assume, the command staff that homicide should be called out to this investigation.
Correct. Actually, uniformed officers would have been the first people called to the scene of anything. And general assignment, I'm sure, was monitoring the traffic. So if they had heard the call, they may have been responding, but they would have gone out, assessed the scene, and eventually determine if someone, the type of scene it was and if someone needed to come out to it. And in this case, I guess someone must have called Sergeant Manning because he's the one that called us.
And your partner, Detective Franks, do you recall where he responded to?
I believe he got sent directly to a University Medical Center, the hospital, which is where Shakur and I believe Suge Knight got sent to.
And your responsibility, was there also crime scene analysts that were called up to the scene?
Yeah, my initial response was to the scene to start handling things directly at the crime scene, yes.
And then does at some point crime scene analyst Dan Ford show up and document the scene while you're present?
Dan Ford was already there from what I recall. They were called CSAs back then, I believe. Dan Ford would have already been there. Usually CSAs, because CSAs were assigned to each shift. So I'm pretty sure he was that particular shift CSA. He would have already been out there doing whatever he did for the scene, marking it, taking photographs and such.
When you, at the end of sort of both the two scene investigations, so the Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, as well as the Flamingo and Koval investigation, essentially, what was the facts you were dealing with?
Well, according to the witnesses that I had interviewed, Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, Katari Cox, and Yafu Fula, and I'm just doing what I remember the pronunciation was. They were in the car behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur. And what they described was that a white car, and from what I recall, they described a white Cadillac pulling up alongside Knight's car. and someone inside that white Cadillac opening fire or shooting into the car that Knight and Shakur were at. Their descriptions varied a little bit, but from what I recall, I believe they all said it was a white car and more or less agreed that it was a Cadillac. And there might have been a little bit of a variance between 2 and 4 occupants.
And what direction after the shooting does the vehicle head?
After the shooting, it would have turned south on Koval. That was at Flamingo and Koval, because the Knight group was heading eastbound on Flamingo, and the Cadillac would have originally been heading eastbound, but then it turned southbound on Koval.
And the nature of the bullet holes that are in the BMW that's located at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, all those bullets appear to be coming in from the passenger side of the BMW.
The impact strikes that I saw were all on the right rear passenger door, the right front door, or the right front passenger door. I believe there was some sort of a mark or impact on the windshield. Those were the strikes that you could see. Like, you know, it was you couldn't tell if anything had been astray of any kind.
So at your scene, you have bullets being shot from south to north into the passenger side of Suge Tupac's car, but you have no idea how many actual bullets are fired because you can only see the strikes which are in the car.
Correct. All I can see is what the actual impacts are. That doesn't mean that's how many shots were fired. That's just how many struck the vehicle.
And I think we have another witness who's going to testify to this later, but there are a number of casings or cartridge cases, expended cartridge cases that ultimately get collected from the southbound lanes of Flamingo right before Koval. Is that correct?
Yes, without seeing the report, I know that there were fired cartridge cases recovered from the street. I do recall that the number of fired cartridge cases recovered from the street did not match the number of impact strikes on the vehicle, which wouldn't have been surprising considering what traffic probably was on Flamingo on a Saturday night and probably the delay of anybody arriving there, at least from law enforcement.
What happens when, in your experience as a detective, there's a bunch of cartridge cases laying in a busy street and cars driving through? What can happen to those cartridge cases?
Well, especially prior to the uniform officers getting there, cars are driving over them. They're either getting caught within the tread of the tires, or they're getting thrown down the street or thrown into a rain gutter, or, I mean, they could go a lot of different places. We've investigated numerous shootings within streets where you've had fired cartridge cases scattered all over the place. And you never know for sure if you've got all of them, because if something gets caught within a tread of a tire and it doesn't get ejected, unless someone tells you about it later or it gets ejected somewhere else, who knows where it ends up.
In addition to that, when you have your shooter inside a vehicle, are there times that you found casings have gone into the vehicle that the shooter's shooting from?
Yeah, that would depend on if the shots were fired with the handgun inside the window of the car, or if the handgun was outside of the window. Obviously, if the handgun is outside of the window, there's a higher probability. If it's a semi-automatic pistol, there's a higher probability that all those fired cartridge cases ended up outside. If the handgun is on the inside of the vehicle, you have a higher probability of some fired cartridge cases ended up staying inside the car. If it's a revolver, then everything is going to stay within the handgun.
Eventually, I'm kind of jumping forward here. Do you have those casings forensically tested?
The firearms examiner ends up testing them. I believe they were able to determine that they thought a Glock, it was going to be a 40 caliber. They were able to determine the caliber. And I believe, because I guess I'm not the expert, the firearms people are, but that a Glock has a particular marking that shows up, and I believe they determined that they thought it was a Glock that fired the weapon, that fired the cartridge cases.
So now you're looking for a white Cadillac occupied somewhere between 2 and 4 times, heading south on Koval, and a Glock 40 caliber firearm.
That was the information we had eventually at the time, yes.
After speaking to the witnesses, did you have any suspect information?
The only thing we had was 2 to 4 people, probably already all black males. The shooter, all we had was a black arm. There was a question of whether it was out the driver's door window or out the back window. There was a lot of questions, and this was strictly coming from the 4 gentlemen, Alexander, Greenidge, Cox, and Fula, from the car that was behind them. You got to realize, as I learned later, there was an entire convoy or entourage, whatever you want to call it, that had been behind them, and none of those people were around. Everybody had skedaddled before we got there, or at least by the time I got there. And so the only information we had was what General Assignment had acquired from, I believe, a couple of witnesses that they had talked to, and some of the people at the scene. I think Detective Franks talked to some girls later on that had been at the scene.
Now, during the course of this, you've mentioned Frank Alexander. Do you know what Frank Alexander's responsibility was that night in the car behind Suge and Tupac?
Frank Alexander said he was Tupac Shakur's bodyguard.
And Fula? I'm not even saying them right either.
Fula and Greenidge and Qatari Cox were supposed to be part of the Outlaws. I guess it's like the group, I don't know if you call them the band, but the part of the group that performed with Tupac Shakur.
And those are the only 4 that stuck around by the time you got there and you were able to take statements from.
I believe they were the only 4, plus I know there were a couple other guys that are mentioned in the report. I think Kevin Woods was one of them. And I think they must have got stopped by General Assignment or somebody when Suge Knight had made the U-turn to flee or drive away and ended up at Harmon and the Boulevard. Everybody else was gone.
I want to fast forward a little bit. Did you learn of an incident that occurred at the MGM casino shortly after the Tyson-Selden fight?
We eventually learned that. No one claimed that night, but yes, there was a videotape that came about and information about a fight that was caught on videotape where a person was kicked, beaten down by Suge Knight and a bunch of other people in that group. Tupac Shakur was in the group, and Frank Alexander was off in the side.
When you learned about that, did Metro initially know the identity of the victim of that beating?
The only thing we had, I believe, was the first name of Orlando. One of the officers that was at the fight that night, I think they were working off duty because We also saw some video where they had talked to the person. He was wearing a football jersey, and I don't believe there was a written down ID where the ID was obtained, but the first name of Orlando was on there. That was all we had at that time.
Did you make efforts to talk to Suge Knight?
I know that night at the hospital, Detective Franks attempted to, he said, and then I know that for 2 to 3 days after that, we attempted to, and finally were able to get him in and conduct an interview with him.
How did that come about? How does Suge Knight wind up at Metro?
Well, the first couple of attempts weren't very successful, put it this way. He didn't want to come, he didn't come in. In fact, I think the one time he was supposed to come in, he didn't show up. And then the night he did, I think it was 3 nights after, it would be in the report. When he did arrive, he showed up with David Kenner, David Chesnoff, and George Kalisis, who were all 3 attorneys who were his representatives, which we thought was weird because Suge Knight was a victim. And I think Reggie Wright Jr. might have been out in the lobby waiting. And then that's when we were finally able to conduct a taped interview of Suge Knight with his 3 attorneys present.
And what were your impressions from that interview?
Suge Knight was not the Suge Knight I expected. Everything, we had done a lot of research in the short time we had been involved, and Suge Knight was not a very timid person in the previous interviews we had seen of him. He was a very boisterous, in charge kind of guy. He was very timid. And to us, his interview was very practiced, and he was very timid, and I thought he lied to us. He just didn't know anything.
Your impression was he was withholding information about what happened.
He just basically said he didn't know anything. He couldn't recognize anybody.
A few days, or maybe a week even, does there come a point in time when you get contacted by law enforcement in Los Angeles area, whether it be LAPD, LASO, or Compton PD, that assists you in your investigation?
Tupac Shakur passed away on September 13th. We attended the autopsy, and we were later contacted. Well, I think there was probably some contact with other people within the homicide section. You got to realize there are people higher up than us, but eventually Tim Brennan from Compton PD, I think a Mike Coet, and I don't, Fontenot, something like that from Los Angeles County Sheriffs came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge? They
recognize Suge Knight. I think they did by monikers, if I remember right. There might have been names. I think Buntry was in the picture, a guy named Buntry. There may have been some others that would have, again, it would be on the report because we did document all this.
Does Trayvon Lane sound familiar to you?
Yes, Trayvon Lane does sound familiar.
What about neck bone?
They ended up identifying a bunch of people because we ended up getting a substantial amount of information from them.
Does there come a point in time when they let you know that basically there's something happening in Compton that might be really indicative of who may have killed Tupac?
Well, we learned that they had had a series of shootings occurring in Compton, and we're getting a lot of information from informants that was interesting to us. The problem was it was all from informants. We didn't have any actual people that would come forward and testify. So it was information we could use, but we didn't have any witnesses that would be willing to talk to us. It was all hearsay for us.
And before I get too far into the time you go to Compton the first time, were you able to identify that Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and their entourage was staying at the Luxor?
Well, yeah, we knew that after the beatdown at the MGM, they had all gone because the MGM security had videotaped or filmed the group going through the casino and exiting, and we got information that they went over to the Luxor where they had rooms because we observed or saw some videotape down in the valet area after they had changed clothes and were meeting down there for some vehicles where they had left to go to Suge Knight's house there in Las Vegas.
Judge, I have in my hand a certified record from Luxor of the reservations as 124. I'd offer it.
No objection, Honor.
So admitted.
So you mentioned something that I guess I should get to. Suge and Tupac's group leave the MGM, go to the Luxor, and then did you have law enforcement outside, not for this purpose, but did you have law enforcement working security near Suge Knight's house here in Las Vegas?
We did not. Homicide did not. Apparently, there was an off-duty assignment at Suge Knight's community. I guess it's a gated community is where his house was at. And they were working off duty because of whatever the event was.
And so did you learn that after the Luxor, they went over to Suge's house?
Yes, we learned that they went over there. There was, I think, a gate log or something. And we learned that several people had gone over there, gone inside. And we eventually acquired that gate log. And then sometime after they had arrived at the house there, they departed. And
that's when the incident occurs.
That's not long after that is when the incident occurred.
All right, let me get back to Compton. At some point, you get told that the Compton Police Department is going to execute search warrants on all of the Mob Piru and Southside Crip residences that they could identify as part of their investigation into the ongoing war now that's happening between Mob Piru and the Southside Crips.
It was kind of twofold. We were told that they were serving search warrants on all these locations for these different groups or gangs, but that there was also at least one murder warrant for Orlando Anderson that they had there in Compton. So it was our understanding that they were going to be arresting him on an outstanding murder warrant there in Compton.
Were you present in Compton when those warrants were executed?
Mike Franks and I did travel down and were present to witness the search warrants being served by Compton and and I believe I don't know if the Los Angeles County Sheriffs participated, the actual deputies. I know that their jail facility people were there.
And you talked about this before. That warrant, had you seen a copy of the affidavit for that warrant?
Yeah, I saw one way back in '96, and I think I've seen one here recently that you showed me that kind of refreshed my memory.
And within that, all of the witnesses are identified as CRIs. Do you know what they were calling CRIs?
What I was told is that it was called a confidential, reliable informant. I don't recall any person being named as a testifying witness to anything. It was all based on confidential, reliable informants that the search warrant was being based on, which I guess in some cases that's not unusual. I know narcotics cases do that quite often, but eventually if you're going to successfully prosecute a case, you need to have somebody willing to testify.
So on October 2nd of 1996, were you present on Burris Ave when Orlando Anderson's residence was, when the police hit it and searched that residence?
I can't tell you if it was Burris Avenue. I remember being somewhere where Orlando Anderson was arrested, yes.
And during that, did you find out information as to where Orlando Anderson was staying when he was in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we kind of had an idea before that, but then when he was arrested, we kind of confirmed it that he had been staying at the Excalibur Hotel. We knew he'd been in Vegas because we had him on videotape, but yes.
Judge, I have in my hand state's proposed exhibit number 125, which is a certified copy of, or it's a certified record of the Excalibur I offered at this time.
You want to get your approach?
Yes.
He looked upset, but also the warrant, that the murder warrant, that what? This looks evil. The murder warrant that they're saying they had for Orlando, is that for Tupac's murder, or are they saying that was a separate? He had a warrant for another murder that's completely separate than this one, because he said it was Compton who said they had a murder warrant for him. So it wouldn't have been them to have the murder warrant for Tupac.
That'll be a minute.
Okay, now
I thought that one.
Try my best here to share my screen with you and see if we can show you just one little portion of this particular record.
Yeah, it's another murder. That's what it sounded like. Oh, I thought yeah, okay. No, Orlando had another separate murder. Okay.
Yes, I should have.
That's what I wanted. I wanted clarification. People on the East Coast, y'all hitting 5 o'clock. Y'all still at work? Busy family is crazy.
Are you seeing my screen at all?
I see you. I don't see the document. Oh, wait a minute. It just flipped.
You see that document now?
Okay, yeah, I do see a document. It's a affidavit of custodian of records.
Okay. I'm going to roll down here to page 2.
Okay, it's a receipt from Excalibur.
And then I'm going to zoom in here, maybe. Oh, that's the search button. Is this going to let me zoom in here? There we go.
I see some writing down there. Yeah.
That's
Okay,
right.
it zoomed.
Yeah, I'm just going to get to that writing now that I've zoomed in.
Okay.
So on page
All right.
2 here, there's
I
some
see.
handwriting on there.
That's the Stardust and Monte Carlo.
You recognize that handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
So how does that handwriting wind up on this record? What do you do?
Well, without seeing a report, I wrote it on there. There's no doubt that I wrote it on there. The question is why I wrote it on there. It's dated September 8th. Says they're local calls, and I put Stardust for one phone number, and then the Monte Carlo for the other phone number.
Does that suggest to you you're looking to see who Orlando Anderson was, what other hotels he was calling?
I'm wanting to see what the phone calls are, and the Stardust call is at 9:41. It should be if it's correct, 0941 is 9:41 a.m. and then Monte Carlo is at 0946. And then right after that is the Stardust again at 0947 again.
Now, there's been some discussions, and I guess we'll get to that when we get a little bit farther, but why don't we address some of that now? Was there a problem at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department of information related to your investigation being leaked publicly?
Well, I became aware that there may have been some information being leaked. I couldn't say who specifically was doing it, but I was becoming concerned to the point that in our office we had shelves not behind my desk, but there were some shelves where a lot of the case files were stored. And once this case continued and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it, outside interest, especially with the media. And I became concerned about it. So I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because I had left things on my desk, and a couple times I had found things different than when I left them, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked them up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than just the computer?
Well, yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off to records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot different technology, but back then we had a thing called a floppy disk. Because we actually did some reports early on that I still don't know where they are. We did a PIN register early on that I guess nobody can find. We went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody can find. There's just a lot of things that have disappeared. And some of them are reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So yes, I had some concerns.
Were you aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac on the autopsy table to the Daily Mail?
I was after we did the autopsy, I was outside the autopsy room. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur's body. I saw somebody walk into the autopsy room where his body was at with a Polaroid. And then I don't remember how long after that a book was published by a Kathy Scott that it was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards because it was not a full photograph that we took. We didn't take those kind of photographs at an autopsy. We had no reason to.
But needless to say, you yourself had concerns about the security of the information as it relates to the investigation.
Yes.
Now, going back to exhibit number 125, it says on September 8th at 9:46 a.m., it appears the Monte Carlo was called, correct?
Correct.
And Judge, I have marked state's proposed exhibit number 126, which is a certified copy of a record from the Monte Carlo I'd offer.
Any objections?
If I can have a moment, please.
Yeah. Okay, there'll be a minute.
All right, Detective, I'm going to try and do this. Change the screen for you and now put 126 up on the screen. Ooh. Apparently screen sharing has stopped. Let me put it up first and then now I got to go back to you and hit share. Can you see that now?
Now I do. There's a little delay, but it's a affidavit of custodian of records again.
Now this is the Monte Carlo, and I'm going to jump down to the first page. There's a name, Corey Edwards.
Corey Edwards.
1301 East Sloan.
Okay.
And it looks like he arrived and departed the Friday night before, the Friday the 6th into Saturday the 7th of September of 96. You see that on the right side?
I see that.
And I'm going to roll down here. A few pages in. Do you see? I could zoom in a little bit here for you.
No, I can see the writing. The Excalibur. Well, go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
It zoomed too much.
There you go.
Okay, Excalibur, Sahara, and Luxor. No, that's my handwriting.
And so, does that suggest to you that you took this record and checked to see
where those phone numbers?
The local phone numbers that are being called on it. And I'm going to roll down.
Yes. So the Excalibur was September 7th at 10:01 a.m. Sahara, September 7th at 10:26, and Luxor was at September 7th at 10:32 a.m.
Now, initially, did you have any idea who Corey Edwards was?
I did not have Corey Edwards' name until Compton gave us that name.
So now you're in Compton. You've executed search warrants. You learn about the Excalibur. You learn about the Monte Carlo and Corey Edwards. I want to kind of fast forward now. Well, you mentioned something about a pen register. Does there come a point in time when you guys learn about an individual named David Keith that might have worked at the MGM?
Yes, we learned about him. Well, it would have been related to the pen register because it goes back to, I want to say, Yafu Fula's description when I took his statement. he gave a description that I recall. He described the driver of the Cadillac having a bitch face. That's the term he used. And I may have misunderstood the terminology at the time. I might have thought bitch face meaning a younger looking face at the time, because there were some names coming up, and we had developed a name of Davion Brooks, who apparently was a Southside Compton Crip. And he was a fair-skinned black male, and we thought he kind of was a bitch face. And he was the person that the pen register was related to in a place. It was south. I can't tell you the address right off the bat. It was south of Tropicana, between the Boulevard and Koval. Because all we had, I think, was a cell phone or something, and we did the pen register, but David Keith's name came up somehow in that as a worker in Las Vegas. And for some reason, I'm going off the top of my head without the reports. He had I thought a full-size Blazer, because I used to own a full-size Blazer, and there was an address in Las Vegas and I know we went out and checked that address, but it turned out nothing was there. We couldn't determine anything, but that's how that all came about, David Keith. And I know that we ended up, because we couldn't find Davion Brooks, at the time, I don't know what they got now, we had a thing called Scope, which the people would get their sheriff's cards or criminal history would go in there, and we could flag a person. So if they were stopped by officers or arrested, that we could be notified. And so we had flagged Davion Brooks. And I believe eventually we must have been down because I was out of town, but Mike Franks and Kevin Manning went and interviewed him.
So at this point, we have the names of Orlando Anderson, you have the name of Corey Edwards, you have the name of Davion Brooks, you have the name of Davion Keith. Kind of fast forward, but in November of 96, well, let me ask you this. Of all the people you interviewed in that car behind, was there anybody who said he thought he could make an identification?
Yafu Fula, from what I remember, thought he could ID someone possibly. I thought it was the driver, but I'd have to look at the report. He's the only person that thought they could possibly identify someone. I don't recall anybody saying they could ID the shooter. Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, and Katari Cox were more or less more of the dark arm kind of thing.
When in November of 96 in New Jersey, did something happen to Yafula?
Unfortunately, Yafu Fula was murdered. We were notified, I want to say it was Orange, New Jersey, somewhere in that area. We learned that Yafu Fula had been murdered. This was after we had made several attempts, because Death Row Records, David Kenner, who was the attorney, they had told us that if we needed to talk to anybody from the Outlaws or anybody, that we needed to contact them to make arrangements. And somewhere in the reports that there's several attempts were made to try to get a hold of Yafu Fula, and we got the runaround on that.
I want to fast forward to March 9th of 1997. Did you become aware that another famous rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as Notorious B.I.G., was killed outside the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And LAPD was responsible for that investigation.
Correct.
At some point, do you have contact with Fred Miller, one of the lead detectives from LAPD?
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, March 17th or so, did you attempt to contact, well, let me ask you this, did you contact Frank Alexander to do photo lineups?
Yes. Mike Franks and I went down and we met Frank Alexander. If that's what the report said, it was around March 17th down in Orange County, somewhere, California. And I had taken probably, I think it was 10 photo lineups that we had prepared, because I had since the shooting and all, Frank had kind of turned around. I think he had gone cross with Death Row Records, and things turned around, and he was willing to meet with us, and that's when I showed him the photo lineups.
Judge, and I talked to Mr. Stamp about not having to lay the foundation with each one of these with Mr. Stamp, but I have in my hand those 10 photo lineups, which are marked 76 through 85.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection to admission?
Yes.
All right, they'll be admitted then.
And I'm going to start with number 10, which is 85. Oops. I have to go in and out here a few times. But each of these photo lineups that you have done here, did you have a reason why you had these particular people in photo lineups?
Main players that were in these photo lineups were, well, obviously Orlando Anderson was in there because of the beatdown at the MGM. I mean, and because of the information we'd acquired from Compton.
That man gonna remind y'all that there was a beatdown. If nothing else, he gonna remind y'all that Orlando Anderson got beat down at the hotel. He's also has no problem with calling people bitch faces, and the fact that he and the other officers were apparently trying to look at people's faces to determine which one had the bitch face. This man is hilarious.
Then the other people, I think Darnell Brim might have been in one of those because his name had come up. Duane Davis's name was in there. Terrence Brown, Smith. There's another Davis. I think it's Duane Davis's brother, or he's related to him somehow. Is it Kevin Davis, I think?
Let me just share my screen and we'll go through each one by one, okay?
Yeah. I just remember there were 10 of them, and there was each person that was in the lineup, there was a reason for them being in there. Just to cover our bases. We had particular people we were looking at, but we wanted to cover the basis of everybody that had come up.
So on these lineups, this is page 1, page 2, and then on the bottom, page 3 has the names of the people that are in each of those positions. Is that fair?
Those are the lineup records, yes.
And so it shows on March 17th of 1997, you would have created the photo lineup record that's your name down there?
Yes.
And this one, the suspect is number 6, Duane Davis.
Yeah, and I guess I probably spelled his name wrong.
And if we go to picture number 6,
that's Duane Davis. He's younger. I mean, obviously, it's been a long
30
time.
years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Now, at this point in time, when you're showing these photo lineups,
80.
Did you have a theory as to who was in this vehicle?
We had an idea from information. We didn't have anybody stepping forward to say anything in particular.
Okay. And who was it? Who did you think was in the car?
Well, the four names that we were leaning on was Duane Davis, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Those were the names that we've been leaning on. But again, those are just the names we had.
Right. You had no live witness to tell you.
No.
You all had confidential, reliable, the CRI
we personally didn't even have that. I mean, I guess everybody else did, but we didn't have a name that would step forward to say anything. And I believe the CRIs were even throwing out Darnell Brim and other people.
I'm going to kind of go through each one of these, but there's one I want to show you. And you've looked at these 10 photo lineups recently, right?
Correct.
And then there's another 6 photo lineups that you have where there's just a handwritten log that goes with them, right?
Yeah, and after looking at those, I'm wondering if those are photo lineups that I did later, because the 4 girls that I think Mike interviewed that night at the shooting scene, I had attempted to get in touch with them, and I think I talked to a couple of them, and 1 or 2 of them lived in the LA area. And either, I think it was LAPD, we had sent some lineups to them to look at. Those might have been the lineups we sent to them, actually, because it was, 97 or 98? And I think technology might have got a little better by then.
So let me click out here. Judge, I have in my hand the log of 86, and then State Proposed Exhibits 87 through 91, which are the other 6 lineups, 5 lineups.
No objection. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No objection.
They'll be there.
So let me start with the log for you, and then we're going to go back to the other ones for just a minute, but let me pull up the log first. Oops.
How many cameras do they have in this courtroom? I wonder if Coretta.
I'm sure there's more technologically advanced if you were younger. If I were younger, we could figure out how to do this easier, but.
You're doing better than me, so.
These are the logs. This is the logs you wrote for each one of those lineups, right? So you had Orlando Anderson in one, Darnell Brim in another, Roger.
Sure, these are probably notes that I wrote down because we were just trying to put something together to send off. Because I'm seeing, Roger Williams would have been, wasn't a Southside Crip, from what I remember. He was a mob guy or something. He was the opposite of everybody else.
Roger Williams, do you recall his nickname being Neckbone?
Yes, because I think we got to talk to him briefly down in Compton.
The name Jerry Bonds was the name that was
Jerry Bonds was a name that came up very, very early on. And I think Compton had it. And as time went on, Jerry Bonds' name kind of was fading out. I think he's a South Side Compton Crip, but as things went on, his name just started disappearing, even from the informants.
And then the last one on there is Big Dre or DeAndre Smith.
DeAndre Smith, who is the guy that we think was in the back seat with Orlando Anderson.
Now I'm going to go to the DeAndre Smith photo lineup, and that's 91. And he'd be in position number 3, correct? Oh wait, you can't see it. I didn't share it with you yet.
Nothing's popped up yet, so.
Let me share it with you. But if your log has him in position number 3, that'd be him in number 3, correct?
Looking at it, yeah, that face kind of looks familiar. And that number 15 would be my writing. So this is one of the later photos. Yes. And this would, yeah, this is definitely one of the later photos. This is one we had early on.
So now I want to go to photo lineup that you wrote as number 1, which is State's Exhibit number 76. Can't believe I have to stop the share every time, but. I'm going to zoom in here on number 2 and then share it with you here. Maybe. The person there in number 2, that appears to be DeAndre Smith, correct?
Yes. That's probably an early photo because what I'm looking at, I think, is probably, I don't know if those were California DMV photos or what, because from what I recall, we had to cut the pictures out because the backgrounds were all different colors, and we were trying not to make different colors on the photo lineup so we didn't come into conflict down the road with anybody. I think Mr. Sanford would agree. If you have a yellow, red, blue, that causes issues. So that's why we did this. And this is all we had that was available at the time.
So I want to roll down here. The weird thing about this record is
number 6 didn't have a name.
Number 6 didn't have a name, but also number 2, even though it's a picture of DeAndre Smith, the record you have written is Andre Norton. Is that possibly an AKA for Mr. Smith?
Probably. We're talking what, 97? Yeah. Andre Norton. I'd have to look at his rap sheet. I don't know. But because there's no ID number over there, that's probably what it is. Because usually if there's an ID number, that's a Metro thing. And DeAndre Smith, whatever, wouldn't have had anything, because I don't think he had a history with Las Vegas.
Now, as I go through each of these photo lineups that you have,
It feels a little loosey-goosey with this.
let's go to number 2, which is State's Exhibit number 77.
I mean, it's
And we roll down here.
evident that this is an old
Oh,
case.
I guess I should share it for you so you know what I'm talking about.
What if the verdict comes back not guilty after all this?
We roll down here, and position number 3 is Orlando Anderson. Is that right?
Okay. You're right.
And position number 3 is Orlando.
Yes, that's Orlando. He had a pretty recognizable face. And again, that would have been a similar deal where the backgrounds were all different colors. So that's why we had to cut him out.
I'm going to share with you 78. And then show you down at the bottom. Darnell Brim's in position number 1.
Yeah, when I saw the picture, it looked like him up in the, something about the faces that kind of remember.
But that'd be Darnell Brim.
That would be Darnell Brim.
Let's go to number 4. And if we roll down here, position number 5 would be Jerry Bonds. And if we roll up here, in position number 5, we have Jerry Bonds.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Number 5. Number 5, we roll down to the bottom, which is State's Exhibit number 80.
That's Davion Brooks. Yeah.
Davion Brooks in position number 5, and if we roll up here, that's Davion Brooks in position number 5.
Yeah.
And that's the potentially young kid, based upon what Yafula said, that caused you guys to do the pen and all those other things.
He's the guy we did the pen register on. Yes.
Number 6. Oops. And this will be State's Exhibit number 81. I got to share it with you. We roll down here. David Keith is in position number 1. And so that would be David Keith.
Yes. And the reason we put the tape on there is I think those are probably ID numbers or something. So we're again trying not to create problems with the different booking photos or something. And I don't know if this is a booking thing or a sheriff's card, but we just covered them up to lessen the conflict.
You learned during the course of your investigation that Mr. Keith worked at the MGM, which meant he must have a work card, ergo he must have a photo.
At a minimum, he had to have a work card, yes.
Hold the next one. Oops. Number 82. There we go. We roll down to 82, and in spot number 5 is Kevin Davis.
Kevin Davis, yeah.
And number 5 is a photograph of Kevin Davis.
Okay, yes.
And your understanding is that Mr. Davis, Kevin Davis, is Duane Davis's brother.
I think that's what it was. I knew he was a relative, but for some reason I thought they were brothers.
You recall a point in time when a .40 caliber Glock was found on Mr. Davis?
I don't remember if it was on him. There's 2 firearms that I can recall. I know that Mike Coette from the LA County Sheriff's Office had a firearm. If that was on him, then that would be it. He mentioned a Glock 40, and I had him enter those cartridges into what we had was drug fire then. I don't know if they still have it. And then I had our firearms people do the comparison on that.
And ultimately, that wasn't your murder weapon.
The firearms examiner said it was not the weapon.
And so, drug fire, which is, I think, the jury will hear later, is is now called NIBIN, but drug fire was a way for photographs of casings to be put into a computer, and then somebody somewhere else could check casings that were found and see if they matched the same gun, casing to casing.
Yeah, the forensics guys that do all those firearms things, they know how to do all that stuff. All I know is if I get the information, I ask the people to enter it in to drug fire at the time, and then those firearms people know what to do. I depend on them.
So we only got 2 more here. Let's do number.
Terry Brown.
I was a little behind, so I just sped up.
You see that right there? It says Terry Brown.
I don't see the photo lineup yet. I just see the lineup record.
Yeah.
Terry
Brown would be in his photo number, would be in position number 2, correct?
Yeah, he's going to be in number 2. Okay. And I don't. Oh, there he is.
And
yeah.
Photo number 2 is Terrence Brown.
That's the old photo. Yes.
And then the last record I have for you, Detective. Oh, I have to share my screen with you. Excuse me a second. State's Exhibit number 84. You have Corey Edwards in position 3.
Okay.
And when we roll up here to position number 3, that'd be Corey Edwards.
Yeah. Does he always have that beard? I don't remember. It's been so long, but yeah.
Now,
Red is in the chat.
When you showed Mr. Alexander these photo lineups, was he able to pick anybody out?
He said he could not.
And do you know where Mr. Alexander is today?
From what I was told, he committed suicide, so he's deceased.
Did you attempt to show those photo lineups to Malcolm Greenridge?
I believe I think it was the next day, because what started this was a newspaper article. So we went and met Malcolm with Reggie Wright Jr. And I think I learned later, because there's a report, that there's some other guy came with him. We met them at the Compton Police Department, and we sat down with Malcolm and asked.
I just want to say, Coretta is saying the prosecutor is losing the jury a bit. Lots of yawning. One juror, white male in red shirt, fell asleep, which I'm not surprised, because number one, a remote witness is already less engaging because it's on the screen. So like, that's already hard. Bailiff stood up and stared at him. Is hilarious, but like, that makes it hard. And then we're going over these photos that it's hard to see and understand. And like, yeah, I'm not surprised by that, but I actually think that's how most of this trial is going to go. That's my truth. I think it's going to be like this.
Offered to show him these photo lineups, and Malcolm said he never wanted to see the lineups because he said he could never identify anybody. So basically, he declined to look at the photo lineups.
You mentioned a news story. What was in the news story that caused you to think you should go probably talk to Mr. Greenridge?
There was a reporter named Chuck Phillips that was working for the LA Times at the time that was, well, that's my opinion. Anyhow, Chuck Phillips was writing an article claiming that there were 2 witnesses at the Metropolitan.
I want him
him to tell us his opinion. It might wake us up a little bit. It seems like he got some tea.
Alton Police Department were refusing to talk to Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge. When we got a hold of Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge, they both stated that the words that Chuck Phillips used were not their words, that they had never said those words, and that Malcolm Greenidge said he said he could never identify anybody, so he had no reason to look at the photo lineups. Frank Alexander basically said the same thing, that the story was not the way he had told it.
Now, you were a homicide detective in Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County, right?
Correct.
This crime appears to have come from Compton and returned shortly thereafter to Compton, right? All the witnesses, everything is there, correct?
Everybody that is related to this crime that we know of is coming from California, yes.
And so, are you a peace officer in California? You got the same powers you have here in Las Vegas?
No.
And how many times did you trip to California, generally, in an effort to talk to people about this particular case?
We made 10 to 12 trips to California. Not all of those trips were with law enforcement because there came a time where we weren't necessarily wanting to deal with law enforcement. So we went down there that many times to try and to contact different people. In fact, every time we went to California, we tried to contact Death Row Records, but got the runaround. So
ultimately, were you left with any avenue to further your investigation?
The only thing we ever got was we ended up the revocation hearing for Suge Knight, where I ended up providing a videotape of from the MGM for the DA's office down there.
Let me ask you about that. So Suge Knight, at the time that he is involved at this fight with Orlando Anderson.
Wait, this is interesting because Coretta said a person behind her whispered, "Where is this line of questioning going?" which I think is important. And then I'm surprised about lack of objections. Prosecutor has been testifying some. I was going to say too, this is they may be a little too friendly because they letting stuff rock like more casually. There's no objecting. They just letting stuff go. And I know Coretta was telling us that they were seeming, pretty amicable and ready to let things, but bruh, don't just let stuff happen. You've got to object a little bit.
At the MGM, he is on probation, both federal and state probation in California, correct?
That's the way it was presented to us, yes.
And at that particular hearing, did he call a witness in his defense to claim he was trying to stop the fight?
Orlando Anderson was subpoenaed as a witness for Suge Knight, yes.
And did he testify that Suge Knight was trying to help him, not hurt him?
Orlando Anderson apparently, because I wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but apparently Orlando Anderson testified in court that day that Suge Knight was trying to help him.
And then were you the witness that laid the foundation for the videotape that disputed that testimony at that revocation hearing?
Because I had talked to Orlando Anderson in Compton the day of the search warrants, and he told me differently, I was there as an impeachment witness in case Orlando decided to tell the story that he did tell. And I testified that Orlando told me otherwise, that Suge Knight and Tupac had basically beat him down pretty good.
Beat him down.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Sand.
Every time he says beat down.
Yes, sir.
You got a quick shot.
I just need to follow up with a couple things. Let me start off with this. So you talked a little bit about your powers as a police officer in Nevada. You had mentioned that those police powers end at the border of Nevada. Is that what I heard before?
Yeah, our basic law enforcement powers are within Nevada.
And as a result, what that means is when you enter into another state, you're technically not a police officer per se. I mean, you are a police officer, but you don't have a jurisdiction. Is that how you would frame it?
Correct. If we were, say, to want to arrest someone in another state, I mean, you could have someone arrest them, but you'd have to go through an extradition proceeding to bring someone over to Nevada. And that takes time. It's not like you can just go grab a guy and bring him back to Nevada.
Right. Now, in terms of your work here on this case, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on a couple things. We went through a lot of photo lineups, right?
Correct.
And you had referenced to me a little bit about the photo lineups, and fair to say, of course, you know, as a defense attorney, you want to make sure that each photo lineup does not suggest the answer to the question, right?
Correct.
So back in those days, you're cutting pictures, you're actually cutting photographs out and just pasting them in such a way to try to eliminate backgrounds and so forth, so that the person that's looking at the photo lineup won't be suggested as to what the answer is.
That's what our attempt was. Yes, sir.
Now, just for the jury's edification, when someone is being shown a photo lineup, they're in a room, they see the photo lineup, and then at that point, you wait for them to respond and see which one of the 6 people in there they recognize, right?
Well, you'd show the lineup and ask them if they recognize anybody in the lineup. You don't say who in this lineup, you know, do you recognize? You just say, do you recognize anybody in the lineup?
Right, and the reason why you ask that question that way is you do not want to suggest an answer to your question. Or
correct. You don't want to try and make them lean towards anybody in particular.
Right, because there are instructions that are part of those photo lineups that say there may not be a person at all that we're interested in the 6 people that we present to you, right? You could have a photo lineup with nobody in it that you would have as a target. Fair?
That's a fair statement. Yes, sir.
Now, in this particular regard, once a person sees who that person believes to be somebody associated with whatever investigation you're looking at, they typically would circle the picture and maybe put down a percentage of how sure they are of that person being the person that's involved in something. Is that how that works?
Yeah, typically what I would do anyhow is I'd have them initial the back of the photograph, the particular photograph of the person.
Right.
And if there was a percentage, yeah, I would have them put that on there, say it 80%, 60%, whatever that is, you know, or 100%, whichever.
Now, of course, during this time period, as you are putting together these photo lineups, the majority of the individuals that the state identified in each photo lineup are people that are associated with Southside Crips. Would that be an accurate description?
I believe everybody was, I don't remember, was Roger Williams one of them? Because he's not a Crip. He's a Piru or mob guy. So he's a Blood. But everybody else was a Crip, yes.
Right. And so because you were under the premise that there was a gang war, that the Southside Crips had actually shot at Tupac and Suge Knight because they were Piru Blood. And so you were identifying just Southside Crips and putting them into photo lineups. Is that how that worked?
Yeah, we were using Crips because that was the information. Again, we were basing a lot of things off the information we were getting from Compton.
Right. And even so, even as you're receiving this information from Compton, even as you sit here right now, sir, you weren't comfortable necessarily with all of the information you were receiving from Compton, right?
We weren't comfortable with certain things in Compton, yes.
For instance, the way they were conducting their business as law enforcement in Compton was not the way you would recommend or know that Metro would do here in Las Vegas. Fair?
we witnessed a couple of interview techniques that we weren't comfortable with, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, in addition, as you are having these photo lineups, did these photo lineups ever go to anyone back in Las Vegas? For instance, we've heard some testimony from some females that were in a vehicle, some other people maybe that would have been at the scene. Were those photo lineups ever shown to anyone that was, like the girls in the Sebring or anything like that?
That's where I'm wondering. I think there was 5 photos later on that are shown, not the original 10. I don't remember the exact number, but there are 5 later photos. And I think I mentioned it during my earlier testimony that we sent to, I believe, someone in LAPD. And I know that of the 4 girls in the Sebring, I only think 1 or 2 said they were willing to look at the photo lineups. And I think photo lineups were sent to LA so they could show them to those
and
1 or 2 girls.
Do you recall what the results were of those photo lineups being sent to the girls in LA?
I don't believe they identified anybody.
And fair to say that in this particular regard, the photo lineup that shows Terrence Brown, no one, as far as you know, no one identified Terrence Brown as being in a vehicle, even in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996.
Yeah, if Terrence Brown was in one of those photo lineups, then he wasn't identified, correct?
How about DeAndre Smith? Was he ever identified by anybody in a photo line and his photo lineup as being present in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 7th, 1996?
I don't recall anybody being identified in a photo lineup.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony was that you were the primary detective on this case originally.
Myself and Mike Franks, we didn't really have a lead, but yeah.
All right. You drew the short straw basically on this one, right?
Well, I guess I'm the guy that his name is all over everything, but yeah.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this question though. As a police officer, did you write reports of all of your activity that you did during the course of this investigation?
Anytime we did something, I did an officer's report. I know Mike Franks did several reports too, yes. And
would there ever be a time during the time that you were handling this investigation that you would have chosen not to have written a officer's report?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
No. If we'd have had a trip, especially any trip we did out of state, anything where we went out and did anything, I'd have done an officer's report. Back in the day, apparently they do things a little different. Even if it was a 1 paragrapher, we did officer's reports.
And as far as you know, based upon your knowledge of what happened to your file after you left, is the file complete in terms of your reports and what you did in this case?
I left, it was, yes.
Is it now?
I don't know. I've never seen the case file, so I don't know what it looks like now. I've heard rumors.
Now, the district attorney's office had forwarded over to you some documents to help you with your preparation for testimony here today, right?
Correct.
Were those documents all of the officer's reports that you wrote while you were on this investigation?
No.
Now, in addition to that, sir, you had testified a little bit about the Luxor, I think. You had mentioned something about there was some information that Tupac and Suge Knight had both had rooms at the Luxor. Is that correct?
That's the information we had, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, was there any video that was captured of the vehicles that had gone to the Luxor to pick up Tupac while he was at the Luxor?
I don't remember a specific video of the vehicles. I mean, there was hearsay of vehicles, but I don't remember specific videos.
Now,
This is just going back to the point Coretta was making. I don't know why. It just feels like he should have been refreshed before this trial, because he's making guess. He don't remember a lot. If we're really relying on just memory, that's insane.
Off the top of my head, I don't. No.
right. And because you were the lead detective, of course, you're accumulating all of the information that's being gathered, sometimes from other police officers in furtherance of your investigation, right?
Yeah, if it's given to me, yes, and it's put into the case file, yes.
Right. And so with regards to the Luxor incident, you learned and you had put into your officer's report that Tupac Shakur was picked up with some people, looks like around 10 o'clock at the ballet. Do you recall that?
And I don't think I did an officer's report reference the ballet. No.
I have a document here. Looks like your
Okay.
signature is at the bottom as the officer.
If you could show it to me, like I said, I've seen some documents from this that I don't recall, but if you have it, show it to me. I'd be happy. And
do we run it right over for you right now?
yeah, if you could show it to me.
Let me do
don't
this.
recall it.
Now, I believe that we had submitted some documents for your review as well.
He was being a smartass, wasn't he? He was saying, "Can I run it over to you right now?" It feels like he was trying to be funny about the fact that he's not there. That's how it feels. Also, it's always interesting to me where prosecutors place the lead detectives in trials. I have come to realize that I prefer them being last, because typically when the lead detectives testify last, you've heard all of the evidence, and then the detective is able to piece it all together to you in a way that makes sense and lets you know how they arrived at this is the person who committed this crime. But when they put them first, they're talking about a lot of stuff that you just don't have the context for yet. And so it makes it very like, what's happening? And this is so long that it makes it better for, well, I guess it's been 30 years and it's just been being prosecuted. So maybe they'll have another lead detective that came after him. I don't know. I just feel like this one is a little bit hard to follow for me.
Do you recall the documents that we reviewed?
I remember, because I remember you showing me a document from LA that I didn't remember too. So,
right.
But it's been a while. So
this would be titled the Murder or Attempt Murder Supplement. Do you recall that document?
okay. Wait a minute. Is this the report with Beard on it?
Correct. That's right.
Oh, okay. That report. Now I remember that report. Yes.
Right. And I apologize if I wasn't clear enough.
Yeah, okay. I remember that report. Yes.
And in that report, for instance, there was a discussion about the number of vehicles that had pulled up to pick up Tupac. And one of the vehicles that was there was a Cadillac that was white with 4 black males in it. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. So the way we're looking at it right now is Tupac comes out of the Luxor. He gets picked up in a long caravan of cars. And the last car is a white Cadillac with 4 black males in it. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based upon your investigation.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the pen registers. Can you explain to the jury what a pen register is?
Pen register isn't the same as a pen register is more or less you're getting a number and you're more or less recording those numbers. So it's not quite the same as you're recording phone calls and listening to them, where in that particular case you actually have people in a room and they're actually listening to calls, and if the call is not pertaining to your investigation, you're supposed to turn it off and not listen to it. It's something that's not pertaining to it. And that a pen register is more or less information to record calls. It's a tool to assist you in your investigation if it turns out to be something that's valuable. That was the intent.
Right.
When we did the pen register, we never got to do it because we did the pen register. You have to file it with the county, and lo and behold, the next day it was in the newspaper. So basically, it was a waste of time.
Well, I mean, for instance, the pen register would be you would target someone's phone number, right? And so
Correct. That was the intent.
And the pen register would record the numbers that were either going to that phone number or that phone number making phone calls out of that to other phones.
That was the intent.
Now, in this case, can you tell us, for instance, what Keefe D's phone number was at that particular time?
I couldn't tell you. No.
And with regards to the phone records that we had received, there were some numbers that were either from Monte Carlo, and I don't know if it was from the Luxor, but do any of those phone numbers register back to a pager? Because this is 1996, right? So it's got to be a pager or maybe, I don't know. I don't know what was around 1996 besides the pager.
I believe those phone numbers were actually the phone numbers to the hotels themselves.
Right. And so outside of that, we don't have any fact that Keefe D's pager or phone number was either dialed to or received in from either the Luxor or the Monte Carlo is what's been shared here today, right?
Not on those calls, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned as well the search warrants that occurred in Compton. Now, these search warrants that occurred, fair to say that they also, they were doing these search warrants to try to retrieve firearms to help quell or to suppress any potential violence in Compton. Is that the reason or purpose for those search warrants?
I don't know what, it was their search warrant. I can't tell you what the purpose, other than my understanding was there was an arrest warrant for Orlando Anderson. All that other stuff, that's Compton's thing.
Yeah.
It was their search warrant.
And in terms of that search warrant, did you ever see the results, or was Keefe D's house or residence in Compton searched as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to. The return had so much information on there. I'd have to sit there and look at it again. I just don't remember right off the top of my head if Keefe D's house was on that return or not.
No worries, sir. And in terms of your investigation, did you ever have to deal directly with Reggie Wright Jr.?
The only face-to-face, and it would have been brief, would have been at Compton when he brought Malcolm Greenidge in, but I don't think there was any talk. And the reason we probably didn't talk to him was because his dad was a lieutenant at Compton.
And what did that mean to you as to why you wouldn't talk to him because his dad was a lieutenant?
Right, wrong, or indifferent, our feeling was, well, if your dad's a Compton lieutenant and you're the head of Death Row Records security, I just have a problem with the communications line there. Maybe I'm being distrustful on that. I just worry about what's being said between the two parties.
Were you aware during the course of your investigation that Reggie Wright Jr. instructed his people to lie to you?
I was told later on by Frank Alexander that he said that, yes.
In addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the video footage that was captured at the MGM. Did you at any point when you looked at that video footage observe or see Duane Davis, Keefe D in that surveillance video?
No.
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada saying, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that? Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why the victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
Right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Duckman? Okay. Of course.
All right, Detective. I'm going to jump in here just a little bit with you. Hold on one second while I get ready so that we can share some screens here. And of course, now I can't get that thing to come up so I can share the screen because this is in there. Where the hell is my Zoom? There it is. I found it. Here we go. I want to start with an aerial that's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to put it up big for you here. Can you see that?
Just a minute. Okay, yeah, now I do.
So your understanding is that Suge and the entourage were coming down this way, westbound on Flamingo towards the 662 Club.
Yeah, Flamingo towards Cobol, yes.
And after the shooting, what's your understanding as to what Mr. Suge?
Did you say westbound or eastbound?
I'm sorry, they were heading eastbound towards the 662, correct?
Correct.
What's your understanding as to what Suge and the majority of that entourage do after the shooting?
My understanding is once the shooting happened, they made a U-turn, went westbound on Flamingo, southbound on the boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard, and came to a stop. If that red dot is at Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon, that's where they came to a stop.
And it wasn't just Mr. Knight's vehicle that was stopped at that location. There were a number of other cars that were part of that entourage that remained at the scene for photographing. Is that correct?
My understanding, because obviously Frank Alexander and the other 3 gentlemen were there, so their car must have been there. if Kevin Woods got talked to, and I think there was somebody else, so I'm guessing their car was there. If there were other cars there, no one said anything about it. So I don't know how many. I remember the car that Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were in was there in the intersection.
Right. And two of the wheels have been blown out from hitting a curb.
The rims were banged up from going over the median there in the middle of the Flamingo.
So, and then the entire crime scene would have been taped off by initial patrol officers, correct?
Yeah, I remember the street was pretty well taped off from what I recall.
And when they put crime scene tape up, they put crime scene tape up around the entire area they're trying to protect. Whether or not the people that were in those vehicles stayed at that location, there are more than one vehicle that's taped off in this scene. Would you agree with that?
They should be. They should be taping off a wider area than a smaller area. It's easier to come in than to go out.
So this is going to make me kick me back in and out every time, but let's go through this.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're going to tape off an area, you'd rather make it bigger than start smaller, because it's easier to start bigger and enclose it than to start small and make it wider, because once you made it small, you got looky-loos, everybody coming in. It's tough to get people out then.
So now I'm going to share this photograph. That's the rear of Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight's vehicle, or at least appears to be, correct?
This is at the scene, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I see the tape in the distance. Okay. And then,
that's exhibit number 6.
okay. Is this on the boulevard?
I believe the testimony is that this vehicle is Las Vegas Boulevard in Harmon.
Okay. I see the black and white up ahead just because I see the reflective from the door.
I'm going to go through exhibit number.
What's that white car?
Well, we're going to go through all of these for you in
Okay,
just a second.
okay.
How he
Of
asked.
course, I got to do this the hard way. So now I'm going to show you number 20. Give me a second. I don't know why this thing won't roll up for me when it's photographs. There's obviously a different black BMW that's inside. If you look real close on the right side, the crime scene.
Okay. Okay.
There is 22. Oh, I gotta click out of this.
I'm guessing that license plate number is on the report, so.
Just click through. That's 23. Now we're looking at 24. Share my screen. There's a black Lexus within the crime scene tape.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
So all those cars that are in that line to the side is just regular traffic thing going by, I take it.
Then within the tape, this is State's exhibit number 24. There's a silverish Mercedes.
Okay. So is Kevin Woods is probably in at least one of these.
And then 26. There, 26. Also in the tape, there's white. I think if you zoom in really close down here, which I don't know if I can do on here.
Yeah.
Oh, I can do this. There you go.
It's probably the license. Oh, it's a
Dodge Avenger.
A Dodge Avenger. Okay. And the license plate number. Because I remember on the original crime report, there are license plate numbers on vehicles, and I'd have to look at it to see what they match up to.
And then Mr. Sampt asked you questions about going to the Luxor.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to exactly what you found out at the Luxor to review that report that you generated?
Uh-huh.
Okay. There we go. Why is it not coming up? Stop. Share this one more time. Let's see if this works. There we go. All right. All right, here we go.
Right, Brian Beard, yeah. Okay.
So the beginning is just sort of a little paragraph that you wrote about what the investigation is about.
That's just a very brief synopsis about what happened the night of the shooting, yes.
Now, you indicated you talked to Brian Beard, who was working security at the Luxor.
Correct.
At about 10 p.m., he saw Mr. Shakur with a large group of people at the valet. Shakur and his group entered numerous vehicles and drove onto Las Vegas Boulevard around 10:30.
Right.
Beard recalls a black two-door Mercedes, a dark-colored Hummer, a two-tone van, and a black four-door Mercedes or BMW in the entourage.
Yeah, and the Hummer was supposed to be MC Hammer. I remember that.
Okay. And then you also talked to Angel Zabalza.
Right.
Zavala. He was working as well. His recollection of the vehicles were there was a white Dodge Caravan, a black BMW or Mercedes, and two other black vehicles. Two white vehicles were also behind the group. Zabalza said he thought the last car was a Cadillac or Buick with four black males, was what he reported.
Right. That correct.
Thank you, Josh. I have nothing further.
Okay. Any requests?
Just real quick, Detective Becker, with regards to that last line, the last line is that the last white vehicle was either a Cadillac or a Buick, right? So the Cadillac was a white Cadillac.
Correct. That's the way that's worded, yes.
All right.
Either a white Cadillac or Buick, yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you. You are excused. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, state. Any additional witnesses for today?
Will we approach it?
Come on.
All right, looks like they might be ending. Let's see. Per the notice, 5 is what it. Oh no, what's today? The 17th. 5 is what it says, but let me remove. Oh, hey.
Hey, Mel, can you hear me?
Yes. Are they ending? Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, we're going to take another 15-minute break while we try to get some Zoom things going. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial.
Okay, I'm gonna let her keep talking. Coretta, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Come on, technical difficulties. I feel legit with technical difficulties. Can you hear it? I'm gonna text.
Oh, you know what? You guys are on a little bit of delay. I'm like, why is it taking so long? Okay, I see. Yeah.
Can you talk again? Am I delayed for you? Oh man. I can hear you. I don't know why you can't hear us. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Let's see. I don't think I can hear anything though.
Oh, we can hear you.
Can you all hear me? I can't hear anything.
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear.
Okay, well, listen, I was just going to jump on real quick to say that you got the fireworks. Just to say, pretty much, I think I said everything I had in my notebook on the chat. Just the main thing was I don't think, in terms of excitement, paying attention, taking notes, being into it, I don't think the jury was very into this witness the way they were earlier. And I think it may have just been his demeanor, the length of time, the carefulness and plotting, the nature of how the prosecution was going through everything. But after lunch, it was tough. Like I said, there was one jury member that really did fall asleep. And definitely my seatmate sitting next to me also fell asleep. So it was just tough after lunch. But in general, I don't think he was a terrible witness. I actually thought he had a good demeanor for a homicide detective. He seemed careful. He didn't seem wedded to one side or the other. You know, he seemed like a TV detective, in my opinion. So I don't have a problem with him, but I don't know how much they were gaining from the discussion with him. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't clear what the point was. I did notice a lot of times when the prosecutor was speaking, when he would give a little signpost of like, okay, now I'm going to turn to da 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 da. The jurors would all turn and look at the prosecutor and be like, okay, they're kind of paying attention of what's next. He may need to do that more to sort of introduce where he's going, because I do think he was losing people. But that's pretty much it.
Can you hear me yet? Still can't hear me.
I can't hear anything. So I hope y'all heard me. I think I saw you nodding along. So, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's all I had. I'm going to go back in. I'm going to find another seat. But there was a couple other seats open, but I'm going to go back in so I can be in after this break for the next witness. Okay, bye.
That's hilarious. I do feel like us having technical difficulties. I made it. Okay. Only the real news people have technical difficulties. With our correspondent on the ground tapping in. What do y'all think? I don't disagree that I overall feel like his demeanor was cool, but being on a Zoom, I'm sure makes it tough. And I just don't think they have done a good thing following. I don't know. I also wish that like I mean, they have to prove how Tupac died. I just don't want them to spend so much time proving if he's dead. Like, we know. I don't know. I'm just kind of like, get to it. Also, I'm probably going to have to re-watch a lot of this because I at least wanted to do a recap on the opening statements. I don't know if I'm going to I might insert the lady in there into that one just because I thought she was funny, but like, This witness, my gosh. I think, what would y'all say was the purpose of that last witness? Because I felt like, I don't know, when he was going over this is why I gotta rewatch. When he was going over the lineups, I was thinking maybe it was going to show us that like Keefe D wasn't on the lineup, but he was. So maybe it was like how many people were on the lineup. I don't know. I kind of got lost in what he was saying. I will say his shade about LAPD, I think, is probably helpful for the defense because, again, if we have this narrative, which I think is an accurate picture of LAPD being kind of corrupt and things happening over there that is corrupt, it only makes your trust in their investigation, you know, lacking. Like, you don't trust the work that they do. And so if you go from not being able to trust the work that they do because they're corrupt and there's a lot of people or like evidence of that, it would make you, question their findings. But again, it comes back to me to, hi babe, this trial isn't a result of their investigation. That's what I think I keep going back to. This case isn't a result of their investigation. So even if you prove that they are terrible investigators and are corrupt, that can all be true. This case is built because Keefe D wouldn't shut up. So I have to get over him repeatedly owning that he did this in order to find him. You know what I'm saying? To get to the point of him not being guilty.
Yeah.
Blue is saying they're about to hang this on Reggie Wright and Greg Kading. I will say the way they've been presenting those names do have me at this point curious, like, okay, let's see what we're talking about. They've done work there. But I would like to see more objections and like lawyering. I enjoy when trials have really good lawyering. I enjoy the arguments. I enjoy the legal kind of back and forth and I enjoy that part. And so for that to be missing for that to be missing and it to be a 30-year-old case, so everything is old and people don't remember, it just makes it hard. Because even when this is not for like a true comparison, so follow my train of thinking, but like, even when I think about that Edric Faust case, right, the Georgia one, right, from a couple months ago, that case was old, very old. One of the things that made it interesting, for me at least, was the arguments, like the argument about, if the person is a sexual assault victim, not being able to bring up like, when you get into all those weeds, it's like, oh, okay, how are you going to present your case within the confines of the law? But when there's not objections and all of that, I'll be like, blah, blah. He never paid me my money is all that's playing in my head. LAPD hated Pac because he shot a cop. Keefe told on himself. Loose lips sink ships. I'm kind of there. The trial already has 1 who did it, which is Orlando, 2 why the fight, 3 how the drive-by. So the prosecutor has to explain why Keefe. Yeah, but I think he did. He repeatedly said that it was because he was mad his nephew got beat down. His nephew got beat down in the hotel. Beat down. He repeatedly said that. So I think that also gets, for me, that explains why he's there. Off topic, but did you watch the Lindsay Clancy trial? Did I watch it today? You're asking me if I watched today's Day, I did not watch today's day. I've been watching this one, so I haven't watched. I know prosecution rest. I know defense had Lindsay's mom and I believe sister up, but I haven't watched the day. Oh yeah, no, I haven't watched it. I have not. I'll probably have to look at it a little bit later and see what happened. But for me, this one, I'm his nephew being beat down, Keefe D being this admitted gang member, leader. So a leader of a gang has a nephew get beat down after this whole Lakewood fight situation. I get there. I can get there. But I'm probably not starting on the side of, admittedly, I'm not starting on the like, I'm at not guilty and prosecutor has to get me to guilty. I'm starting at guilty because he admitted it repeatedly, which is not right. I shouldn't be. I'm just being honest. You have a lot. I know so much to catch up on because this is happening. I really wanted to do a recap on at least the openings. I want to watch Lindsay just to see kind of what happened, just because I intend to like casually keep up, even if I can't make videos. Dirk last hearing tomorrow, and then openings. Jury selection Thursday. I really wanted to get my hair done, but jury selection. I don't know if any of you are ever have a random day off and don't know what to do with your time. I highly recommend you go see if there is a trial in your area for you to go sit in on, starting with jury selection. I have come to enjoy being a part of witnessing the jury selection process. I think it's like just really informative, educational for you to see, especially if you haven't been called yet. Maybe one day you will, but like if you get the opportunity to go see it, I think it, first of all, makes it less intimidating. And I like watching the questions that the attorneys are going to ask, how they're going to be presenting stuff. Like, I just find it to be really, really interesting. And you find out about the, like people's jobs. And for me, I find it to be interesting if somebody is like a teacher, as an example, and we're talking about whatever, any kind of case, but like I start to go down the rabbit hole of like, how do I imagine this person, a teacher, would feel about, certain parts of this case or whatever the thing. I always find it to be an interesting process. Personally, I've come to enjoy jury selection. And I say that because jury selection for Dirk starts on Thursday. And so what that looks like, the jobs people have, who they live with, a partner or themselves or kids. I'd be all in on. I was planning to go to Aaron Spencer's, but ain't no Aaron Spencer trial because the man got off. Sadly, I live in the UK and our cases are not as interesting as yours, hence why I'm hooked on your posts. Lincoln Lawyer made me love jury selection and the tactics that the defense uses to pick the best people. I'm telling you, it's one of my favorite things. Low-key part of me, I'm like, could I be a jury consultant? I'd love to understand that. I think that's fascinating. Listen, if you sit in on that trial, you can just DM me. But I ain't touching that, child. I ain't touching that. That ain't. You want to talk about somebody who seemingly has been wrecking shop, wrecking this city? That ain't my business. That ain't for me to touch. Y'all have fun with that. How do I find out the trials that are going on in my area? You could, number one, if you're like generally starting, you could just kind of search news outlets and see if anybody is reporting on like an upcoming trial, just like out of curiosity. But if you want to do like proper searches, actually, I don't even know where I would tell you to start. Low-key, you should like call the clerk. Like, look up your county, the court, the superior court or the district court in your county, and then low-key call the clerk. They're actually very friendly. I have had really good experiences when I'm calling the clerk and like need information. Sometimes I can feel very not shy, but like it's a little weird to be like, "Hi, I kind of want to like go look at this thing." It could be a little weird, but the clerks, even the ones I call in other states, are always very, very friendly, very, very helpful. So, start there. Cuz listen, that ain't got nothing to do with me. But yes, most of the counties are online, but if you don't know what you're looking for, it could be harder to look. Like most times, if you go to the docket, like to the superior court of your county, the first place you're going to start is a search. And so if you don't have the case number or even a name to look up, you don't know where to start. But if you start with the news and just see if they're talking about any upcoming trials, you then can take the name that they reference and put it in that search. But as a beginning part, if you don't even have a name or a case number, if you don't know what to look for, you would need a broader search. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying start with the clerk. We gonna call it the umbrella trial because y'all keep referencing this that ain't got nothing to do with me. But if you're talking about the umbrella trial, that one, the most recent thing, if you're on Patreon, I posted this. The most recent thing, there was an updated indictment for this umbrella trial. There was an updated indictment. And in the indictment, it is alleged that Future was in LAX and Umbrella and his group chased Future through LAX. I said, "Oh my God." Oh my God. But the original, that was just the superseding. The original one has tea as well. It has a lot of information in there about this Eugene is his name, and his agency or his I forgot what they're calling it. His group is why I keep calling it that were apparently just terrorizing the city. He is an alleged gang member who did some time, got out, and said he was like reformed and building this like reform agency to help people not be in gangs. And the prosecutor is alleging he was acting like he wasn't in the gangs. Meanwhile, he really still was, and wreaking havoc on the city. So anyway, also meant to say thank you for the lunch money, y'all. That was so unexpected and sweet. I'm happy you enjoyed. I'm happy you guys sent her something. How do you watch all these trials with no emotions attached? I am very much not a parasocial person in that I recognize I don't know these people. And so the extent of what I think about when I'm watching is that these are real people that I don't know, but these are real people whose lives are really being affected. That is, maybe I have some therapy I need to go to, but I don't like connect in that way or like get emotional typically. And if I do, it's just the realization that like these are real lives with real consequences, and that sucks. That's what I was saying. Her mom and her sister testified. I saw that. You said his name, girl, spin around 3 times. I gotta Candyman. Oh, hilarious. it's probably okay that you don't. I'm the one who is reading and watching and taking in so much of it, which I probably shouldn't. But anyway, my children are home from school. If you hear them, somebody said he has cancer. Is that accurate? It says he is a survivor of colon cancer, which he was diagnosed with in 2014 and later reported to be in remission. Somebody was saying is it back? Oh, he said that he didn't. Oh, okay. I may have misread. Oh no, Blue is saying his lawyer said it's come back. Oh, really? During the trial, I mean, during like a hearing or something, or like in a statement. This little picture and that. Oh, they haven't. I'm sure he hasn't had proper medical care. It is 6:30 on the East Coast. So please, if y'all are tapping out and making dinner, I get it.
For the party stipulation, the
Y'all rocking me for the
Yes, sir.
kids, though. It look like they're gonna keep
Yes, sir.
going.
You may be seated.
I do still need this.
All right, the state may call their next witness at this time.
Fred Miller.
You said that.
Hi, Mr. Miller, can you hear me or are you frozen?
How can I become a paid subscriber? Well, thank you for even asking. This is going to be another online.
I can hear.
It's going to be another virtual witness. Thank you for asking. You can, I think I have memberships on YouTube, but what I really recommend, even if you don't want to partake and be a part, but I have a Patreon. You can join my Patreon, patreon.com/ImNotALawyerBut. I put like documents that I get in there. I do a live on Fridays, and on Wednesdays, I record my podcast live with the Patreon. So if that's what you would like to do, you always can. But it looks like this is going to be another virtual.
Here, Your Honor.
Okay, great. I'm going to have my clerk swear you, and then
There
Mr.
seems to be a
John's going to have
pause.
some questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. I only swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
If you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Fred Miller, FredMiller.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I used to be employed for the Los Angeles Police Department.
How long you were with LAPD?
Almost 30 years.
On March 9th of 1997, what was your assignment? What section were you in?
I've been assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, worked Homicide Special.
Were you one of the two detectives assigned initially the investigation into an individual identified as Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as the notorious B.I.G.?
No, I did not receive the responsibility for the case until approximately 60 days later. We received it from the Wilshire Division, and then we took over the responsibility for the investigation.
Why would a case be transferred from Wilshire to RHD?
I'm sorry?
Why would a case at LAPD be transferred out of the Wilshire Division to the Robbery Homicide Division?
Because of the magnitude of the investigation that it looked like it was going to entail, they did not have the manpower that we had at Robbery Homicide to work a case of this magnitude.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn how Mr. Wallace died?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe that for us?
Yes, he received, I believe, 4 9mm projectiles to his body that caused his demise.
And where was he when he got shot?
He was sitting in the right passenger seat of his limousine that was leaving the museum.
And was that the Peterson Automotive Museum in LA?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that Was there a vibe after party after some award show that he was in attendance before he was shot?
That's correct.
And the fire marshals, did they shut down that party and that's why everyone was leaving?
That's my understanding. Yes, sir.
Did you have information as to a suspect vehicle that you originally received?
That's correct. We received
This is bad.
Aqua dark, newer Chevrolet S-Hub, 4-door. It had very fancy rims on it. It was last seen going north on Fairfax and then eastbound on Wilshire Boulevard.
So I think what you just said was was a newer model Chevy Impala SS that was dark in color. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
And the race of your potential suspect, how was that identified to you?
Yes, it's a male black.
During the course of your investigation, did you receive information that a person by the name of Duane Davis might be a suspect in this homicide?
Yes, we did.
I think he's frozen just as.
I'm serious, you guys. Y'all. I'm not doing this for 3 weeks.
Okay. And in addition to that, did you learn that Duane Davis was present at the the Peterson Automotive Museum during the party?
Yes, he was.
Did you also receive information that he potentially had a motive to harm Mr. Smalls because of some sort of monetary dispute?
Objection, Your Honor, is a leading.
It was leading, but also
What's your response?
he's on the.
There was
lay a
some
foundation through video.
Overruled. I'll allow it given the circumstances.
Thank you. Given the circumstance.
You can answer, Mr. Miller.
He frozen.
He's not frozen.
Serious. This is why it's gonna take 3 weeks. Because everybody's on the
I don't think we caught your answer.
Coretta, tap back in.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Did you receive information that he potentially had a motive over money owed to him?
Yes, from several sources, we'd heard that there was a dispute between Mr. Davis and Tupac's organization.
I thought we were talking about Biggie.
And ultimately, did you learn that Mr. Davis lived at a residence at 1524 California?
Yes.
Did you also learn that he had driven or received a citation driving a black Chevy Impala SS?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Let
Can I have the
him
parties
leave.
approach real quick?
Now she just told you that he needs to leave because of the computer.
Just redo this tomorrow.
Yes.
What? Was somebody talking?
Yes.
I thought
Just redo this tomorrow.
Yes.
he said something. Do this tomorrow. Somebody, the cameraman is talking.
Just redo this tomorrow.
Yes.
He said something about do this tomorrow, but I think the man on the computer was still saying yes. The attorneys are walking to the bench, and he's still talking. Okay, I thought we were talking about Biggie, and then he was like, he got confused. He said we can just do this tomorrow. Oh my gosh. I hate this. Listen, respectfully, if it's a cold case, we got to find a different way. Who asked about defense counsel's shoes? Was it Tiff? They are black boots with a square oval toe. You called it. She said boots. She said boots. Oh, that's funny. If his thumb is on the phone, that leads me to believe that he's holding it. Is he planning to hold his phone for his entire testimony? He don't have a stand? Somebody gotta get him a stand. Wow, you can't, your hand is gonna get tired if you're gonna hold it. Oh my gosh. I'm so Coretta, help us. What are they doing? Oh, the prosecution's IT thinks the witness keeps touching the iPad and that's causing the issue. So, first of all, it's an iPad. Good point. Good point. I don't know. Nobody helped him. Calling him Mr. Smalls was really funny. When people say bless it makes me laugh so hard. That is hilarious. It's such a great response. Yeah. Also, where is he and how come he couldn't come to Vegas? I see this is where I get, right? I felt this goes to the prosecutor's burden. If you have the burden of proof, you need to get your witnesses here and you need to pay for, I mean, it comes back to the taxpayers, but y'all need to spend the money to get the people here to prosecute these witnesses, prosecute these cases. How you got two witnesses that aren't there? How come they're not here? This is a mess. I just was telling, I wish I could find a picture. I probably could. I was just bringing up the fact that at my wedding, I said I didn't want anybody recording. And do you know the main person who recorded was my mother? And she didn't record on her phone. She recorded on a big ass iPad in the audience. I low-key want to find a photo of her walking around with a big iPad during my wedding. While I already said, please don't record. Like there was an announcement. But she does what she wants. And she's not like obnoxiously old. She just does what she wants. I want to see if I can find a photo of this lady with her iPad. Oh, I guess I don't have a ton of like audience. Anyway, I can't find one right now, but just know it was obnoxious. If you have the burden of proof, you have the burden of tech. I kind of love that. Because yes. Anyway. Give Keefe D time served and stop the madness trial here. Like literally. Well, not time served. I feel like low key, because he brought this on himself, that's not a fair opinion I should have. But because he brought this on himself, I'm kind of like, you did this, so get what you get. I officiated a wedding and had to tell the uncle to sit down and put the phone away, and it was very oh, people don't be caring. Although the last wedding I just went to, that was the rule, and people really didn't. And I appreciated that people really didn't. I low-key feel like she was trying to like live stream like on Facebook. My mama didn't have a few Facebook, so I can't even go to her page. Let QPD be ridiculed on the internet and go about his day. May be fair too. Old people do what they want. They do when they want, even if they don't know how to do it, or if what they're doing wasn't asked for. He has 3 years in this case going to fall apart soon. I think, low key, the biggest hurdle is the things he said out of his own mouth. I low key, if it wasn't for him admitting to it, I could see this being a not guilty. I could see him getting off. It's going to matter how they present the things he says, and if and how far off what he says is from the facts, is from the evidence, is from what other witnesses have said. So if he has repeatedly said there was this big entourage, and one person is saying there was no entourage, it was just them, right? Like those kind of discrepancies, I think, are what's going to matter. If he said we were on the right side of the car, that's why I was trying to ask that question, because if he says we were on the passenger side but she says she was on the passenger side, okay, now it just sounds like you trying to put yourself somewhere you really wasn't, or stuff like that. But also, if I was a juror, I would be like, why would somebody admit to being here? Why would somebody admit to doing this crime if they really didn't do the crime? And for years admit, and not just admit it, but admit it years later repeatedly. It's just it would be hard for me to get off of that. I would be clearly he wants to take credit for this. So I'm gonna give you what you want. You've been wanting to take credit for this. Let me give you the credit. Guilty.
You do have one record to make outside the presence of the jury.
Sure, let's do that.
Just with regards to this witness's testimony earlier,
Okay.
okay, I don't think it's going to hurt his feelings.
Okay.
The information that was garnered by the state specifically, I think, just falls towards a other bad act issue, and that is the testimony is that he's a suspect in a murder of Biggie Smalls, and there's some implication at this point. I know how the story ends. The problem is though is that it still infers a bad act in terms of him being the suspect in this case. So as a result,
I have no problem. The court already admitted this by way of our motion of eliminate. I have no problem with the court instructing the jury that neither the state nor the LAPD believes that Mr. Davis is involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace. I have no problem with that instruction.
Did you want a contemporaneous instruction, or do you want that to be included in the jury instruction packet, Mr. Stampt?
I think it should be some kind of an impression right now, so if
Okay.
contemporaneous instruction on it.
So the suggestion was neither the court nor LAPD believe
At this point.
That Mr. Davis was involved in any way in the death of Mr. Wallace?
Sure.
Does that work?
That's fine.
Okay.
At this point is very specific. So it sounds like Keefe D's attorney wants an instruction somebody said what's happening. That's why I'm saying. Keefe D's attorney is asking for they were talking about Biggie, Mr. Smalls. They were talking about Biggie, right? And that's when I said, I thought they were asking about Biggie because the witness got confused. Regardless, they keep bringing up Biggie and the fact that at some point they were trying to see if Keefe D was connected to Biggie's murder. And I have been wondering, why do we keep talking about that unless it has, what does that have to do with anything? So his attorney, Keefe D's attorney, apparently objected and said that that would be like a prior bad act, right? They're trying to get in, they're trying to paint Keefe D as this big, bad, dangerous man. And so they are talking about this other murder he could have been attached to. And so his attorney is saying, you can't do that. And so they're asking for an instruction where they're going to tell the jury, basically, hey, I know we keep talking about Biggie, but just so it's clear, nobody thinks Keefe D is connected to Biggie's murder. But then the state said at this point, he was very specific to say at this point, we don't think he is, which makes me feel like, is there still more to come? Regardless, they are saying you can keep talking about Biggie, but you need to make it clear to the jury that he's not connected to that murder at this point. But I don't know why we keep getting into it then. Like, what's the point of that? Let it go.
Okay.
Stand for the jury.
I don't know why they keep getting into that. I'm confused about the connection. I mean, I know the connection, but trial, why we would be discussing that.
All right, does the party stipulate the presence of the jury?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Before we go back to Mr. Miller's testimony, I did want to admonish you as follows. Neither the court nor the LAPD believe at this point that Mr. Davis was involved in the death of Mr. Wallace. I want that to be clear. Going back to you, Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed with Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
So you received information that Duane Davis could potentially be your suspect. Is that accurate? I think that's where we left off.
Or Biggie, or
That's correct.
And you also receive information that potentially Mr. Davis feels like he's owed money by either Mr. Wallace or Puffy Combs' Bad Boy Records. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
You also learned that he was driving or ticketed on March 8th of 1997, a black 1996 Chevy Impala SS. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so based upon all of that, do you, along with, well, on May 27th of 1997, Compton PD executes a search warrant at 1524 California. And then on the 28th, you get a warrant to search the vehicle, the 1996 Chevy Impala, correct?
Correct.
And the vehicle was actually registered to a Patrick Parker. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Eventually, fast forward to June 20th of 1997, do you and your partner, Detective Poole, wind up having a conversation with Mr. Davis at his lawyer's office, Edie Fall?
That's correct.
Judge, I've had marked as 116 as well as, it's old school, so it's two sides of a tape, 108 and 109, which is transcripts. It's the audio and the transcripts. I'd offer them at this point.
Any objections?
No objection.
Was after Mr. Miller's done testifying, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Sir, during the execution of that search warrant that you did, in the trunk of the vehicle, did you collect a Polaroid photograph?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to share my screen with you.
In the investigation of Keefe D for Biggie, they must have got evidence that related him actually.
Can you see that Polaroid?
Yes, I can.
And is that the Polaroid that you collected out of the vehicle?
That's correct.
I move to admit 66.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your Honor.
So admitted?
I pass the witness.
That's it?
Okay. Mr. Sant, cross?
Mr. Miller, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
This Polaroid that's on screen right now, which is state 66 that you see in front of you,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. Can't hear you very well. You're breaking out just a little bit.
I apologize. So this exhibit that you see in front of you right now, do you see the Polaroid still, which is State's Exhibit 66 for the record?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what this means?
What it means?
Yeah, I mean, it's a Polaroid. Is there anything about this particular photograph that means anything?
I really don't get your questions right. It just means there's a group of guys together who enjoyed themselves, apparently.
Right. Can you tell us when that photograph was taken?
No, I can't.
Can you tell us where that photograph was taken?
No.
In terms of the clothing that everyone's wearing at this particular point, do you know if that was how Mr. Davis dressed normally?
I have no idea how Mr. Davis dresses normally.
Now, this photograph that was taken from the 96 Chevy Impala, that was pursuant to your search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for evidence that would help you substantiate as to who was responsible for the murder of Biggie Smalls, right?
Yes.
So can you tell us how this photograph helps you learn any more information as to who killed Biggie Smalls?
It may not be the actual person who pulled the trigger, but it may be one of the people who could lead us to who did pull that trigger.
All right. So who are the other people that are in the photograph?
I don't recall the names. Orlando Anderson was one, and I don't recall the others.
Okay. But fair to say, of course, if there's a Polaroid with these people in there, it would have been part of your job as a detective at the time to look into and identify who those other individuals are, correct?
Yes.
And that didn't happen in this case?
I believe we did find out there was 3 or 4 more.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And once again, did it help you solve the murder of Biggie Smalls?
No.
And fair to say, though, even though we've been talking about Mr. Duane Davis as somebody that was a potential target for your investigation, ultimately, at the end of the day, he was never charged with the murder of Biggie Smalls, right?
That's correct.
Now, in addition to that, fair to say that in your course and scope as a detective, when you do your investigations, you would have ran Mr. Davis's criminal history as part of your investigation, right?
Let me just connect it. What I'm gathering, right? When they were investigating Keefe D for Biggie, it was whoever did that shooting, it was the same kind of car that Keefe D had or had been connected to. So they get this warrant for this car. And in the car, they find that picture. Now, what is stupid is the prosecutor was like, is this the picture you found? Yes, no further question. Now, why wouldn't you tell us, prosecutor, why the hell you just introduced this Polaroid? Who's in there? What does it have to do with this case? So his attorney is now basically making that plain. So you find this picture in the car. When was the picture taken? You don't know. Who else is in the picture? You don't know. Did it help you solve who killed Biggie? No. Did it give you a couple names? Maybe. He is basically pointing out like what the prosecutor just introduced this picture and told us nothing about the picture. But it's seeming like Anderson is in there. And if I recall, obviously those what are the lineups? It seemed like they used the picture of Anderson, at least in that lineup, if I recall correctly. But it seems like there's got to be a point for the prosecutor to get the picture in, but he just didn't tell us. He just left us hanging, which is dumb.
Yes, sir.
Was there any indication on any of his criminal history that he'd ever been arrested or charged or convicted of any violent felony?
I don't recall.
Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony here is that you did an investigation on Mr. Davis. Did you ever at any point look into the actual Impala itself? You said it was owned by somebody else, so Patrick Parker. Is that correct?
It was owned by someone other than Mr. Davis, yes.
And with regard to that, did you ever interview Mr. Parker?
I do not recall.
And when you went to 1524, what was the purpose of going to that particular address?
I'm sorry, what?
You said you went to 1524 California. I apologize. That was my bad. But you went to 1524 California. Why to that address?
Because that's where we heard that Mr. Davis lived and that we'd had air units go by and check the location, and they observed a black Chevy Impala parked in the back. That's why.
Did you ever search the 1524 California residence in furtherance of your investigation?
I didn't. It was searched by the Compton Police Department.
Okay. And in their search of the 1524 California residence, fair to say that there was no evidence that was located that would have been helpful for your investigation?
Not at this point. That's correct.
Okay. What about the anything to do with a potential issue with Tupac Shakur's murder? Any evidence found at the 1524 California residence?
I'm not sure. That was not my case.
Now, at some point, your testimony is that there was a meeting between yourself, Mr. Davis, as well as Edie Fall, his attorney.
Yes, sir.
And in that meeting, it was recorded?
Yes.
And was that recorded surreptitiously, meaning it was done without their knowledge, or was it done with their knowledge?
I don't recall whether they were informed or not.
And just for our edification, where was the location of that meeting and recording?
Wow, I don't recall. I want to say it was at Parker Center, but I don't actually remember.
Is that where would that have been LAPD headquarters, or are you talking about some other location?
That would be 150 North Los Angeles Street.
I don't know where that's at. Is that a?
It no longer exists. It was the old Parker Center. Yes.
Okay.
The old police administration building.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness by the jurors? We do have at least one, so hang on with us, Mr. Miller.
Let's see if we can get the question out fast forward. We're a little behind.
Mr.
Okay, here we go.
All right, Mr. Okay, Mr. Miller, can you still hear me?
I'm sorry, what? Your Honor?
Okay, excellent. A question from one of our jurors. If the car was owned by someone else, why weren't they questioned?
That's a good question.
I don't understand. I'm not hearing you correctly, Your Honor.
If the car was owned by someone else, why were they not questioned?
That's a good question.
More likely he was. Like I said, I do not recall whether he was interviewed or not. He was not by me that I remember.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Any follow-up, Mr. Sam?
I do have one further question, Your Honor.
About that? Or about something else?
Sure.
Any objection to him reopening questioning?
No.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stamp, you may proceed with a different question.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. Thank you to the state as well.
But-
Sir, you had told us earlier that there was some indication that you believed that either Biggie or Sean Puffy Combs had owed my client money. You recall that line of questioning?
I remember that question, yes.
Was there any evidence that he actually was owed money by either one of those two individuals?
Not that I'm aware of.
No further questions, John.
Any questions based on that state? All right. Any questions based on that by the jurors? Seeing nothing at this time, Mr. Miller, you are excused. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, jurors get to ask
I think
questions.
this is our last witness for the day. Is that correct, State?
Yes, although we can play that 1997 recording,
Okay.
at least part of it.
I think we do have time. You said it was about 40 minutes?
I think part A is 40 minutes, and then there's a little bit that we may have to finish in the morning, but we can at least
Sounds
do
good.
part of it.
Let's get started.
We got to switch over to the
Also, this is that question from the juror. That question from the juror about if the car that is connected to Keefe D was actually registered to somebody else, how come somebody else wasn't interviewed for it, is actually like evidence of why introducing the whole Biggie storyline is problematic and confusing, because the jurors shouldn't be wondering about what investigation was done in the Biggie Smalls murder, because we're talking about the Tupac murder. And what you said was he was not, nobody believes, at least at this point, that he committed that murder. So a juror asking about that murder is actually a waste. And if all you wanted to talk about that murder for is to introduce this picture that you told us nothing about, F you. Let me fast forward. Oh, you guys, this might be interesting. Let's see what happens. This is gonna be stupid. This is about to be stupid.
Coffee or soda? You have soda? Yeah, soda. What would you like? And soda. That's what I need. You have that. Coke. Coke? Kind of warm today. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were up in the valley earlier. It's really high up there. Yeah.
40 minutes of this. Let me see.
Okay? Fine. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Davis, Detective Miller, Partner Detective Poole, Mr. Davis here with Attorney Paul. You just way to do this is tell you what we're here and what we're all about. We are working the Christopher Wallace murder. Christopher Wallace is his wife's BIG. During the course of the investigation, as you know, you've been through hundreds of these, as I have. Many clues come in, anonymous calls. The investigation is to try and run down and leave everybody. People say, was at the party, may have seen something, whatever. I mean, there were 1,700 people at that party. That's right. So what we're trying to do is contact as many of those people as we can, find out if they saw anything. That's what we're coming with. I'm aware of your traffic warrants. I could care less about those. I'm not a traffic cop. Okay? And I got Mr. Paul aware of that. So during the time period when he got killed, Chris got killed, until today, like I said, we received lots of calls. Originally, when this murder went down, there was a description given of a dark possible four-door car. Okay. Some of the witnesses said it was Chrysler, some said it was a Chevy SS. That's part of the investigation. To this day, I can't be positive. I can't tell you if I'm positive or not. So that's where we're at, and that's why you're here to find out. We heard you were at the party. You're an SS, a dark one. Just like about 85 other people we've talked to that have dark Chryslers or Chevys. So let me ask this: were you at the, I guess it's called the after part, full training award party tonight? Oh, okay. And were you alone? Did you ride with somebody else?
Okay, I was riding with a few friends, but
No, that's fine. You can Mr. Paul explained that to me. And I'm sure he's already advised you. My thing is to you. I always want to know if you saw anything, what happened there. Did you see anything unusual?
I didn't see anything unusual. I was, when he got shot, I was up under the parking garage waiting on the valet man with my car. The whole crowd just started running up under the parking garage. Talking about Biggie got shot. I said, Lord. So 3-4 minutes later, the man pulled over my car. Officer in the middle of the thing, waving us out of it, waving the cars on. Get up out of here,
From the parking structure, you mean?
from the parking structure.
It may be advantageous at his point sometimes, if one of these witnesses would have just to verify. And like I said, right now, I'm not gonna ask the names, I'm sure that, yeah, we need him,
Yeah, sure. At this point, his main interest is to tell you where he was,
right,
what car he was in, to exclude any suspicion that his car was involved or that he was involved.
I was in a green coverage.
Okay.
Green.
Newer, older?
It was 95.
And how many people were with you?
It was 3 on it. It was me, Wendell Prince, and that's all.
Okay.
I don't, his name Wonder Mike. I don't know his last name.
Wonder Mike?
Wonder?
WONDER?
Okay, let me back up. Let's start, what time did you arrive at the party? Do you recall?
Maybe about 11:30, 11 o'clock.
11:30? Okay. And when you arrived there, there are 2 entrances to the location there, that little street you put on.
Yeah.
With the park church on one side and the museum's on the other. Okay. You heard you come down Fairfax or down Orange, you know there, or
came down, what's that side street there?
Orange Road? Orange Grove? Orange Grove?
No, on the big one, Fairfax. Fairfax, yeah.
Okay. And then pulled into the lot there?
Pulled in, hit got my car valet. No, I didn't get the car valet. It was up in the corner. It was ready, parked right up here in the corner.
Okay, there are 3 levels to that parking structure.
Yeah.
Do you remember which level you were on?
The first
level?
In the corner.
Okay. Up front towards the museum or on the back side?
On the back side. When he pulled, no, I was valet. He pulled the car up and the man told us, waved us up out of there, big tall cop, he was going like this.
Okay. When you pulled out, did you pull out on Fairfax or did they make you go out the other way?
Pulled out on Fairfax.
Okay. When you pulled out on Fairfax, what did you see? Did you see anything? I mean,
I didn't see nothing.
I don't know, the cars parked in the street.
There's a lot of limos that's up to the right.
Along the curb there on Fairfax?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the cars that Biggie was in?
I seen it when he was up under the parking garage.
Okay. Did you see that car in the street, when you left? Or did you see it out there at all?
No, it wasn't out there.
No, it wasn't? Okay.
The crowd just came running up under the parking garage. Everybody was running. Said, Biggie got shot. Lord, and then we went to our car, and the man just waved us up out of there. Usually time they just like hold everybody here.
Right.
Yeah, because I was over here at the airport hotel, right there by the farm.
Right.
And it was a gang shooting up in there, and they hold everybody here overnight in the hotel room and all that.
Well, I'll ask you a couple questions, then I hope I'm not even, but what kind of business are you in? Are you in the entertainment business? I don't know.
No, I'm not in no.
Okay.
Do hydraulic cars.
I'm sorry?
Hydraulic cars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You have your own business?
No, it's like a co-business.
Oh, partnership.
Yeah, partnership, yeah.
Where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yes.
1524, California.
South California. Okay. And the phone number?
638 9042
And it's at 818?
3132.
Okay. And your business address?
520 Long Beach Boulevard.
520. And your phone number there?
I don't know the right offhand. It's just like seasonal with the hydraulics, like in the winter, it really don't work. So, when it get hot, that's when.
What's the name of the business?
Compton Hydraulics.
Okay, so you arrived there between 11:30. How long were you there at the party before you left? You come in here?
It was about an hour.
Okay. And while you were there, I'm sure you were roaming around, did you see any problems in the museum? Anything unusual?
No.
No?
There was a lot of stars there. Football players, basketball players, just a whole lot of stars there.
Yeah, we got some, we did, like I said, there was probably 11 or 1,200 people there at one time. Or, so
The fire department closed it down because I think it was all crowded or something.
right. Okay. Did you see Biggie there or Puffy there? Do you know who Puffy comes this?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Did you see them at the party?
See, yeah, I think both of them.
Okay. Do you know them?
Do I know them?
Yeah. I mean, were you sitting with them or drinking with them or anything?
I wasn't sitting with them.
Okay. Do you recall who was with them when you saw them?
Him, Puffy, the little Caesar, and it was an entourage. You know, the lifeguard and stuff.
Okay. The little Caesar, you know what his name is?
I don't know what his name is. But yeah,
Was he a rapper?
Rapper, yeah,
Okay.
he's a rapper.
How old is little Caesar? I mean,
He a kid though. He's 18, 19.
do you know who, what company he sings for? Or
Bad Boys.
Bad Boys?
Yeah. Little Caesar.
Anybody else that you recognize was there at the table or around him? I said there were so many people that are celebrities.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, now if you can remember seeing them at the table or anybody he was talking to, that's no? Okay. Did you go up and talk to him or did you sit at the table?
No, I said it.
Did you talk to him? You know
He
him?
came by and spoke. How you doing? Then we all very on.
Who's he talking?
Sean.
Oh, okay, Combs. Okay. Do you know Combs?
Oh, I know him a little bit.
I mean, business associate or
Yeah, I wasn't on.
Basically, he wants to talk about where he was and what he was doing.
Right. Okay.
As opposed to his relationship with any individual.
Okay, that's fine. You mind telling us where you were prior to the party?
Was in Compton.
In Compton?
Yeah.
And you came from Compton up to the party?
So we went to a state basketball championship.
Where was that at?
That was at the pond. At the pond. Pond.
I understand you had a ticket to get in. Did you have a guest pass to get in?
Yes, yes. Yeah, we had like, I had like one.
And Mike, I'll see you got that from?
No, I don't think no one.
Oh. Okay, when you pull out of the parking lot in Fairfax, you would turn left or right, you remember? After the party?
No, they was making sure everybody go right.
Right?
Yeah, they was making sure he was right there. Officer, big tall officer. He was like waving
Was
everybody.
everybody north on, I mean, or yeah, right on?
Right,
Fairfax?
yeah.
Okay.
He pushing everybody over. I guess he didn't know what happened or that, you know. He just waving everybody out. Cars was coming out, and I just followed, the car.
Okay, when you were leaving the party, you said you saw, Mr. Wallace in the parking structure or in the parking
He
area?
he was on the stairs, he came down, got in that truck, and it was just.
What was the truck at?
It was, right in front of the parking area. Right, you know, as you come down the stairs,
Right.
yeah, it was right there, parked with it.
Okay. Did you see any problems or anything unusual out there when you're walking down?
I see it.
Okay, and you came downstairs, went in the first level, got your car and pulled in there.
No, everybody was out there talking, going, they left out. Then, about 5 minutes later, everybody started running. I didn't even hear the shots or nothing like that. I didn't hear the shots.
Were you in your car? I'm sorry. Were you in your car when people came rushing back, or?
No, I was outside.
You still standing outside?
Still standing outside. Yeah. Got it on surveillance camera too. You could just check them out. Got on a blue jumpsuit, blue Michael Jordans.
That's what you were asking?
That's what I had on. Check the surveillance camera. I was right up under the parking lot.
And you said that Mr. Prince was with you?
Yeah.
What was he dressed in? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah. All I know, I had on Michael Jordan check came out like a couple of days before then.
It was blue?
Huh? It was blue, yeah. I brought the blue jump in. With the blue shoes, tennis shoes, and the blue jumpsuit. And over to the basketball game. My little friend, he played basketball at the meantime.
Okay. Your friend, what's your friend's name?
Saint Tayshawn Prince.
Tayshawn?
Tayshawn Prince.
Is he a senior?
He was a junior.
At the time this thing happened, he was a junior?
Yeah. Crowd just got to running. It was, you know how people run.
Oh, yeah.
They was running, and they just pulling hard up. I just got in my car when he pulled up, and the officer was leading people out like this. Then just made a right, went on to the freeway. Went to what was that place? Jerry's Deli out there in the Marine.
What time do you think it was when you got the juries? You have any idea? You say it was a police officer. Was that an LAPD police officer?
I know y'all didn't heard it before. Anyway, everybody was about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get the time straight, because the police didn't get there until about 6 minutes after the accident. You currently were sitting there.
Okay, it was about that, you know.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
Please, there's just so many people there that trying. People in time, as you know, it's difficult when there's a small period of time to try and put everything together. So. Was it your car, the one you drove there?
No, it was a rental car.
And the green Olds is a rent car?
That was it.
A 2-door, 4-door?
It was a 4-door.
You know what model?
A little bitty one. I don't know, I think it's SL or something like that.
Who rented it?
My mother.
What's your mother's name? Oh, we have it on paper.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Bernice Davis. That's my stepmom.
All right.
Bernice Davis.
want them to talk about Tupac if that's what they're
Did
going to do.
anything unusual or fancy about that car? I mean, just wait to figure out the videotape, the security camera.
No, it's a rental car.
Yeah.
96,
Okay.
95, 96. Green rental car.
Dark green?
Dark green.
And you said there was 3 of you in that car?
3.
Okay. Was there any particular reason that you left the party after being there an hour?
So they closed the party down.
Okay. Who closed it down?
I think the fire department, that's what they said on the thing, turned on the lights and said, party's over. And said the fire department closed it down, so overcrowded.
Did you see any of your friends there at the party?
My friends?
Yeah. I mean, you went with 2 other friends. Did you see some more friends that, say, from your neighborhood where you live? Or
Other people he knew?
Yeah, friends.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to get into that. Again, he wants to limit himself to what he did or what he did not do.
Okay. The reason why I asked, we're trying to identify everybody who was there so we can interview them, see if we can't find out some more information about this.
Well, you only tell you the truth opinion.
Okay.
Y'all barking up the wrong tree. You know what I'm saying? Y'all wasting a lot of taxpayers' money. Every time something happens, y'all just blame that little neighborhood over there. The guy from Compton Police, Brennan, he got y'all on the wild goose chase. Really.
Well, as you're trying to explain, I'm sure you're putting, we get hundreds and hundreds of clues.
Well, okay.
We
The next
can't,
day after that,
if we don't do something, we'll do something in court.
The next day after it happened, next day after the victim got killed, he pulled over my nephew, saying, "We know you did it, and come on, you know, that's ridiculous."
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I understand your problem, and that's why, you'll find.
I know he called y'all to say, come take these guys out.
No,
It's wrong, man.
no, I didn't meet him until here probably 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, when he pulled my nephew over, he probably was the anonymous tip. He's so obsessed with bringing somebody, to jail. I don't know what's his problem. He could have been 3 times.
Well, see, that's the problem. I can explain to you. We get on.
I'm 34 years old. No. I'm not gonna piss on cotton, man. I've been at 3 strikes before the law came out. Straight out. I'm not gonna piss on cotton.
Okay, I just want you to know, we haven't picked you up from anybody. We have.
Did this man say I had 3 strikes before the law came out? Wait a minute. I've been at it 3 strikes before the law came out, straight up. I'm not going to piss on cotton. Okay. All right, buddy.
We have.
We're not taking to relax.
Yeah.
If we thought you were involved, we would have. You would have a long time ago. Yeah, you would have put me on TV. Well, why? That's what I said.
Relax. We went through your attorney to have you come down here just because somebody gave us a clue that you were at the party. That's the only reason why you're here.
Let me tell you his concern. You are hearing some type of anger or frustration from him. The reason being, we're talking about something very dangerous. Once word gets out that you are associated with certain crime, your life.
Watch your head, man.
Your life. I know. I understand. That's why we try. I understand what you're saying. That's why
your life is in danger. I'm like,
you understand. The reason we're doing this is because not just because others, because people put a connection supposedly between Tupac and this. Well, I don't,
Okay. And he wants to come here because we know you're not Compton PD.
No.
We know you're not Brennan. Okay? And we don't have to hide anything. You probably had everything about Brennan and his family. The thing is, he thought if he comes to LAPD, answer your question as to where he was, what he was doing, hopefully that will quell the rumor
that was out there.
That's what
that we believe,
because nothing,
that we believe that's Brandon Moore in the rumors.
And he doesn't want to, well, that's what, I knew you had wars, we could come down to your house and drug you out and all this. I'm too busy to play silly little games. No, I got, believe me, lots of people to talk to. And because of the anonymous calls, people call in and say, hey, checking this, checking that, and in your car, I had to eliminate it, I had to talk to you. And that's why I went through your attorney. And like I said, we could have done this, do down there, but, the appointment schedule works great. Because everybody has a busy schedule, okay? If you're my target, you've been booked by now.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well,
That's why we've talked to lots of people prior to you, and, they said, hey, we saw TV there. We're just trying to confirm this and find out what people saw.
Yeah, they see me up under the parking garage.
Well, see, that's when we learned something new. We now know where you were at.
We can pay this camera, man. I'm in a blue jumpsuit, North Carolina hat on, and some blue jumpman. Jordan.
That's what I'm saying. As much as you can tell us, it makes it easier for us to try and eliminate people or put them in spots so we can see that. That's all I'm trying to do.
Well,
okay, so that's what. Just relax.
Okay, the last thing you said was that we're barking up the tree. Is there a direction that you can lead us in to help us out? I mean,
you guys know, you know what I'm saying? I ain't,
we're talking about Suge Knight.
I ain't saying nothing, but y'all know.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Let me, everyone may have their own theories. Theories are just from facts. Here, you should just limit yourself to facts.
Okay.
Things you know, things you don't know. Don't get into what you think, because I don't want you to get into what you think.
That's fine. Yeah,
Well, I was up in this parking garage. Well, the car ain't been moved 6 months. GM been looking for the car since January, December. You can call and check with them too.
Yeah. Let me go back now. When you're in a parking structure and when you hear these people coming back or
running in there.
Where were they coming from? Did you recognize anybody or
they were just running,
Is possibly anybody that came running from on Fairfax in that parking structure that you knew that may have been out there, I'm saying. Could may have seen it. Did you recognize any stars, anybody that was running around from there? Or anybody? Okay. Did you hear any conversations with anybody that may have seen a suspect, a car, or anything while you were there in the parking lot, when you get out?
Okay, when you left, you made the right turn. Where did you go then after that?
What's that?
I mean, what was your destination after you left the party?
Dropped one of my, we went to eat, then I went drop one of my off.
Where'd you eat at?
Jerry's.
Jerry's? In the Marina?
Yeah.
Okay, and then where'd you go from there?
We went to drop one of my off. Then we dropped in.
They live in Compton or that area? I'm just going to try to direction of travel.
One of my in jail. In jail.
I mean, where you dropped him off?
He's in jail.
Where you dropped him off? I mean, was it Los Angeles, Compton?
Compton.
Okay. So you left Jerry's and went towards Compton?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then the next?
And I dropped window prints on.
Okay, same area?
Yeah.
Okay, then what?
Went on, went to bed.
Which address?
1524.
You didn't talk to anybody else at all after? Just went straight home?
Yeah.
About what time was that?
What time was that? Maybe about 2 o'clock.
2 or 3 o'clock. I have you in. No, you don't. Oh, you haven't on time. 2 or 3 o'clock. Went to bed between 2 and 3? Yeah. That's AM, right? Yeah. Now, at some point, I guess I'm gonna have to talk to both of you about his car. Because I understand it was picked up in connection with this investigation. At some point, I would expect that you would either rule the car in and then keep it for evidence, or rule it out and have to, you know. You made a claim against the car. They have made a claim. Yeah, they can got it. Okay, they don't do it. Okay, that's what. Is it, whose car is it? It's GM's car right now. Okay, GM's car, but how did you purchase the car? No, I did not. You get those pictures, let's make sure we're not. We've been trying to keep car, that's sure where. This is this the car? Sure. Looks like it. Okay. Okay. So that'd be one of the California license plate 3 New World Mary Robert 071, is it on it? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Who purchased the car? You know who purchased it. You don't want to get into it. Well, I need to find, what's the history behind it? Is it registered to you? No, it's not. Who's it registered? I think the registration, it's a public record. That's the thing. What makes it your car? That's what I'm trying to find out here. He has possession, he has control over that car. Now, if the MAC, who is the lien holder, is making a claim, of course, he's going to respect that claim. You know, that's between you and him. Yeah, right. So we don't want to get into that. But the car is registered, that's another public record. Okay. No. The question is he didn't.
Again, so we're talking about this car that is connected to Keefe D, but not owned or registered to Keefe D, but that they believe is connected to the death of Biggie. That's what we're getting into. But my gosh, get to it.
He purchases the car. He's in possession of the car. How does it make it your car? Did you buy it from somebody? Again, that car was parked in a garage or backyard, in the backyard, and he parked it there. He had use of that car before this incident. You see, you know, how long? A simple question. How long have you had possession of the car? Or how long has the car been in your possession? What, July last year. July 96. Has it been involved in any accidents or anything like that? Since you've had it? Have I had it? Yeah. But I can remember. And again, Detective Ford, our concern in terms of my not allowing him to answer more questions regarding how he got control of the car and so forth, have nothing to do with your criminal investigation. These are certain civil aspects of certain transactions that I don't want you to comment on. It's entirely civil. It has nothing to do with your criminal investigation. Well, Mr. Fall, we're here just to get the truth, okay? And it's strange to me, something as simple as the possession of a car. It appears to me that what's there to hide? If it's your car, tell us how you got the car. That's what I'm saying. But the point is, he has already informed you, he was there, he said he had control of that car. Correct. Around this time period. So, if he was trying to run away from anything, he would say, I have nothing to do with that car. It's not in my name. It's not registered in my, I have nothing to, but he's telling you that he had some control over that car. So that means he's not trying to hide anything from the point of view of your investigation.
I'll make the determination whether it's.
Yeah, okay, that is fine, that is fine, but he's here voluntarily talking to you. But in terms of any contract between GMAC and him and someone else and so forth, that's a question of contract between him and, he just doesn't want to get in.
Okay, we'll go on another track. How many sets of keys are there to the car?
That you know of?
Yeah, that's your order, okay.
There's one set.
Okay, who has that key?
I have the key, y'all got it now.
Okay, that's the key that, was her name?
Paula?
Paula.
Is Paula your girlfriend? What's her last name? Clemens.
Oh, we talked to thousands of people.
No,
It's ridiculous. When was the last time you drove the car?
I pulled it out about 2 weeks before y'all came over here. My niece drove it to the prom.
Okay, that's what someone said. Paula said it, asked you, went to the prom or something.
And that was the only time that car being used.
For how long have you been parked back there, would you say?
If you tell you the truth,
Yeah.
it was up under the thing since August.
August of '96?
Yeah, up under the thing. If you go
that awning there on the side of
the
the
yeah. It was up under there. Then GMC came around the corner and my parents' address, knocked on the door, they came looking for the car with the repossessors. So I pulled it in the back and shut the gate and locked. And he pulled up out of here, period.
Did you cover the car up with something when it was back there? I mean,
Well, when they first got there, it got covered over, got covered up, but I didn't have a long enough.
Oh, stretch the cover?
Yeah, I didn't have a long enough cover, so the car was dirty anyway, I just kept it off.
And to your knowledge, who else had driven that car other than you? That you're aware of it, you remember. Who else had driven that? Other than Patrick, I know you drove.
Yeah, okay. Just me and him.
Okay. I mean, did you ever loan it out to anybody for a couple of days or anything like that? Okay. Anything else in the file?
I have a lot of questions.
Well, yeah, I know. If you know, when the car was purchased, did it come with a sunroof?
No.
Okay. This side. Not that, if that came with it or not. On the side, on the driver's side and rear, there is, it says Impala SS. Oh, here's a better picture, I'm sorry. Did that come stock or? I've seen it both ways. That's
You got the purchase it.
Oh, you do? Okay, when you bought it, the ones I've seen that are on the cars are black. So this didn't come with it, or?
It's black, that didn't go with it.
Okay, so you put this, you had the, okay.
Well, the car did get wrecked though before too.
Oh, okay, what damage, do you know what part of the car was damaged, or, well, there's no damage there now, it's fixed apparently.
Yeah,
Okay.
the driver's side.
Okay.
The man just backed up and came down the street, so wide.
I gotta ask you, how much did you pay for those tires? That's gotta be expensive. Did you see those? Those are beautiful.
It's a show car.
Yeah, no, it was. Anything else about?
Just the comment that such a beautiful car sitting in the backyard, collecting dust. Why is it? I got a lowrider, got chrome everything everywhere, and they don't be moved either. You know what I'm saying? Okay, daddy truck I was in one day, driving down the street, get shot up, you know what I'm saying? A daddy truck. So I just.
What kind of truck is that? With a new truck?
Yeah. And they got shot up. They caught the police note. And I ain't been in no car where nobody know where I be in at all. Cause I, to get all this press, all that, man, I'm just putting my life in danger,
Well, what cars are registered to you? Do you have any cars that are registered to you at all?
No.
You just rent cars, or do you own any cars?
I don't know.
Okay. You drive other people's cars, like, does your girlfriend Paula have a car?
Yeah.
You drive her car?
Sometimes.
Oh, which car is that?
The 240, sometimes.
240 what?
The 240, the 240 Nissan. The 240 Nissan.
240 Nissan?
Yeah.
240Z?
No, that other little car. SE or something.
Okay, when we were over there was a Toyota Land Cruiser or something. Whose car is that?
Her mother's car.
Her mother?
Yeah.
And this Nissan 240 is Paula's?
Yeah.
Land Cruiser is her mom's.
Right.
They have got to connect this.
Were you at any time involved in the purchase of this car at all?
My
What
God.
car?
This Impala.
I think it's the same question that I told you earlier.
I didn't do that.
If you just think about it, what I'm trying to get from you is you call anybody, in that parking structure area when you first heard that he was shot or whatever. I mean, entertainers, anything, you would call anybody, it might have been in that area where you were at, Might just sort of be, they may have seen something.
Answer. The question is,
Okay, when he was walking there towards his car and he saw the people come running back around, my question is, did he recognize anybody, stars, whoever might have been running there, so I can talk to them and see if they need a witness, because they're coming back towards that parking structure. They may have been walking up the sidewalk on the east side of Fairfax towards the Wilshire, where the cars are parked, and my hope was, well, you might find somebody that may have witnessed something like this. But, we've identified a lot of people, and we talked about people already, but I said, they didn't see everybody, they only knew a few people. It's like me, because you may know one or two people, you won't know everybody was there. So we have to do the same thing to see if maybe they can get another possible witness. Is that fair?
yeah. You understand what I'm saying? I know, that's beyond the scope of what we had in mind. What we had in mind was, I'll come and tell you what he was, where he was, what he did, everything about him. But he made it very clear, he doesn't want to be involved with other people. And that question is about other people.
Okay, I think we're here to try to clear up some questions here, and there's several questions that up to now have been unanswered that I'm not satisfied with. I'd like to just interview him one time, because we still got many other people to talk to, and I got many questions to ask, and I mean, we're here all to get the truth. If he's not involved in anything, I don't see any reason.
I'm not involved in nothing.
Well, that's why I'm saying, well, why not answer some of these very simple questions?
Because I think you know the reason. You know the reason. There's some he doesn't want to be involved. He doesn't want to get involved. He does not want to get involved. He believes that he knows he was there. He was not involved in this crime, and he doesn't want to be dragged into it in any.
So we should just drop all investigations?
No, of course not.
Say, hey, the hell with it.
No, you're doing the right thing. You're doing your job. That's what, I'm not faulting you at all. You're doing your job. You're going out, locating people, talking to them, and I hope you continue to do. I don't have a problem with it.
But I'm saying, I was gonna say, I didn't, like I said, my concern is just to talk to these people. I can care less what they're into. Most of them we know we're entertainers or something.
Yeah.
My concern is, did they see something?
He doesn't want to be in a situation where word gets around that he said
Yeah.
this and
Do
he
you
said that.
think we told you where he got his name, or who told us about it? We don't do that.
No, the impression I have, this is my first time meeting you. And
No,
I do
second
have, second time, and I do have a good impression of you, and I have no reason to question either of you. But he's had very bad problems with the Compton Police Department, and where things have been leaked out, putting him in a bad light, and he's very concerned about.
I understand that. That's why.
It has nothing to do with LAPD.
That's why we took that time and consideration and went through you. Because, like I said, if he was a suspect, you know he'd be right now. Okay? He'd be in jail, and all I'm trying to do is, I do the same thing if it was your brother or your cousin, whoever got killed. You can imagine some blood would talk shit to me if they stood right there in front and saw it. Well, people got to get out of this fucking mentality and start realizing that human life was destroyed.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay? And that's all my concern is, this could be just a kid or any other guy. It's got to be somebody who is famous. It doesn't make my job any different as a human being.
Why don't let me suggest something. Let me walk out and have a chat with him and we'll come.
Sure, it's fine.
Because I have not discussed this with him. And one thing, the condition he made clear to me.
Oh, no, I understand. That's why I said that's so that you two could talk.
He did not want to do anything
right.
that goes beyond talking about himself. Now, I understand what you're doing, and I again, I'm not
Okay.
with but let me take a moment to chat with him, and then we'll say.
Give me a chance to bring up. You can go right to the next room, or you can sit out here, whatever's comfortable.
Okay, 4 minutes to spare. All right, we're going to take a recess for the evening. We're having everyone back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial.
I'm sorry, what? What was the point of that? Even, yes, shout out to our correspondent, Coretta. We appreciate you. Thank you for filling us in on all the details. That was a ton of fun. Thank y'all for watching. I have no idea what the point of that was. I was thinking as well, like Coretta said, like, because of the rule of completeness. But what part, even with the rule of completeness, what part was that for? What did we get out of that? He literally just said that they don't think he had anything to do with Biggie's murder. And literally the way that interview starts is, we care about Biggie's murder. And then we spend the whole time talking about a car.
Okay.
You want to come approach?
Sure.
The reason that's confusing, even if you want to connect it to LA, is that they drove a rental car. They went to Vegas. They went to Vegas where Tupac died in a rental car. So why did we just spend all this time talking about his car? That's not really his car. It's somebody else's car that's registered to somebody else that he just drove during the time frame that Biggie was killed. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. No idea what happened. I don't blame you. If you go back to Lindsay Clancy, I don't blame you. Matter of fact, because what is happening? Very bizarre. Anyway. Very bizarre. Okay. Well, but they use rental. I'm pretty sure they use rental.
You're not in trouble. Don't worry. Come on up.
I'm going to show you, and then I'm going to go. Look. Question. How did you get to Las Vegas? I drove a Rent-A-Center. Was this like a week before, a day of, the day before? Do you remember? We came there like a couple days before, and you were in Rent-A-Center? Yeah. Do you remember where you rented it? Avis in Long Beach. Do you know anybody at the Avis or just walk in and rent? No. What kind of car did you rent? A Cutlass or a Buick Regal? Regal or Cutlass? One of the two. It was green. And who all rode with you? Me and my wife. Just you and your wife? So here's another one. Because now they're talking about Big and Dre. Or how did Orlando get down there? Him and Big Dre came. What kind of car? Cadillac. It came from LA Compton. It was somebody's car, a rental car. It was I don't know why I keep saying Rent-A-Center. That says Rent-A-Center. Do you remember from where? No, I don't remember from where. What color was the Cadillac? White. 4-door, big one. Do you remember what kind of CAD? I don't know. Big door, 4 doors. Do you remember what company it was? No. Do you remember who rented it? No. Okay. This is what helps me. I have facts. The rent-a-car lady at the Rent-A-Center place, the one who rented the car. Anyway, my point is, they rented vehicles. Any other vehicles? Well, wait a minute. How did Kevin get down? He went down in the van. Where did the van come from? Think Corey people rented it. Corey Edwards people. Corey drove with Kevin. Yeah. So my point is, they all rented a car from Rent-A-Center. But I don't think Rent-A-Center rents cars. Isn't Rent-A-Center like furniture? I don't know why he keeps saying Rent-A-Center, but I think his point is he's talking about a rental car. So I don't understand why we just spent 40 minutes talking about a rental car. I mean, a Chevy that was his, but not his, that was in somebody's name. I don't get it. I'm not reading it right. Oh, not me trying to play him and I'm reading it wrong. Let me go back. Oh, rent a car. Okay. So I'm tired because I'm reading it wrong. I'm trying to play them and I'm reading it wrong. I was reading Rent-A-Center because I've never heard rent a car. But regardless, they rented a car. Rent a car. Enterprise rent a car. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. All right, y'all. Have a great evening. I will start this tomorrow, but I have errands to run that I didn't today, but I'm going to stream it tomorrow. So I'll see y'all then. Bye. 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 Thanks for watching with me. How do I get out of here?